Morning from the Bournemouth Massive. Barnich? More like Barnake. Don't worry, Svenna is still on the team.
chatto, it's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, Tristan's broken his bloody ankle. He's going to be out for the rest of this season and potentially even the start of the next one, but not to worry because the potbuster himself is here to lead the line. We're still potentially even in the title race, but the main thing is that we get top 1. That doesn't make any sense. Next gen's coming up today. Hello. Okay, that didn't go so well. I had so much to say. I tried to condense it too. The fuck? Oh, okay, so that confused the shit out of me. Mason, thank you for the 29 months.
Still playing games. I've had someone else from my past show up yesterday, asked someone who was dropping hints and she said no. However, I do 2 spleens, so that's news.
Sorry, there's so much to unpack there, Mason. 1 second. I have so many questions. Firstly, the piece, when you see this on the recap, on the... What's the one I'm looking for here? VOD, thank you very much for the sub last night. I saw that. You know, thank you for the 20 months at tier 3, which is crazy. Tome, thank you for the 9 months as well. Salty Scotsman with the 41. Aaron with the 58. And Mason, thank you for the 29 as well. Do you mean you have 2 spleens? Or, to be fair, I mean, I'd settle for top 1. Ah, yes, see, you've done it, Don. You've done it. You've messed it up. Do you know what? You have 2 spleens. Oh, damn. So if someone needs a spleen transplant, you're just like, you won't believe what I have in store for you. How did you find that out? Were you just like x-raying yourself and went, hang on a minute, that wouldn't work. X-rays wouldn't show a spleen, would it? I don't really understand medical anatomy, as you could probably already tell. Bubble, thank you for the 58 months as well. You love to see it. Oh, sell one on eBay. Good. I wonder how much a spleen goes for these days. E-Clay as well with the 22 bloody months. Wouldn't say no. I mean, I guess it can't hurt to have a spare spleen, can it? What if... Think of all the spleenless people.
22 months. Smile.
I might be wrong about this, so this is where Doc Paul really needs to correct me. Isn't spleen one of those organs that is not like medically essential to actually have? Or am I thinking of things like gallbladder and appendix? Like, could you have your spleen removed and it not be like a massive hello? No, there's a few other things like that as well from what I remember. So you have basically 2 superfluous organs. I have 2 as well, but one of them is my brain. So it's not quite the same. There she is. Would you believe it? Pog's working from home. She's been there 1 day and she's already working from home. She rolled out of bed this morning at like 8:45. So yes, needless to say, it's going well. Manspleened. Working the river from home. She can see it. Just sticks her head out the window occasionally and goes, still there? Love to fucking see it. Let's get off my big face. They were just like, look, we don't need you anymore. You've done all you need to do, basically. It's brilliant. Basically, she's got loads of like training and stuff to do, and they were like, there's really no point in you coming to an office to do this when you've got your work laptop or whatever, so just literally take the rest of the week, do the training at home in your own time or whatever. So she's just kind of vibing it. She was home from work yesterday at 3 o'clock. It's crazy times. Good. It's good. I'm really pleased for her because it is just awesome. But bloody hell, I know, crazy. You could also tell that her boss was just like, honestly, take your time with this. You have the rest of the week, in a kind of like, please do this slowly because we don't have any more work for you right now. So just like at least pretend that you're doing this for the rest of the week. Nothing but Oxbow Lakes yet. Unfortunately, they don't count. What she does have, though, and I think personally this is fucking sick. Betty Hudson, that's what I think is really fucking sick, with the 53 months.
Bing bong. Excuse me. Mwahahaha. Bing bong excuse me pffffh. Bing bong excuse me. Mwahoo. Yeah, that is funny. Thanks, Audible.
Unironically, we were discussing... I was out to dinner on Friday night with some friends to celebrate Pog's last day. We were unironically discussing Bonk Man and his propeller. A friend of mine wants to buy me a canvas print of the screenshot of Bonk Man and his propeller to put on my wall. Because reasons. It's just come back. Wait, that's an Audible thing? I'm glad I don't listen to it at this point, right? Oh, dear. So, yeah, she's having a nice time. I have not heard that yet. Hayden with that 2 months. How's it going, friend? Subby Bubby Boo.
Subby Bubby Boo, here to have a poo on chat. I'm working from home too, which by I mean I'm unemployed. Happy we signed Isaac. Steve Parrish can get in the bin.
I know they'll have to just make do with the other £500 million worth of signings. God, I don't know how they're going to cope. How will they get through the season? It's going to be crazy. Right. So Barnetche is injured. It's a fact. It's here we are. Hello, Kaka. Main edition. So actually, what I'll do is I'll set the lineup for this game before you'll note that Barnetche is disappearing. You won't be seeing him again for a little while because he broke his ankle in the 96th minute of our last league game, which means we're going to have to rely on Stefan Grietzbust, the pot buster himself. If you haven't seen him, you're about to. Oh my God, look at the value. He's a little bit special. We found him when he was 18 playing in... I love that he's already learnt the role. He's only been here like a month and a half and he's already learnt the role. Actually, it's more like 2 months now, but still. That's incredible. Love to see it. In Parrish's office. I kind of respect it. Like, I think they basically... Because apparently Glasler literally threatened to leave if they didn't find a replacement at the very least. I wouldn't say a gift, but it's an opportunity for Grietzbust to play. Like, let's be honest. There isn't really a big comparison between the two. I mean, there is a comparison, but... Barnetche is still head and shoulders above him. Literally, in fact, even in stature. But he's still incredible. Oh, yeah, now finally, at least people are finally starting. The one thing that ridiculousness on Saturday did was show people just how good Josh King actually is. And now you understand, hopefully, why I'm so on the board of the hype train of the Josh King hype train, or the treasure train, as it were, which is apparently what we're on right now. And it's been ages since we actually had one. Are they just completely random? Free agent was selling... Well, yeah, I mean, this is the way I look at it, is like, I think at this point, with the fee that Palace were going to get for him, maybe they just basically went, right, if we're not going to be able to replace him, he's probably worth more than that, even if we lose him on a free or sell him in January, because of what he might be worth to them over the course of this season, right? That's... So, yeah, with that goal, I mean, let's get into the game, and then we can discuss that absolute... Did you see the game last night? Fulham did actually do some buying, incredibly. They found their credit card down the side of the sofa and then tried to use it and nearly fucked it up anyway. King George. Well, Tyreek George didn't join us. That deal fell through at the final minutes. I think the reason for that was because Fulham were trying to line up a backup just in case we sold Harry Wilson to Leeds, which I'm really glad we didn't, because I would have been pissed about that. That, for me, feels like a really stupid thing to do. So I think that's what we were trying to do there, is we were just trying to have someone in case that fell through, which is actually fairly clever. Deal shit, pulling out as bad faith behaviour. Give a shit. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh no, anyway. This happens all the time in football. If the agreement was that they would push through the deal if they found a replacement, they didn't find a replacement. Like, you know... Tottenham guy. I don't believe so. Fulham signed Kevin Chukwueze, and we also, I believe this has gone through, even though it said it wasn't going to. We got a guy from Bayern Munich, a really young player from Bayern Munich, which I'm still unsure as to why we're trying to do that, but we do have an option, which is the crucial thing. Because originally, I think his name is Kusiasare, I believe. But we did get Kevin, which is very important. And I knew it went through because my mate literally just texted the group chat with all capital letters, just Kevin, which is good. Swedish guy. I believe he is Swedish, yeah. He's a Bayern youth prospect, I think. Is that the right lineup? Do you know what? Yes, let's go for it. Fuck it. So yeah, that's all we really did. We were linked with Tyreek George really heavily towards the end of the window. They seem to have a deal agreed, and I think they literally just pulled out at the last minute because they didn't sell Harry Wilson. The thing is, I don't know how much Leeds were going to be paying us for Harry Wilson, so it's hard to know if... Yeah, he's massively good in FM. Yeah, he's one of those players that... I wonder where he's probably still in this database, is he not, actually? Or is he... Yeah, he's 18 now, right? So he'd have been 16 at the start of this game cycle. But yeah, as for Saturday, so obviously I was doing that half marathon, and I was in the car on the way back, and my phone went off, and it said Josh King scored, and I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. So I got home, got into... Oh my days. Felkua. Holy shit. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. That is insanely kind of you. Where's my presents button gone? Oh, it's right next to the gifted sub button. Crazy. Imagine that. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Wow. You really didn't need to do that, but I'm very, very grateful. Oh, I think you might have actually got a discount if you'd have done it during the treasure train. Is that how that works? I actually do not know. I think it's something like that. Unless you just get the discount regardless. Hopefully you did. I really hope you did. George transfer fell through. I think it might be the other way around. I think we pulled out because the Harry Wilson transfer fell through and we didn't need him anymore. And it would have been too... I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I'm still disappointed we didn't sign any centre mids, basically. Run the speaker. Oh, nice. What are you doing? So I heard that the goal had gone in, and then I got back home, flicked it on, but while Pog went for have a shower, and it was 0-0, and I was like, hang on a minute, what? How's that happened? Oh, hang on. Go on. Wait. Oh, that would have been such a nice move. Making any big signings. Hopefully they're going to make the signing of me to their stadium next weekend. That's the plan. Yeah, and I just sat down there and went, what? Like... Take care of themselves. At the end of the day, everyone's out for themselves in football. Both players and clubs. There's rarely any honour in it. And the only time usually that there is honour in situations in football is when it benefits both parties in the first place. Tyler Morton. I like that Tyler Morton is actually living out the French dream. Sorry, Tyler Le Morton. Yeah, it wasn't the best of times. So anyway, yeah, we picked up Kevin, which I believe is 42 million, or 40 rising potentially with a few more, which is dope. It's a risk because of the youth of him and the price tag attached, which is our club record signing, right? So that's massive. Oh, hang on. Oh. And we also picked up Chukwueze from Milan alone with an option, I think. Most things alone with option these days. He's called Kevin. What more do you want? Depressing. So... I've actually seen some stuff on social media about how Brentford fans are actually kind of pleased with what Keith Andrews is doing playing style-wise. Now, again, I'd rather listen to your opinion on this because I trust your opinion more than I do the general ether of social media as far as that. No, we didn't sign George from Chelsea in the end. The deal fell through at the last second. Oh, shit. Oh, that's really annoying. Although, at least the Thai guy scored against us, I suppose. Yeah, did Ten Hag leave Leverkusen already? That is wild. I think it was pretty egregious, but as usual, hyperbole is what gets clicks, isn't it? Not leave sacked. Oh, did they lose their first 2 league games or something then? Because that's impressive. I mean, in a way, he did leave by being sacked. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm escorted out of the building, I'm technically leaving. We really can't afford to have this game go badly for us, not with the way we started. I mean, Champions League is looking very much locked in for us unless we truly screw up today, which there's every chance of happening. But I'm a little bit disappointed about that. But the one, the talent... Well, that seems to be quite a common theme these days, doesn't it? But I can't really blame managers sometimes. But also, I mean, a draw and a defeat, it's not... I think he'd have more leverage had they started well. Right? 3... Oh, shit, okay. Yeah, who were they actually playing against in that game? Because there's a difference of doing that against Bayern or doing that against, like, Hamburg, right? Bremen. Ah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, fair. Suddenly I've changed my opinion. Ooh, it's the highlight. I do hate this sort of thing where you see a team perform so well like Leverkusen did for that time with the great squad, the great manager, and it all just sort of slowly begins to crumble. And I kind of hate that because it just feels like any team that pops their head up over the parapet slightly just get bonked like that. And it's just like, oh, back to the normal nonsense again. Oh, over the bar. Put a 2-goal lead against 10 men. Never been done. At least they won. Right, we are actually kind of fucking this up a little bit here. Goodibus has not had the best game. This is where I'm worried. That we've got really no... It makes it harder to change games for us at the moment if things are starting to go a little bit poorly like they have been. Oh, my goodness, he's gone for goal. Couldn't understand what he was expecting of them tactically. Right. So the question is, why did it work out so well before he joined Manchester United? Was it just that the players were so good and that he had lightning in a bottle with them? Because that does seem to be the case sometimes. But then there was also some managers you just think have made the wrong moves, and then once they actually get the correct one, oh, Binder's through. That's going to be offside. Wait, it's not offside. Our boy's done it as Whopping Bloke drops another sub for 23 months. You'd love to see it, my friend. That is very kind of you. And, hello. What a fucking ball. I'm actually amazed that Binder didn't take that on and that he wasn't offside. Look at this for a finish from Greekbush. Just dinks it over the goalkeeper. Okay, do you know what? Maybe he is going to be the man that's going to save our season. I say save our season as if we're doing badly. But, damn, okay. Monaco, yeah, of course. Even when you take it back to, like, there's just those teams that manage to build themselves. I mean, even that Ajax team, really, was it Ten Hag? That was Ajax, wasn't it? That was his team. I keep thinking for some reason he was at Feyenoord, and I don't know why. Anderson. Oh, try again. Hello, Andy. Exit of talent. Yeah, I mean, this is always the tough thing. It's the same with, even on a lower level with Bournemouth, where basically their entire backline is gone now, which is just such a shame. Oh my God, how has that not gone in? Vardy at Cremonese is fucking spectacular. I love that. I think he's going to have a really underrated time there. Maybe I'm just seeing like what McSauce has done out in Italy and thinking, yeah, Vardy's definitely the same type of player in no way whatsoever. But I just really want him to have a nice time. It sounds silly, but I just do. Let's try Retic through the middle. Oh, I could have brought Feta on, actually, but I want to just give that a go. Just in case we need to at some point. We'll get Al Hassan on, and we'll get the Tooch monster on. A draw wouldn't be ideal, but it wouldn't be the end of the world either. Yeah, so Spurs fans, I'd like to offer you my sincerest apologies because I captained Richarlison in FPL this week. So really, what I'm saying is you have me to blame for that absolutely appalling performance. Oh, what a ball. Surely he's offside. Great boost. If he is, there's no excuse for it. Nope. My goodness. Holy Christ. So there's several ways you can tell if a goal's offside or not. Some people use the linesman. I'm still not sure that's entirely accurate, but if it works for you, then do it. The way I know is if there's any debate about it, click on this. If you see an assist but no goal, that means it's not going to be given. That means it's going to be given. The only time that won't appear is if the assist wouldn't have been there. So say it's like a shot that's saved and comes back, or it hits the post, or it's a dispossession of a defender or something. Although I don't know how it'll be offside. But that's how I usually tell it. And the only time it is slightly inconsistent is when you don't have an assist on it, basically. Can't reinvest in my tender stand. It's so tough. Teams that manage to do that over a long period of time is crazy. What a ball, by the way, from Al Hassan. But Grita Boost has absolutely bailed us out here. Look at that with his right foot as well. Tremendous. Hello, Hazard. The fist pumping. Yeah, there's the thing where they put their hands above their head, but that usually happens right before the thing is confirmed, so you can tell immediately. Europa League versus second season with Ireland. Nice. Didn't an Irish side beat a Portuguese side at the end of the week last year for natural CMs? Yeah, so I've been struggling to even keep up with who's done what in the window. Pog was showing me Villa transfers last night, and I was like, okay, really? Lindelof? But things, because obviously, there's only so much you can really follow when it comes to transfer deadline day, and generally speaking, I imagine this is kind of a universal experience. You're really up on your transfers for your club, ins and outs, and then like the major headline transfers, like the Isak things and things like that. But outside of that, you tend to be a little bit blind spotted to it because you just can't focus on everything at once. So suddenly finding out that they'd got Elliott, Sancho, and Lindelof as well. Are they just going, hi, Man United, can we just have whatever you don't need right now? Santa Clara, that's actually kind of sucks for Santa Clara because I actually quite like them as a team, but it's so sick for Shelbourne. Did Shelbourne also knock out Linfield twice? Or was that a different... Oh, please no. Please no. Please no. Oh. Love to see it. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't follow it. I say couldn't. I didn't really have the... After the weekend, people ask me sometimes why I'm so apathetic towards Premier League football sometimes, and well, all I will just do is point to the game this weekend, and that is why. Oh, go on, slide him in. It's Tucci. Stanley. On the... Oh, dear, that's a dreadful effort. Yeah, it would have been shit if they would actually... Sorry, it would have been good if Santa Clara got through. This is why footballers can't do that. True. Well, I mean, I suppose they can. They could just... I suppose it's one of those things where it's balanced out by the enormous paycheck. So, yes, agreed, but also I'm not being paid £30,000 a week. Not that like suddenly supersedes workers' rights, but there is a little bit of softening on it. Let's be honest. Kazakhstan, I don't know if that would have been possible, right? Because, yeah. Yeah, so I made the decision to watch the Forest game instead of the F1. So that was pretty shit for the most part. Nagalo, can he wrap it up? Yes, he can. Go on, lad. Oh, it would have been so sick. The more fun... yeah, it's because of the French orange ball thing that they do for some reason. It's like hard-coded. And this is pointed out to... I'm usually okay with it, but then I'm looking at the screen rather than the stream of the screen. So I can totally get why... it might not be as visible. I don't know if there's anything I can really do about that because I believe it's hard-coded. Yeah, I had some Forest players in my club's FPL team. that went well for me. So yeah, it's... What was that about? I also took Bowen out of my FPL team this week. Put Richarlison in. Brilliant. Yeah, it's weird. Hopefully, that might not be such an issue if I can get the new PC, because I might be able to stream at 4K. Does Twitch allow that? Potentially. We'll have to sort of see about that. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't watch the whole race. I mean, I've watched the highlights and listened to the podcast, and that seems to have given me the gist of what happens, pretty much. Although Isaac Hadjar getting a podium is bloody lovely. And from real life, I think everyone kind of is at some point, right? Is he crap? Oh. Has Session in a club team? How much of a negative did you get from that? Because I had a player last week that gave away a penalty in a really large defeat, and it was like -10 or something, which is actually kind of one of the reasons I like club, because you are heavily punished if someone does something stupid, but you get such a huge reward for players doing good stuff, even if they are not like a goal scorer or anything. Like Caicedo got shitloads of points for me this weekend, which has just got, admittedly, it came at the expense of Fulham, so I'm a little bit like, do I like that or not? Yeah, okay, at some point they will have to do that then. What I can at least maybe do, though, is if I'm streaming from a 4K setup, I can at least... It should still be better. I mean, in theory, the VOD should look a lot better since I moved here, because I was able to literally double my streaming bitrate. So while it's the same resolution, the actual bitrate itself is massive. You'd be able to... I know it does, I think, but 120 FPS. I don't think there'd be any point in doing that for FM, just because you wouldn't notice the difference, right? It was just one of those things, Hayden, that makes you just go, why am I even bothering watching this sport a lot of the time? Like, that's been kind of how it's been for Fulham this season in general. But at the very least, I am now even more excited about Josh King, and he seems to have a head on his shoulders that's so much more wiser and advanced. He does not care. He has that same kind of attitude that Lewis Skelly had when he first burst onto the team for Arsenal, where he was just like, no, I deserve to be here. I have got no inferiority complex whatsoever. This is where I'm supposed to be. I love that in young players. It's so refreshing to see that. Just be completely comfortable at the highest level. It's so dope. Oh yeah, 100%, Steve. We basically don't drop frames anymore. Because even if the internet has a little dip when I'm here, Dunning-Kruger, who signed him? German club, definitely. It doesn't even come close to dipping into it, because before I was literally streaming, I had 6 to 7 meg upload, and now I have 110. So and I was maxing it out basically. Fullback's on the wing anymore. In it. Do a bit of that. Whoops. Oh, we've got bloody next gen day. Do you reckon Greek Boost might be on it? I think Brighton will be absolutely... I mean, come on, they beat City in almost the exact same way as last year, didn't they? With 2 goals from substitutes, coming from behind where Haaland had put City in front. X-Files theme music plays. Yes, the fact that he sat Tosin down before doing that was just extra satisfying for me. He's just a fabulous player, frankly. I'm really excited that we have got more wing options now, though. Thing is, though, I think he has had enough games, because remember, he was playing full-time for Songdal before he joined us. So last year, he played 28 league games, which is all but 2. And now he's obviously played... Good God, he's got 5 in 8 for us as well. Bro is doing bits. Best fair enough, I know. Incredible. The goal of the man. Oh, by the way, I offered Chasley a new deal, because you know how we've been looking at our like elite level players, and we're going, can we afford to offer them a new contract? Nagalo, for example, wanted 120 grand. I asked Chasley, and he said 46. And I thought, you know what? Just to give us more security on him, so we've got more time to decide what we want to do, I thought 46 grand a week, honestly, for our starting right back, who might be one of the best right backs in European football, even though he does have some horrendous cons, felt like a reasonable piece of business for us to just get him locked down, which is awesome. Hello, Adrian. Are you happy with Voltemade? The incredibly expensive German man who, I'll be honest with you, I literally hadn't heard of until Newcastle signed him. We need to talk about Kevin. I know nothing about him. All I've seen is random highlight reels on TikTok, and that doesn't tell you much, right? I don't know how his name is pronounced. I assume it's Voltemade, but it might not be. It might be Waltemade, because German. Germans help. Don, how do we pronounce it? Voltemade. Oh, Voltemade. That makes way more sense than Marday. There's no accent on the E, is there? Voltemessi? Is anyone... Okay. Is anyone actively happy with their club's business that they've done in this window? I feel like, I know Liverpool fans didn't get gay, but surely that's kind of like a, oh no, I didn't get the cherry on top of my giant gatto. Because for me, I'm actually pleased with the signings Fulham have made. I'm just angry that it took us to deadline day to do it. And in the way, oh my shitting fuck. Hello, Dale. Oh, it 100% is. And I realise it's obviously a talking point, but it's one of those things where you'll live, right? I think that... Oh my god, sorry. Bloody hell. Wait, my GIF button stopped working. What the fuck? Why's my Twitch... My buttons are broken. Does the presence button work? My Twitch buttons are not working. That's really weird. That one works, but that one doesn't. Oh, there it is. Holy Christ. Dale, how are you, my friend? That is unbelievably kind of you and incredibly unnecessary, but I'm incredibly thankful. Aberdeen fan? I'm going there and I'll be in your city in a few weeks. I'm really looking forward to it. Did Robbie go to Sunderland? Did I see that correctly? I saw Tony mentioned it, but I wasn't sure if that was actually what happened. Overshadowed by Italy. Yeah, okay. So that... So firstly, seriously, Dale, that is very, very, very nice of you. I genuinely hope you're having a lovely day and it's lovely to see you in chat. I hope life is treating you well. Just as nice as you just treated me. Who's unhappy with their transfer business? And which club is that? Oh, dear. Fandelay's on the move again, or is that a move that would already happen? With Brighton's. Who have Brighton actually... Now that I come to think of it, I feel like I haven't heard Brighton's name mentioned as much when it comes to transfers, ins or outs. Did I see that you guys loaned Matt O'Reilly to Marseille? Where did that come from? Because as far as... Obviously, again, I'm not actively watching Brighton most of the time, but isn't he starting most games for Brighton? Like, what's happened? Was he just not settled in perfectly there at all? Really odd. I mean, to be fair, Brighton probably do a lot of business around anyway. But that was just crazy to me. Needed Wilson. Yeah, I think... What was the deal? Does anyone know the money being banded around for Wilson? Because Wilson would have been a great signing for Leeds, and Brentford fans would have suddenly feared Leeds instead of Fulham. Ayari, I guess. But, because I just don't know how much we were going to be getting for Harry Wilson. Because I never saw a number actually batted around. It was just heavy links with Leeds, or Leeds have put in an offer, but they never actually said what it was. When am I not playing? Oh, really? I always thought that it was an odd move for Brighton in the first place to go after O'Reilly. I wonder if it was like a season too soon. But, I don't know. We'll see how he does. Oh, so O'Reilly is the Rabiot replacement. I did see there was a lot of drama to do with that. Didn't Dolberg used to play for Ajax? Like, if he didn't, he feels like the type of player that definitely should have played for Ajax. And I'm now kind of glad in a kind of football cliches way that he now has. He sounds like the most Ajax player of all time. No, he definitely did used to play for Ajax, didn't he? Or I'm just imagining the future. There's some players that just feel like certain clubs no matter what, and he is 100% one of them. Right. This better actually be international duty and not like some crazy extra cup that we've once again been completely shafted by. Was he actually an Ajax youth prospect, or was he just a guy that was at Ajax before he sort of hit the big stage? Kind of, well, was at Ajax when he hit the big stage, rather. New clubs play each other next. Oh, that's sick. That's so sick. Pay-per-view, surely. Ajax United. Wait, really? That's what Amarin was doing with his little notepad. He was actually just trying to make sure that there was he was just checking, doing the admin. Respect. Crew. Oh, okay. Actually, that's a good point. Outside of like top flight stuff, it's obviously... I mean, I barely know. A lot of these transfers come as a surprise to me as well, just 'cause it was hard to keep track of everything. But who's happy with their, like, say you're like an EFL or even lower fan? Like, what's like the biggest thing that stood out to you? Because I swear Cambridge United signed someone that people were like, okay, damn. Which I'm always happy with. Club Lommel did. Okay, cool. Second division. Okay. Because Lommel are a sort of side, they have been a Jupiler Pro League side, right, in the past, I think. They feel like the sort of team that if they haven't, they should be. Sepp Vandenberg. Yeah. Yeah, no, I see what you mean, actually. Wait, is he actually? I saw that one piece of business I am actually quite pleased with on a Fulham standpoint is the fact that we've got £7 million from Marshall Goddo from Blueco, essentially. Which, frankly, also, by the way, Kilaza, 6.58 in the last 5 games. What has happened to Eric? Hang on. Just to clarify, he's against the treatment of Shasley, but my treatment of Shasley was to give him a contract, as was my treatment of him. Eric, I think, has just got his head on the wrong way around. I actually saw a car when I was walking around town the other day that was covered in QPR badges, which I just thought was really out of place up here. Does the revote? Oh, I see. Sort of Belgian behaviour then, unfortunately. Yeah, I thought that £7 million for a player that clearly is not going to be good enough for Fulham. Like, every time he's actually set foot on the Fulham pitch, he's been compared a lot with people like Josh King, but he is just simply not even close. This is Fulham country, yes. These ends are black and white. Technically, they're red, I suppose, which is going to feel strange. I don't know what he's been up to. I might actually have a little word. Like, I don't normally do this, but truthfully, his performances lately have been genuinely bad. I'm not going to give them a target because they're broken and players hate them. So the news articles, I'll be honest with you, I haven't read them in full because there is a lot of waffle, right? But it makes a lot of sense. I'm hoping that is like the fact that all 3 of those articles came out on the same day basically suggests that there is like a concerted thing here, that this is part of it's part of a media strategy, which hopefully this is the beginning of said media strategy, which means hopefully we'll start to see some more stuff. I'm really hoping now that it's September, fingers crossed this week we get something. Even if it's just like the first look at something. Just anything. I'm desperate. I'm gagging for it, chat. You've got to do the forgiveness press. Yeah, you've got to go around and, what's the word? Where you, like, slap yourself on the back. But, like, in an angry way. Self-flagellation tour. There you go. Mike is in charge of the media. Maybe. Ben Chilwell, that's so strange. I mean, he'll be brilliant there. Like, that's a massive signing for them. But, yeah. Right, so Nagalo's injured as well. We are a little bit light, you know. With all the right-sided injuries, we are just starting to struggle a little bit for depth. But that's still a good lineup, with the exception of probably Rezic being the starter. But, hey, you know. It's great. F124, he's very good, to be fair. Ball to be handled. Damn right I am. Right. Oh, it's Tom Miller. This could only go well. I recognise this name. Or was it a different Novotny? Yeah, it must have been a different dude. Nikolic. I mean, he is technically fit again. Honestly. Yeah, no, it might be better off having him on the bench, actually. Ooh, what's Stoyan these days? Still, oh, Nantes. God, Nantes really are like a cash machine to us. We're like, oh, we need some money. Right, we'll just go see Nantes and just sell them somebody random. It's brilliant. 26. Yeah, I see what you mean, actually. It kind of like puts a bookend on it. It says, right, that was then, this is now. Wide midfielders, well, yeah. I mean, the one we've had is brilliant. Co-transition move. Yes, I saw a discussion of that in the Discord, which is crazy. I think basically there was perhaps an underestimation, not even perhaps, a complete underestimation of how difficult that transition was going to be. Oh, really? Okay. It makes sense, because because the WSL kicks off this weekend, right? So perhaps the first thing we're going to see is the women's football tie-in, which is fine. I want anything, honestly. Particularly what I'd really like to know is which women's leagues are going to be licensed for the game. And I'm praying that Slavia are in there. That's... If they're not, then they're not. We're still going to probably do Slavia for the beta, but it would be so sick if we could do what my actual plan is for that. Okay, what the hell happened between Iran and Nantes? Jesus. First of the roadmap last year. True, yeah. It feels like it all ties in perfectly, right? For it to be there. When will it come out? Don't know. When they announce it, right? I just want to feel like we're ready and sort of almost have one foot in the next game cycle, even though, like realistically, we are still 2 months, if not probably a tiny bit more, away from actually a full release of the game. So, which is actually still quite a long way, which is fine. Particularly as chat, I come with good news. I submitted my blood pressure stuff to the thingy yesterday, and finally, the option on the website has finally opened up, and I now, once it actually populates the page properly, will have an option to book an assessment. Unfortunately, the page is blank currently, but I'm hoping once that is no longer blank, and it actually populates the fields, I'll be able to finally book a goddamn assessment. And I might actually be able to do it in person and not over Zoom, which is so much better. I thought it was all going to have to be done on Zoom, but it turns out, no, you can actually go in person, which I'm definitely going to choose. Because I just feel like, in theory, that should be a much better experience and give them more information, right? Just to be able to see more detailed body language. Greeted boost sister again! As if he scored again! Bro's done it. He scored 3 goals in 2... This man... Do you know what? Tristan is brilliant. I love him, and he's great. But it's just nice to know that we're in safe hand when Tristan can't play. What a ball from Binder, by the way. Look at that. That's like De Bruyne. Another brilliant finish. What a guy. I'm the doctor. Ah, yes. They did say that his name was Dr. Dolmio. Oh. My hope is that when I actually can book one, it's not going to suddenly be like, oh, yes, our first earliest appointment is in February. I'll be like, right. I don't think that's the case. It should be relatively quick once I've got to this stage. I'm just happy to be through that there. But it's the fact that they threw me off so much when they changed their entire website around and I completely lost track of what I needed to do. But I pushed on. And yeah. When's your Dolmio day? Exactly. I know when my Dolmio day is. Potentially even tonight, in fact. Feels like that type of day. Make an ass out of ease and ments. They do. They really do. But from what people have told me, it's basically once you actually get the diagnosis part, you can get like the beginning of titration within a week. So that would be good. I just want to have something in place before the start of FM26, really. Just so I can at least feel like I can operate at a slightly more increased capacity. Start to feel a bit more like the playing field is a bit more level for my brain, which would just be nice, right? Oh, look at this again. He's through again. Great boost. Oh, okay. I don't know what it is about him, but something about his movement is scary. Right, okay. I want to do a comparison between him and Barnetche. There's something he's doing. Interesting. Maybe it's just pure physicals. What is he better at? Balance? Stamina? Aggression?
It's good you came in summer. In winter.
Is it the PPM? But they both have the same PPM. Depressing. Tristan has that PPM as well. We gave it to him. Just show business as well. Thank you for the 22 months. And Mattcast, thank you for the follow, my friend. That's very kind of you.
Hello Matto and Chatto, and congratulations on a good first day bog. Also Darlington was a surprisingly thrilling race Sundat.
In it? Yeah, I mean I didn't obviously get to watch Darlington because it didn't start till late, but I think Chase Briscoe is... The way that they've got that team specifically going over the past 10 races is crazy. Their like average finish numbers are insane. And now they've locked themselves in. I don't know. I wonder if like Final Four for Chase Briscoe was not out of the realms of possibility because he's been chefing in that car lately, which is really, really cool to see, actually. Turns out he just needed really good equipment underneath him. Who knew? Amazing. First day bog in it. Oh, 3 half-time subs. Wow, Leon are really taking this seriously. Unlike us. First day of the River Constable. Yeah, she was back by 3 o'clock yesterday. It was brilliant. She just seems so much happier, like now that she's actually doing it. But yeah, what I was going to say is actually, they gave her this mug. Just like, you know, a normal sort of mug, like for your coffee. But it's got a map of the rivers, specifically under her jurisdiction, on the mug. And I just think that's a really cool thing. Certainly, as a map enjoyer myself, I had a lovely old time looking at that yesterday while I was doing the washing up. Brilliant times. How good has this display been? Rezic has still been a little bit of a letdown, but like it's what he does. It's in his culture. Maybe Nikolic? Can't hurt. And since we're winning 1-0, this feels like a perfect Habila moment, honestly. A bit of that as well. Love to see it. Criminal Goose, indeed. I only have one of those hats currently, but once the Business Goose hat comes on, then you wonder what's about to hit you. It's crazy times. Right. Kidaza seems to have at least picked up his performances a little bit, but admittedly he hasn't actually had to save a shot today, so... Which does make me wonder how... Oh no, this is going to be another defensive goal from these, isn't it? Defensive goal? What am I even saying? We do seem to be a little bit vulnerable from those moments. Oh no, don't do this to me. Come on, that's enough bodies. Oh, well played, Eric. That's actually good defending. Good goalkeeping and well... Oh no. Can we end the highlight, please? Thank Christ for that. That really did feel like one of those highlights just going to go on until Lille score. But, oh, in fact, I've spoken... Oh, no, we're good. I thought it was actually going to continue even further. Yeah, map mugs. The old defensive goal. I think it's called a safety, right? Oh, shit. That's a lot of space. Oh, Christ. Well, it's their first shot of... Wait, is that going to count? It is going to count. That is unfortunate. It wasn't technically their first shot on target of the game. But that is disappointing. Oh, come on now. I think just the idea of the defensive team scoring like that is just actually kind of intriguing. Imagine if that you're in your own penalty area and you put the ball in your own net to avoid them scoring, but they get like half a goal or something. Hello, Neil. Right, that is... it's disappointing. But the gap's still so large, and as long as we don't lose to Lille, I think that would be okay. Just managing the gap to them at 6 points. It's an away point at probably the second best team in this league, honestly. Like Kopitar score. Cal McCarr's contributed a lot of defensive goals. Record for own goals. I believe it's Richard Dunn. I might be wrong about that. I think Richard Dunn has the record of... Or it might be Jamie Carragher. I think Richard Dunn has like 9 of them. Or something like that. I think there was a Sunderland player that once got 2 own goals in the same game, during which Sunderland actually scored 3 own goals. And I believe it was against Charlton Athletic. This might be one of my weird, random, obscure ball knowledges from back in the day. But, oh shit, disappointing. Squad thoughts. Honestly, I don't really have much thoughts on the Liverpool squad. They kind of have to. They've spent £500 million. Like,
Cooper,
if they should be expected now to win everything they're involved in, pretty much. You say, obviously they've got great players and they've got a great manager, but now with those recruitment in the places that they have recruited, they kind of have to be expected to win everything. I'm not saying they will, but they have to expect to, based on that squad, right? They obviously absolutely won't, because there's simply so many variables in football that you can't account for, but their expectation should be to win every competition they're entering. Obviously, every team wants to do that, but in terms of outs, yeah, of course, but I think the players they've brought in, their team is better than it was. And they were bloody good last year as well. Yes, I think the one thing that they haven't done, they do still look loose in places. Admittedly, Arsenal didn't really exploit that, because Arsenal's whole game plan seemed to be, nothing is going to happen. Nothing at all. What a free kick, by the way, from Sochaux. That was incredible. Gouda tree. Would that be Gouda tree? Do you know what? Cheese growing on trees is my dreamland, in fairness. So thank you very much for the follow. And why is words difficult? ADKT12. Thank you for the follow. I need to do lookups as well, actually, while we're at it. Boom. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I'd much rather watch Liverpool with a leaky defence than robotic nonsense football from other teams. It's like 100%. Me watching Liverpool win 4-3 every week sounds amazing. That sounds like the football I actually want to watch. None of this robotic, go to the byline, pass it all back to your own goalkeeper nonsense. I realise it's effective. I don't care. Like, I'm sure there's effective ways to paint drawings, but that doesn't mean Picasso... Like, do you know what I mean? It's like, sometimes it's nice to actually enjoy things too. I think something can be objectively well made and still be boring at the same time, right? That's been this. I want to sell players. Yeah, Arsenal spent quite a lot as well, which is why I was a little bit disappointed in their sort of... They clearly had a game plan against Liverpool, but the problem was just one... It was such a dead game as well. Literally the only thing in that game was... And it was one of the best free kicks I think I might have ever seen, actually. Also, Sochaux, that man has the most concrete hairline I think I've ever seen. No, I haven't. I haven't watched... To be fair, I'm apathetic enough towards the Premier League these days, let alone other European leagues. Although, actually, the last time I did watch La Liga, I found it way more interesting than the Premier League. I don't know what it was about it. There was something about the style of football that I just enjoyed watching more. So maybe I should just watch more La Liga, and maybe I'll enjoy football more again, actually. I think with the free kick, it's because I thought he was closer to the goal than he was. And then I looked at the replay and went, oh, no, he's just absolutely perfectly placed that. What about this? Monaco lose again. Nice lose again, obviously. That's standard. It's a day that ends in Y. Marseille get a dub. Even Iran are back in this battle now, but luckily we are far clear of it. To be fair, that I think it was the Payet one against... It was at Upton Park. The one where the ball seems to loop about 30 feet above the crossbar and just somehow ends up in the goal. That is still one of the best free kicks I've ever seen. At far out. Right, I understand what you're saying, Ben, because I think that whole, like, you don't need a wall there is bollocks, because if there's no wall, there's a completely different attitude taken towards that, and maybe not such a big wall, perhaps, but the wall still is an obstacle that the player has to execute the ball over in order to do. Whereas if there's no wall, they can just absolutely clart it and pick perfect placement instead without there being any obstacles. They don't have to put the bend on it at all. They can strike it harder, if anything, without a wall. In the league, we're actually second Illuminati at the moment and looking pretty good for it too. You just blast it, yeah. Or even low, like get it low, out the keeper's reach. Roberto, never heard of him. Roberto Carlos, no idea who that is. Well, also, I like that we've now turned into the... oh, but the balls are different. And to be fair, they are. I'm still not a fan of the look of these new balls. Maybe it's just because I'm a Nike purist when it comes to Premier League footballs. It's weird. I think whenever time I imagine that, usual suspect, I think of a wall. But I guess he was so far out as well. I can sort of see why in that case they probably thought, well, he's never going to score. But then they remembered, he's Roberto Carlos. Ooh. No, I think Elliott for Villa is a great sign. Not sure about the Sancho one. That strikes me as an odd one to do. Maybe they're just trying to get the exact same thing they got out of Marcus Rashford signing last year. But I like the Harvey Elliott to Liverpool signing. To Liverpool, to Villa. 35 million as well actually seems, in the current market anyway, like a reasonable piece of... Like, in terms of the actual value of that deal. Because he's still relatively young. It just seems to be a really good fit. Now, Villa obviously have to sort themselves out because they were kind of woeful. Did anyone else think that the positioning of the goalkeeper, and if you've forgotten his name, don't worry, Unai Emery will tell you repeatedly in a press conference, was really weird for the second goal, the Gay goal? It felt like the goalkeeper basically said, hey, if you can put this on target, it's probably going in. Because he seemed to be so close to his near post. It's just odd. And maybe it's just because of the way the play had broken down, but yeah, Moko Bizzle, yeah. So good. Sancho did the same. Yeah, I just don't know if Sancho and Rashford are... I'm not convinced that one's going to be as good for them. Like, I thought he was fantastic at Dortmund. I think, as is the case with a lot of players, moving to Manchester United is a poison chalice, and they do seem to improve a lot upon leaving. But it seems like that hasn't really worked with Jadon Sancho, and I'm not sure... I don't know. I think he's one of these things where he probably needs a permanent move, right? Robbie Brady in the FA Cup. Wait, Robbie Brady's still playing? Last time I remember Robbie Brady, he was at Hull City. I'm assuming he's no longer at Hull City. Yeah, I think, wasn't it? Because isn't Nicholas Jackson's agent Diamanti Camara? Because I saw a picture with him on Instagram. I was like, hey, that's Mr. Camara. Which I just think is kind of cool. Sort of an underrated thing where you see footballers becoming agents rather than just some random fat cat guy. I like that. I think if I was a footballer, I'd rather have a former pro be my agent than some rando dude, just because I feel like they'd understand the game a bit more and the sort of the needs and wants of a player. Ultimate Team AFC, I mean, I would say I can't blame it, but I absolutely can, because I actually bought FIFA or whatever last year, and I was bored of that game after like a month and a half. And I have zero intention of picking it up again, especially in a year where we've got FM26, you know? Great figure of LC. Is this what I'm thinking of? It won't come through on the stream, but I'm thinking... I'm assuming it is the one where it loops crazy. Is it the one at Upton Park? I couldn't risk it coming through the stream. Yeah, that is one of the best free kicks I've ever seen. It's not off this season. So you think he leaves for free? Because I see that United managed to get rid of Anthony to Betis, where he'll almost certainly be an absolutely rip-roaring success. Just how these things work, right? Right, I'm glad you mentioned that, Hayden, because I actually really like that signing for Spurs. I'm surprised by it. Has he fallen out of favour at PSG or something? Because I could have sworn at one point he was like, not the guy, but one of those guys that was like a regular starter for PSG, or has he just fallen down the pecking order? Which I thought was a bit surprising that he's just going on loan to Spurs. Great signing for Spurs, though. Particularly because Solanke's going to be out for a little while, right? So this is like the perfect move for them. Oh. Not bad, but that's all right then. Igor was an interesting one as well, because wasn't he one of the players that Palace were linked with that potentially is the reason that the Gay move to Liverpool fell through? I'm assuming West Ham were just offering more. See, this is the thing, I don't pay enough attention to know that. The last thing I remember from Colin Moani is the World Cup final. Uberich Cup, unfortunately. Yeah, oh, hello. Spurs are probably going to now try and sign Martins. 122 minutes. Speaking of, are Tenerife still winning the league? They're going to do it, aren't they? They're actually going to win the bloody league. They've got a plus 42 goal difference. Barca have a game in hand, but even so, they'd still be 8 points. Tenerife are actually going to win La Liga. This is incredible. Thiago Enrique's got 11 assists. Renato Martins has got 19 goals. I know he built a lot of this year. Also, Endrick is still playing. 35. He's got another year on his contract. It would be quite funny to try to find a way. Hang on, I'm going to just shortlist Endrick. It would be incredibly funny to me for us to actually find a way to sign Endrick. Stoyan's Ballon d'Or. Stoyan isn't even in our team. Yet. He has kind of fallen down the pecking order a bit lately. PlayStation 3 games. Yeah. I think maybe as I've grown older, I'm just less and less the target audience for FC or EA FC or whatever the hell you want to call it. And that's okay too, right? It's okay to like different things. Bednarak, they're just slowly rebuilding it. Greetaboo's just got his first Norway cap thanks to Thierry Henry, which means presumably he's just been given an absolutely whacking great pay rise. Anderson scored his first goals for Norway. Who the hell did Norway play if Greetaboo's played and Anderson scored more than one goal? Ah, Moldova in a... well done. They played Moldova in a friendly. Did Greetaboo start or did he come off the bench? Oh, he came off the bench. Did get an assist, though, in fairness. 2 goals for Dennis Anderson. Oh, of course. Oh, and Larson Lisa on the other side. That's sick. That's right. Oh,
Tenor Relief W. Lurking today. Good luck.
I'd love to see it, Fija. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon. It's not afternoon yet. It's 6 minutes away. I was so close to being correct. Moldova did indeed be rolled over there, yeah. Also, like, they weren't even, like, that bad. They were quite bad, though. At least Anderson's going to get loads more appearances now for Norway because they're no longer playing a narrative. He's only 21. I genuinely keep forgetting how young he is. Wait. Oh, shit. That's going to cost us. In fact, I think we're going to have lots of things that are costing us right now because Darko Rezic just got a cap for Croatia. Okay. Granita Boost is now on 20 grand a week. And honestly, he has got 9 goal contributions in 14 appearances. I mean, can't even argue with that. Looks like Rezic didn't have a clause either, which is great news. Yeah, sorry, Thierry Henry left Paris FC to go manage Norway. The reason I didn't mention it was because that actually was something we'd discussed on stream in the past. We saw it when it happened, went, yeah, that seems about right. Wait, I thought it was Guy Schneider for a second there. So they changed the deadline day times in the UK, so it was supposed to finish at 5. Blackburn, because they actually have decent youth recruitment and very good junior coaching. So realistically, they might actually have some reasonable players. Take, for example, Liam Barry, who was born in Mungret. Amazing name for a place. And the reason the reason we're specifically reporting this is because they obviously came up when I did that massive set of reports. The one where I did like 1,100 of them. They obviously had somebody in there that was on some kind of national team. Was it 7 p.m? Either way, I still think I prefer it like that. I mean, it was still going on late into the night anyway because of all the offer sheet stuff. Ulrich, I'm curious about Ulrich Stab. I really want him to be good because his name is the... Oh, yeah. Wait, was that... Did you say the train facilities was 1? You're right. I assume this is because they're in debt and they've sold their training ground. They had a tycoon as well. So basically, they scrapped their youth setup twice in 2 years and then upgraded their facilities But for some reason, they have one training facilities. Amazing. Fran,
Missed a
thank
few
you for the 5
streams.
months.
Hi Matto. Hi Chatto.
That is really strange. Hadrian, any explanation for that one? I mean, I love it. It does feel like that sort of thing. I just like the fact that clearly they've got... their youth facilities are basically state of the art, but the team are getting changed in the car park. That's some very strange decision making there. I've not seen quite such a... What's the word I'm looking for? Quite such a disparate difference between the two, but I love it. Right, okay, I've got to stop sending that guy around again. You're obviously still an option for the summer, potentially, if things were to go very, very wrong with other options. You're at Inter, and hang on, let me just get rid of the crazy expensive players that have... I think these are guys that we'd looked at in the past, but they've all now made massive moves, so they've sort of priced themselves out of our radar. You're already shortlist players. Oh, that's the Blackburn guy. Realistically, we're not going to do much with him, are we? Although it's cool to see that they've actually got a good player like that, though. You guys we already have shortlisted. We'll have to clean that up in the summer. Oh, God, that was all the good ones, wasn't it? Well, second nationality, anybody? You're already joining us, which I'm excited about. There's a guy called Bagger. Send the kids on note. True. Although the kids' training facilities are just fine. It's everybody else's that's the problem. There's also this guy, an American called Tim Smith at Viking. The question is, where is he from? Yeah, they're just training at like the sports hall. Getting changed in like the accessible changing rooms. I'm going to reckon that he was actually born in Norway and this is going to be really boring. Oh, Johnny, you absolute clairvoyant. St. Cloud, Minnesota. How'd you do that one? That's actually pretty impressive. We actually got it correct. I mean, do you know what? Just forgetting the state, particularly as it wasn't like California or New York, you get mad props for that one. Yeah, I mean, if it was just California or New York, but you went off the beaten track. To be fair, it does actually kind of make sense that it would be Minnesota, because remember, there is an enormous Scandinavian diaspora in Minnesota. So that actually, I do like the fact that it's gone like that. But yeah, there's old Tim Smith. Presumably it's Tim Smitherson. You were quite expensive, weren't you? Or were you? I'll tell you what. I think it was his technicals I wasn't super fond of, but my goodness, do the rest of his ickles look really good. Maybe one for the summer. Schwan Pineda. I like that he can play a bit deeper. Ooh, you're just not... If he was just a tad quicker, he'd be perfect as just like another depth dude. That's what I was thinking, Darren. Yeah, I don't know if he's actually from St. Cloud, but... I just don't know if they ever tell you where he's from other than just pure Minnesota. Palachek. Natural Trecotista is always a nice thing to see. Not useful for us, but it's just nice. Stefan Carlson. Did we have a guy called Stefan Carlson on the last save? Financially. So basically, luckily our January money, most of these guys are not good enough, has put us in a really strong financial position. So we've now got 51 million in the bank. Obviously, transfer budget is small, but in a way that's actually good. Because large bank balance, small transfer budget means, in theory, this summer, the board should hopefully give us like a big chunk. Particularly as we've got no limitations on, well, basically no. So we're getting 90% of anything we make as well, which is awesome. So we've made the right sales. We're actually doing a really good job managing this club financially, which is going to set us up for what is hopefully going to be a really big summer transfer window on Thursday's stream. Although, cut to the end of today's stream and we're like, £2 million? Where's it all gone? It should be nice, because it should allow us to maybe cherry pick a couple of slightly more expensive targets that I wouldn't normally go for in a hastiness to try to actually go for like big goals, right? The arbiter of debt. Do you mean Liverpool? Kreshtes in the... Oh, and potentially Kreshtes, yeah. Oh, yeah. Next gen day, chat. What are we saying? I'm going to go Norwegian Sochaux, personally. I think Garita Boost has done enough. Right, there we go. I was hoping it wouldn't show it. Thankfully, it hasn't. So, what do you reckon? It's next gen day. I'm just... Yeah, Nikolic and Schubert. Nikolic we no longer need, really, because other guys have actually come through and filled that spot. But I'm glad we did it. Whilst they may be on the chopping block, Nikolic has got quite a long contract. So I think it's going to be tough to get rid of him. Yeah, I'm hoping that we don't get the same thing as always, where it's like a really annoying amount of players that are just already on loan. Like, I just want to see some interesting players. Show me some guys from the Czech Republic. Show me some guys from, like, Slovakia, Slovenia, Scandinavian nations that are actually still at their clubs and aren't on loan from someone massive. That's what I want to see. Right. Let's say. Perfect. That's actually totally fine. Particularly as this guy's a natural number 10. And he's 18. He does only have 13 acceleration, which is a bit of a worry, but my goodness. Marco Garza. Stuttgart wonder kid Peter Goetze. The Saudi Antonelli. Wrong sport. Okay. So he's actually at Necaxa. Or is it Necaxa? I can never remember how to say his name. Or is that Necaxa? Yeah. Okay. He is there, though. Stefan isn't in number 5. Right, Marco, what are we saying? Is this just because he's playing loads? Because he's good. But I'm not sure he's elite. He, for me... Then again, he does have 2 Mexico caps. He's definitely worth us scouting him again, for sure. I'm convinced this might be one of those guys that's got relatively high CA, but maybe doesn't have the ceiling. So he would have been playing from a really early age. Like he's... then again, that sort of indicates he's not. Yeah. Peter Goetze, obviously, we've known about this guy for a... Well, I say that. We have definitely scouted him in the past. And then Belenench, let me guess, on loan. Yeah, on loan from Porto. On loan from Newcastle at Swansea. Then obviously our own boy, Mr. Greedy Boost. Was that Hey, Jaleel Lawrence. That's a good sign, at least. It shows that Jamal's doing some good stuff there with him. How's he actually looking attribute-wise? I mean, 25 caps for Jamaica at 18 years old. That might be the most caps I've ever seen on a player who's still only 18. And importantly, doesn't even turn 19 for another, like, 2 months. He is very, very good. That's so sick. I think he might be the one that got away. We probably could have got this guy. Because he had a really low release clause. I'm starting to regret that decision. I think there was a few things I didn't like, but I'm starting to think that maybe we should have gone for that guy. Is the goal. I mean, I think it's possible. Oh, there you go. Eric's on the list. That's good. And we have now officially signed him up as well. We've paid the money. So that deal is done. Eric, Armand and Durham will join us this summer. So far, he's been okay. I think part of that was him learning the role. Little bit concerned, but I think I still like what I'm seeing from him, but I definitely want to see more out of him. What else we got? Carlos Lima. He's already at Sporting. 16 years old. He's worth a fortune, but I'm just curious. When you see like a 16-year-old on the next gen list, Crestes' birthday, it's not till August, unfortunately. So he's one of those ones that's going to be a summer signing for sure. Because luckily his value is still basically nothing. So we should be able to just flap £1 million on the table for him and just... even if he's maybe not got the ceiling, he's worth £1 million to find out. He's also going to be Mexican. Who is next year's Endrick? Who do you reckon are going to be like the Endricks of FM26? The ones that aren't yet at big clubs and have actually still got like capability to be signed by realistic players. Only 60. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, you're right. Is Aled Thomas on loan? He is from Neath. Jamal. Might cost a bit. The Kazakh guy. Oh, yes. Then again, he'll just be one of the many guys. Small club Barcelona. Yeah, he plays for the Ecuadorian Barcelona, obviously. Pedro Aya of Seattle Sound. Wow, he's actually quite... He still looks pretty... Wow, he's one of some big sides. San Pedro Cholula. Great name of a place. I don't think I've ever actually seen that written before. I mean, I guess it makes sense. But yeah, he's got American nationality. Green card. Second green card, perhaps. What else we got? We've got... Oh, please. This guy here. Please don't be on loan from, like, PAOK. Okay. This is more like it. Trianos Foynikopoulos. The name is good. He's 18. He's played loads for Aris. This is more like it. These are the kind of players I want to see on the next gen list, not like guys on loan from Newcastle. What about... Is he really? Ruben Loftus-Cheek. That's a name I haven't heard for a while. He was useless at Fulham. Oh, he's at Villa. Shit, that's... I think he's the type of player that I would have probably said no to initially just because of that as a centre-back, but as a full-back, he would have been really good to get. God damn it, man. Samson Spore guy. Crestes on the list. I haven't seen him yet, but he surely will be, right? He was last year, I think. Ilka Atashik. reasonable striker. 16 years old. Actually, never mind. He's 16. Right, we'll scout him again. Hot dog. That's really, really good development for someone who's as young as that. And he's consistent. We don't need another one of these guys, but I'd be curious to know what the actual value of the deal is like. I don't know if he'd even talk to us, right? 16. Yeah, he would cost a fortune. Rightly so. Jose Ramon, who's on loan from Napoli. I thought maybe a guy at Bari would be a really fun one to pick up. You're already at Athletic Club. Another Inter guy here. Walter Delsberger. I picked him up from Sean. Jonty... Amazing. Chat, I'd like to introduce you to Jonty Baldy, who, true to his name, do be indeed having an crew cut. It's Jonty Baldy. This isn't like a nickname or anything, is it? It's from Exmouth. I feel like we've looked at Jonty Baldy before. It's a slur. Oh, amazing. Right, well, that's straight onto the Maymays. Love to see it. Came through in Spain, yeah, but with pure English too. Gary Baldy. He's a cracking player. Amazing. Right, we've got... Oh, that was it for that page. Right, okay. Tremendous. Ooh, oh no, that's Girona. Let me guess on loan from City. He's not, but he's at Girona anyway. Which means he may as well be. Ooh. Okay. Intriguing, because he's from Togo. That's fun. Plays for Las Palmas too, which is, I mean, unfortunately going to make him crazy expensive, but I just like that. Simone Ferri, on loan from Lazio. Oh, imagine if this guy was just genuinely at Oxford United. Yasushi Hirasawa. Yeah, he's absurd. He's like the second coming of Japanese guy from earlier in the save, basically. 14 goals in the championship for Oxford. He's very good. He's already at Nantes. Oh, wow, he's not that good. He's just played low. What was Ferry's price? I suspect the reason his price is so low is because I actually don't know. Definitely worth a scout, though, just in case. Marcin Moralinho of Farense. Wants to play Palace. Might be worth another look. He's what chatter. I think Japanese guy... Maybe I genuinely don't think he improved once after we initially found him. Like, once we'd scouted him that first time, I don't think we saw a single attribute improvement from him. He was just maxed out. Bernard Fushtar. Here we go. Okay. Intriguing, Bernard. Someone that isn't actually at Dinamo for once in... Oh, sorry. I saw a guy at Pushkas Academy. Got very excited, but unfortunately he's on loan. Adam Hall on loan from Man City, of course, naturally. Saudi Antonelli. Good point. Yeah, we haven't seen the standard mid-Saudi yet. Marco Dubka of Holstein Kiel. Okay, that's more... Oh, hello. I like players like this on the right, because that's the kind of... That could be a bit of a worry, but sometimes that can lead me to believe they're going to be those like winger-type dudes, which is exactly what we want there. Right, Scott McCart of Arsenal. Boring. That's our guy, Ryosuke Matsuoka. Jesus, he's worth a lot of money. I think that we did the right thing by selling Santiago Velasquez, because Matsuoka has got good ratings so far, like a 7.01 from a position that historically doesn't always get the best ratings. I'm pleased with what he's offered us so far, and he's got a goal and an assist. I think not. It won't be long before he's better than him anyway. Oh, right, please, please, please. Yes! Polish guy who's at a Polish club. Sylwester Szymanski. I recognise that name, which makes me wonder if he was on this last year as well. Either way, he's played 40 games and it's March. Big fan of him. Kleber we've looked at a few times. I do really like him. He's just always been a little bit too expensive, but there could come a time when he's no longer. Although, unfortunately, he does have the downside of being solely Brazilian. And then, Bastien Garnier. Yeah, I think getting the guy from Lubin is definitely going to be relatively comfortable for us. I'll tell you what. This summer, there's going to be decisions to be made. Because if Eric finishes the season a bit wibbly and we get a massive offer, I'd be tempted to pivot to Bastien Garnier in the summer, sell Eric for like... $70-odd million? Like, if we got insane money for Eric Kilaza and could replace him with someone who's going to do at least the same level of job with... And he's 4 years younger as well. We do need to try Bastion out in the game engine too, because remember, the one thing Eric does have is he does love big matches. He just doesn't have the consistency, and I wonder if that's really affecting him. Yeah, it would be a massive risk, true. But it does feel like there could be a lot of money on the table for Eric. It also depends if there's interest in him. Like, I think maybe the plan would be to not, like, force him out, but entertain offers. Because that'll put us in a strong bargaining position anyway. Hello, Bente. Did you do Parkrun this weekend? Like, frankly, Bastion, he is objectively not as good as Kilaza, especially in some key areas. But he could get there quickly. Like, we just play goalkeeper defend for the time being, I think. And you can see a few areas where Eric, especially like his one-on-ones, his command of area, aerial reach, things that I massively value in our tactic, he does outperform him. His reflexes, though, are worse. Anticipation's better, concentration's better, decisions are better, positioning's better. He's slightly worse physically. Like, it's a lot. But if someone comes along and drops 80 million on the table for Kilaza, at that point, I think that taking a slight hit in quality in the short term might be okay, because I think it would allow us to invest in some players that I wouldn't normally be able to get. Maybe. And take that step a little bit closer. This guy's on loan, unfortunately. Oh, no, he's not. But he's already been... This is a guy from last year that we really like the look of, unfortunately. And no, we wouldn't lose him to AFCON. In crucially there, yeah. 25-47. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. I think I'm going to try and do 25-30 on Saturday. I've got like a week, not a week off of running, but I'm not on a plan this week because obviously I finished my plan last week. So I'm just kind of freeballing it this week. And I want to try and do a park run fast one this weekend. See what we can get to. Kieran Sheehan, on loan from Forest. God damn it. That's the thing. We'd have the money. So this presumably is the guy. I love that he's still £55 a week. Abdul Rahman Jawar. Oh no, Jahar? Jawar? It probably is Jawarish, isn't it? As you have a replacement. It is, but I would need the fee to be like unturned downable, like at least to the very top end of his current range of value. He's got a lot of problems, this dude. Approach the sign. I don't think that would work. Then again, actually, now you say that, yeah, maybe that would work, actually. Ah, nope. I thought it'd be worth anyway, but no, he's not happening. Yeah, no, we literally can't sign him. This is a guy they've already picked up from Antwerp. Antwerp's been good business in real life lately as well. Didn't they just sell a goalie to Man United for like 18 million quid? Yeah, most of the time they do just re-sign them there. Hello? Ooh. Oh, wow, he's really expensive, even though he's playing for Valvik. But still, it's not often you see a player from a club like Valvik on the next gen. Menno Prince.
Hey, I'm looking for some good football manager content. Does anyone here know where I can find some?
Yes, have you tried Tom FM? Have you tried Zealand? You are in the wrong place, my friend. Thank you very much for the tears. It's very, very kind of you. Yeah, we had Youth Intake earlier this month. It was very mid. Nothing to write home about, I suppose. Good name, reasonably good player, and very expensive. But it's just nice to see a player that isn't. I saw that Proudy was back. He actually came up on my recommended, which is so really, really cool to see. One, that he's back, and two, that he's actually being pushed by the platform itself, which is dope. Sam Dunn of Villa, who they picked up from LAFC from Gainesville, Florida. Neil Thompson of Birmingham on loan from Man United. Yeah, of course. DPT, thank you for the 13 months, friend. You're fantastic today. Who's this?
Love NXGN.
Not convinced, but at least he's on here and at least he isn't on loan from someone massive. That makes me feel better. Newcastle have this guy, Jacques Bakayoko, who they got from Strasbourg. Annoying. Ooh. Polish-American here, Piotr Mazurek from Portland Timbers, who was born in Gresham. I think that's Oregon, isn't it? Which makes sense, given that it's Portland. I like that. Ooh, hello. Nestor Mario Arizmendi. That's more like it, albeit forward. But still, these are the kind of players that Next Gen is supposed to be. These are what I want to see. And Mustafa Goulet. Could I get a chorus of sign Mustafa Goulet? Tell you what, actually, 6'3". We know nothing really about him, but the ranges look at least passable. So I definitely am more interested in information about Mustafa Goulet, because then we might actually have to sign Mustafa Goulet. Tell you what, his and he plays for Eyüpspor. It's even better. It's a match made in heaven. Duncan Bennett, a Canadian Chinese, obviously from Toronto. Cool. of Goulet. Lewis Fish plays for Lazio from Chester. Just fun. And lastly, Mads Nora, a Dane. But at least he's still at his main club, I suppose. It's better than nothing. Oh, I just actually twatted the mouse across my desk. GG, Matt. Well done, you. Academia CD. I'm guessing it's this one, Harlan Santiago, right? Yes. Forgive me, this was a little while ago. Wait, is that an Anderlecht badge? Are they affiliated? No. Okay. I like the fact that their home kit isn't even like super Anderlecht coloured per se. But is that just like a straight up Anderlecht badge and not even any changes to it? I haven't seen an Anderlecht rip-off before. They're obviously so far down that they haven't actually got any players, I don't think. No. Do they even have any? No. Oh, I thought that guy's name was actually Mafia. Even Belgian flags. Yeah, in that case, it's just... I was going to say, if it's a bug, you'd have to have the exact same badge pack as me, right? Which obviously is possible, because it's a fairly common thing, but like... Romelu... Lukaku. The head of Hoffenheim these days. He is actually still very, very good. It's not entirely his fault that Union Berlin got completely battered in the finance department. How much debt are they in? I mean, it's not looking good. To be fair, actually, it is looking good. I mean, it's not, but it's better. They're only in £44 million worth of debt now, which, considering they were at nearly £200 million, is a reasonable improvement. It's fine. They've given all of that debt to Hoffenheim, who are in £125 million worth of debt. Right. Also, shout out to Jonah Curtis, a guy that just randomly gendered in as Portsmouth manager and has been dodging it around Europe since then. Or is this their actual badge? It looks a lot less rippy-offy there than it does in my badge pack, I've got to admit. They've kind of at least attempted to change things. Thrown a few Colombian badges in there. Took the purple bit out. He is the angel of debt. Does that mean he's going to rock up at Liverpool any minute now? Because he should be. It's actually wild to me that they're still top of the... They're in £1.2 billion worth of debt. Billion with a B. Top of the league. Don't worry, at the end of the season, the game will just bail them out anyway, and it will go, oh, we just magically wiped out the debt. It's unfortunate, because it would be nice to see weird stuff happen. But their bank balance is negative £500 million. Which is crazy, and they owe a further 700 billion on top of that. It's just deduct 7 points from Everton. I mean, it might work out for them this season, potentially. Spurs might not actually win the title for the first time in a little while as it goes. Fulham's tycoon has not really been tycooning that much, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know. How have they still got a budget of anything? Do you reckon I should just try and sell them Kilaza in the summer? For the Maymays? Not that I need him. Trapped now. Oh, they are, aren't they? Yeah. Mike Walsh. Who the hell is... Who are you? Why am I being told about you? And which shortlist are you... Wait, hang on. Why am I being told about you? You're not on any of my shortlists. From what I can see. Am I following him? No. The game just went, you know what, you really need to know about this guy from Scunthorpe United, and I will not hear no for an answer. Yeah, Spurs basically, for the longest time, were like European only. So they would absolutely dominate European football. I say dominate. They were very, very good. They won back-to-back Champions Leagues here, and also another one there. But they'd never won a Premier League title. They always bottled it. They also got to 3 straight finals here. Lost another one last season. But then, all of a sudden... They just kind of went, actually, no, we're going to stop focusing on the Champions League for a little bit. And since then have won 4 straight Premier League titles. They do have insane sponsorship income. 264 million. Well, Fulham in 4th there. They have a lot of cash. And they do have some incredibly good players in this save. I mean, Liverpool have won 3 straight Champions Leagues, in fairness, which is probably more impressive in a way. Yeah, maybe that's the only thing keeping Liverpool afloat right now, is just winning the Champions League every year. But surely that can't go on forever, right? Are these clauses for us to buy or sell? Speaking of that, have any of those youngsters have got poached from us come through yet? Oh, they have. So we do have a couple of the lads that have come through that we got nicked. So it's Francis Conyard of Auxerre, he doesn't look particularly special. And then Johan Berger of Auxerre, although that might have been a while ago, actually. He's pretty naff as well. Liverpool and sponsorship. You're right, they weren't in the top 4, were they? It seems to come with the tycoon teams. You know, that's why Fulham was so far up there as well. Liverpool and the sponsorship income were 6th, 134 million, which is about fine. You should have seen what Napoli's one was. When Napoli had the stupid money, it might still be high actually, just because it probably hasn't expired yet. But when Napoli were rocking ridiculous money, their sponsorship income was... Oh my God, look at that. Napoli's sponsorship income has dropped to 60 million. Theirs was like 400 million at one point. That's intriguing. So is Lazio, actually. Lazio were getting like 200 million in sponsorship income as well. So they just completely pulled the plug on them. Benevento, how much are they getting? 4.1 million. And yet, 11th in the table. Just crushing it. Up the Vento. I think it is one of the ways that the game does try to sort of show other teams are kind of getting involved. Like, when they get a tycoon, their sponsorship income goes through the roof because they're all doing, like, the Mappe thing. Liverpool's was 87 million, I think. Or was it 134? It wasn't... They were, like, 6th highest. Mbala, how's he getting on this year? 5 goals, 9 assists. I mean, he is still... Oh my God. Elite. The fact that he became this quick... I didn't think he'd get there, but my God, would he be a good player. How are they passing FFP? I do not know. A Slav slot free? We might have the odd coaching one free, but it's marginal gains aren't going to make that much difference right now. I don't think we did have actually no, we did have a coaching slot, but we filled it. I think we just took didn't we put Dick Monster in that slot? What a sentence that is to say out loud. Yeah, FM kind of just... The FFP stuff is a little bit fucky. I'd like to think that the system is going to be a bit more fleshed out in 26, potentially. What are we up to with staff? We actually do have one scout slot available, in fairness. Which does beg the question of a certain type of men. Perhaps they of the cartographic proclivity. Honestly, I'd love it if they had the ability to go out of business. Not because I want to see that, but just because it's realistic and does happen in real life. European International... Oh, how many caps have you got these days, bud? 43 caps. This man came through our own youth intake. And I just find there's something really quite exciting about the fact that he might be the best player I've ever had actually personally come through a youth intake at the club I'm managing. He, considering he's only 22 still and probably has more room to grow, maybe. Exactly. I don't think without us he progresses in the way that he has, personally. Because he would not have got that level of football exposed to him so early if he was going to be anywhere else. Pretty much. Streamer immediately banned from Twitch. We all knew it was coming. How many games have we actually got left? Is it like 7? 7. Okay, that's fine. Wow, we're really far off the league title, aren't we? The fact that PSG have only just ticked over into double-digit goals conceded is horrifying. We've actually scored nearly as many goals as PSG have, though, which is a really good sign. If we just keep working on the defensive setup, we could start to bridge that gap. We're not going to probably... I would really... Even if we don't win the Champions League, I would really like to try and win a Liga. Didn't he just... Oh, that was his first goal. Oh, shit, he got one as well. Okay, everyone's getting caps in this window. New Mexican star wants new deal. Good for you, buddy. New Mali star. Oh, okay, your contract. What is Kevin's actual name? Gripu scored his first goal for Norway now? Christ, who's getting wage rises this time? Yurikov up to 9k. Velasquez up to 20k. Samabali off to basically nothing. Okay, let me just check the wages. Yes, I thought that might have happened. Just need to be careful of that. We have got a lot. It's good signs. Like, that we're actually triggering stuff like that. Because it means these players are good enough to get in those national teams. But it's going to cost us a little bit in the meantime, you know? Which is just, full name is just Kevin. Parents are like, nah. That's true, yeah. And he certainly wouldn't still be at Tenerife, which is crucial. Because that would be wild. Oh, God. Kevin Santos Lopez de Macedo. Oh, fair enough. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Juan Antonio. I assume he was one of the random Spanish guys we took a punt on early on. By the 3-year option in the face. The problem we've got is that some of them I've still got such long contracts now that it would make more sense for us to just leave them on the current deals. Like with someone like Nagalo, for example, we can't extend his deal pretty much because he wants too much money, but I was able to do it with Shasley. So for some reason, Shasley only wanted 46k a week as a brand new contract. So I was happy to do that because we had the money available, and we now can start staggering our wage budget up a little bit because we're going to have more cash. And in addition to that, I want to be able to be in a position where some of our first teamers are earning more now, because it'll make it easier for us to slot in players in the future without breaking the wage structure. Like, I could see us signing players this summer probably on 50k a week. Okay, UI changes in F26. The thing is, we don't really know what the UI changes were going to be per se, because we never got to see the game. So it's almost like it's hard to have a reference point for it, right? We never got to play the game, so we won't know how like fundamentally different 26 will be from 25. And honestly, if it's just a good game that's like intuitive, it has to be intuitive. It has to have a nice flow. What was your? I mean, obviously, again, like I said, I didn't dissect these articles in too much depth. But what was your biggest takeaway? Those of you that have read them, about like what you can glean and learn about potentially the new game from those articles. God, what a season for Binder! 16 goals, 15 assists. That's mental. It's not Thiago Enrique, but he might get to 20 in both potentially. Docent Fever, thank you for the 21.
Hello, sexy internet man.
Hello.
Have you thought about playing FM26 in 2D, just for retro feeling? Big love to all.
Can you imagine that? Like, brand new game engine, and I'm just like, nope, I refuse. I will be playing in 1D. Thank you very much. TN Guga, thank you for the follow. 3 boxes of information apparently really confusing. Apparently it's been scrapped. Oh, okay. That does sound like it would have been super confusing, in fairness. I just don't know why they would get rid of the inbox, honestly. Text only, yeah, true. Oh, for sure. I mean, this is what I've been saying the whole time, that if they released a game that was complete piece of shit, it would have probably done even more damage to their long-term legacy than the cancellation has done, right? Which is one of the reasons I think actually we're going to be in for a genuinely phenomenal game this year, which is exciting. Or at the very least, a game that is really good and you can see the roadmap for how it can get even better now that it's got the platform to be building on, which I think is really cool. Hey, Nice not only scored 4 goals, but got a point. That's a 2D. Hey, but at least you'll have the option. Or will you? Imagine there's no 2D match engine or something in it and you have to play in 3D. Then just trying to convert the code over there. It's just, without us really knowing the ins and outs of what's going on there, it's just impossible to say what could have been done differently, right? Without the full raft of information, which things we'll just never know. I'm cautiously optimistic too. I think I kind of have to be, right? Because if nothing else, regardless of it, the hype around the game this year is going to be like nothing we've ever seen before. 1, because of all the obvious things, but 2, because of the 2-year delay as well. Yeah. Use your data later. Yeah. I don't see any reason why it won't be the normal exact time. Forgot about bug fixing. Yeah, that would be... I mean, to be fair, given some of the things that were in previous games, I don't think that's unique to FM25. In fairness, Monaco dropped more points. They're just handing us Champions League at this point. You could play it in VR, so you actually have to like look through the manager's eyes. Large amounts of doubt. Oh, really? What causes that then? Only instant result. To be fair, I'm just happy to be instant result if there is. Praying for there to be instant result. Obviously, we'll find ways around it if there isn't, but my lord. Shazzy needs a resty rest, so we'll have that. We'll allow it. We'll let it happen. Drop you out entirely there, Shaz Monster. Carapichi's back anyway. Who else? I probably should have put Shehu on the bench, really, shouldn't I? But I might do that instead of my boy Nikolic. Holiday button removed. Yeah, imagine that. They remove the holiday button anywhere to instant result games, and an entire side of the FM content space is completely screwed. That'd be good. That'd be quite funny. It would never happen, obviously, because things like just being on a holiday in the game is quite an important feature regardless. Gerbil is brilliant. I mean, we're never going to be able to sign him, but he has done solid work for us so far. 6 assists. That's actually a really good number. It shows you that getting the right player in this position is going to be really, really crucial for us. And perhaps we've at least got, like, what we want is basically him, but a lighter version of him in the window if we can find someone. And we've bought ourselves the time to get him, because obviously we can't realistically get him ourselves. But a guy that's like the same kind of archetype, perhaps, is what we could maybe get in the summer. Play for the Marshlands, imagine. Oh, shit. Has Killar's rating even improved? Not sure. Get you off the bench. The VR, I mean, I think VR makes me feel unwell no matter what I'm doing with it. So that's something every time I've played VR, it's just made me feel sick. But maybe that's just because my brain and inner ear are not cut out for VR, it would seem. I think there's probably going to be a lot of pressure from outside forces to make sure the instant result is there natively this time. I'd really hope it is. Biggest coup in the say, I don't know. I think we've done better business because, like, at the end of the day, he is costing us a fortune to have for 6 months, but I think it was well worth the deal. And I think if we don't sign him, we're in much more trouble because obviously with not having Ruggieri, I just needed to paper over the cracks for 6 months. Someone's got to do it. It won't be me. My plan pretty much when we get that is to start with the guide stuff straight away, because the one thing I'm really looking for, I've said this before, but it's true, is I'm really looking forward to discovering all the new scouting methods, because it's a brand new everything, right? So everything will have to be, the best practices aren't already really known between game cycles, right? It's brand new everything, and I think that's really exciting to me, and I'm really looking forward to discovering that and getting to create content around that, as well as all the other guides that I like to build. And I will finally get around to doing the come on now, the how I build tactics video. I might actually prioritize that early on, frankly, because it doesn't matter what the game engine or anything is like, that will still apply. I'll just have to figure out, because it's logic I used. Oh, come on, Felix. Rather than like a insert this here, X thing works, right? How to find the youth team. There you go. First thing sorted. 1000%, yeah, that's the one. But you need to have in brackets gone sexual, obviously. I'm just looking forward to getting back onto a more normal content production cycle, I guess. I'm just excited about that. Just to be able to like be able to call myself a YouTuber again is going to be nice. It's unchanged. Imagine if Team Report... it's funny, actually, Pog and I were down in town on Saturday. Was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday, actually, after the half marathon, and someone came up to me and goes, "Are you SecondYellowCard?" I was like, "Yes." And he was just literally saying that the Team Report thing was just an absolute game changer. And I think it's just one of those things that we sort of stumbled upon. Because remember, we're not even using that feature as it's, in theory, supposed to be used, which I think are always the best little tips when you misuse things. That's always my favourite type of feature. It's just misusing things that the game has no intention of you actually doing that with. Yeah, you're right, A-Bomb. Which, if anything, makes you want to put it in there more. Pog's manager, no. It was just a local fella who recognised me, which was very nice and was very lovely about it. Yeah, oh yeah. All the things that you and I are going to break, it's going to be tremendous. Habila, all gone. It's 2-0 already, and Frederick Habila, lovely, lovely bit of play. I'm just excited for it, basically. Well, this is the thing, right? Because it's brand new and there's a lot of things that they simply would not have been able to test to the level that is going to be required to make that work. There's going to be more gaps that we can slide crazy shit through, basically. That's my logic to it. Boom, boom. Thank you for the follow. And that excites me a lot. There's going to be so many different things that we can exploit for fun and to create crazy nonsense. And I can't wait to see what crazy nonsense we come up with, because it's going to be so damn cool. Good save, Eric. Well done, lad. Hello, Athos. How's it going, man? Hello, Pog. You okay? You on lunch now?
No, not yet.
Not on yet?
No.
How's it going?
My brain hurts.
Brain hurts? What you been doing? GDPR? FOIA?
A lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff? Good. That's good, though. You're working. Are you working hard or hardly working? For me, it's always the second one. Because I'm a dosser. Oh, it's in. It's 3. It's Pog. It was brilliant because Pog was obviously technically unemployed on Friday evening, Saturday and Sunday. So I spent the entire weekend basically just criticizing her for not pulling her weight and like calling her a dosser. It's brilliant. That's a great finish actually from Rosic. Pre-game editor, there's just no way there isn't going to be a pre-game editor. In fact, I'd be amazed if it looks any different, frankly. Well, I know, life of leisure with her millionaire streamer partner. Crazy. Manager customization. Honestly, if there was 0, I wouldn't care, but I realise that they do need to have stuff like that in the game. I just hope that there's not too much time put into it. Or rather, if there is, that's fine, but please don't release that as a headline feature. Like, do you remember when one of the features was your manager can wear a watch? I don't give a fuck. Like, that is never a feature in any way. That's some sprites. Choose my manager's socks. Good. Do you have 2 hats on my manager? Manager face cap. They did that already. It was just as bad as you'd imagine it to be. I want like the 2K ones. Ooh, well played. Okay, we're just casually 3-0 up here. I'm very impressed with the lads. Haven't had a Greek boost goal yet, though, which is a little disappointing. But we have got Darko Resic for the... Ooh. Wow, he has square feet, doesn't he? She's got a hat. True. I have a hat, too. It's a silly goose on it. If I can't put that in the game, I'm not buying it. She's the breadwinner. Equivalent to... The man-wife equivalent to pottery. This is actually my kiln in the background. Resic does that a lot, doesn't he? He do be missing an awful lot of chances like that. Oh, that's... We really do have a lot of these games where we just pop off for seemingly no reason. Albeit, Stanford not a brilliant side, but at this rate, I mean, we'd go 14 points clear of Monaco in 5th. And more importantly, 12 clear of Marseille in 4th. That's the really important one. Still looks 47. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hope that with the change to Unity, we'll hopefully see more aging on the regens. I know it does technically happen in the game as it is, but it's really hard to spot. You just hope that there's just a little bit more there. I'd put Nagalo there, perhaps. Throw Carapici on there and just whip that around a little bit. Save the other subby just in case. Nice, yeah, Nice having 17 points feels like an absolute travesty, especially as they could still catch up with someone else, which would be crazy. Change his profile pic to region. Ah, that's how you know. If that happens midweek, that's like oh, that's it's Vinko Pajic as well. Our former player. You hate to see it. But at the moment, I'm just building up a list of like... I mean, obviously, several videos that Hadrian and I have kind of already planned using things from like 24 that hopefully we can transport straight into 26 rather anyway. Because I just thought that I could do them now, but I think they'd be more fun to do on the new game. We're very good at... I wonder how much we've actually overperformed our XG this season, because it feels like a lot. Reskin hasn't... Yeah, I don't think there'll be any issues with there not being an editor or anything like that. That's a nice pass, actually. Go on, one for Greek boost now. Oh, so many runners left and right. Here we go. Carapici drops it across, and it's actually really bad play. Just incredibly bad. Oh, he scored anyway. Abdoulaye Nagalo makes it 4. You'll love to see it. New engine. Yeah, I still don't know how close you're going to be able to see to the players because of the licensing situations, right? Because the way licenses work are really strange. So they'll have licenses to certain things, but they won't be able to have like close-up stuff, I don't think, in the engine. So they're not going to look like they do in FC, for example. Crazy Short Manager. So basically, do you remember the Crazy Short Manager? The reason that happened was because I was just dicking about using the manager thingy and made my manager the shortest possible for one of my setups when I was just like loading the game initially. And then I forgot that the Matt SYC manager avatar is like 4'9" or whatever in the game. And the game doesn't really know how to handle it below a certain point. So when I came to do the... I can't remember what it was. There was some video I had to do where I had to like recreate that celebration. And you could just see my manager on the such line who was minuscule. It was brilliant. Scouts use Twitch slightly. Probably, yeah. Redefining coming soon. I think this week. Ideally... No, I just think this week we'll hear something. Last time it was Wednesday, so maybe this Wednesday, maybe this Friday, maybe this Thursday. I don't know. One of those days. Either way, I'm going to be ready to make a TikTok or something about it. Trophy celebration is more like a mascot. Yeah, he was like absolutely tiny, and it's brilliant because when he's holding the trophy, like it's practically still on the floor. It's great. If you're the manager, why can't I suddenly look down and see my... Oh, that's another save. Had that top. Which top? We just run it straight out of play. Well done, Nicholas. Got to kill time. That would be so funny, actually, if it genital slider on my manager. I want my manager to be smooth like Ken. It's the only way. The VAR top. It is a bit, isn't it? How are they back in this game? That's wild. I bought it on Vintage for like £4. It's like my favourite jumper lately. It's like I just really like the colour scheme on it. Pog and I are basically planning to catalogue all the clothes we don't want and basically just sell a shitload of them on Vinted, because most of my clothes don't fit me anymore and I really need to sort that out. Plus I can use some of the Vinted sales there to try and put that towards the new PC as well. So all in all, we're moving in the right direction with it, which is awesome. Elective neutral. Yeah, but Team Reports are just getting really confused at that point. No, it's a Vans VAR. Imagine that they sell VAR merch. Oh, you worn underwear. Oh, I mean, I can do both. It's not all going on Vinted, Rob. Elbow big offside, maybe. Semi-automated, isn't it? Cats can have be found on the pitch. Yep. Or a chicken on the pitch, like that time at Blackburn and that. Just get your shoulder moving your pillows. Is that a common thing? You said that so casually, like maybe your shoulder just has a habit of popping out. Or you're just grinning and bearing. How have we only won that 4-3? I mean, in the end, it's actually not even that big of a deal because they weren't even that bad. But like, lordy lord, we kind of threw that away. VAR. Well, then someone comes around and takes it back off you. You celebrate the fact that your merch has arrived, and then the postie comes back and goes, actually, no, this delivery has been disallowed, I'm afraid. From a careless tackle at the delivery office. Right, we will... No, what am I yelling at the team? We won the game. A bit harsh if I'm yelling after a win. I kind of want it too, DPT. Now that you've said that, I do kind of want some. Any more drop points around us? No, Marseille actually got a dub, but it was at least against Reims, so that's okay. My name on the back. Only if your name is just checking. Well, that's more a Ferrari pit box, isn't it? Can be Salisbury. He'll never work again, and nor should he. Like, if I didn't know better, I would just be like, you're just trying to disallow a goal at this point. I mean, the VAR rectangle, 100%. It's very big fish, little fish cardboard box, isn't it? Paris lose. It's a shame what's happened to Paris FC here. They really have ballsed it. Why is that, Hayden? Because I know some people are actually quite prone to just like joint dislocation to the point where, and I do find this crazy that they're just like, ah, shit, my ankle's just popped out 1 second, and then like crack it back in again, and it's just like completely fine. Is that because they've got like longer ligaments or something, or they've just done it so many times that it no longer damages it in the same way it would do a normal, I guess, legged person? Normal legged person. There you go, chap. Looks like they're going to win the league at least. Ligament weakness. I see. I thought it might be something like, what's it called? Like connective tissue disorder, like Ehlers-Danlos, is it? Yeah, to be fair, I have hypermobility in a lot of parts of my body as well, which is one of the reasons I think actually I get back pain when I'm standing up like this, because I have to stand in very specific ways, which is why I do the flamingo thing, and apparently that's quite common in people that are hypermobile. Ehlers-Danlos. Yeah, apparently there's a really weird like comorbidity between Ehlers-Danlos and ADHD, which is crazy. And just doesn't make any sense to me. A normal-legged person. Yeah, I've never had the joints come out. It's more of a like... My joints bend in weird ways. Like my thumb can bend all the way around the back of my hand. And it's... I was taking a piss out of school a lot with that. Remove 3D... See, I've always wanted to do stuff like that. Maybe I'll do that for the shorts platforms. Straight from an injury. I feel like this might also be why my ankles are... I tend to like... I think it's called like overpronate. Like always sort of roll when I'm running. I feel like I'm quite prone to ankle injuries. Look at how our joints work. True. It's just a bendy thumb. Fuck. What are you? My entire PE class? How dare you? Newcastle-Napoli. The Battle of the Ends. I'm sort of... This is the thing, like, I'm flexible, but only in like the joints themselves. Like, I still have quite, like, for example, my hip flexors are like insanely tight from all those years of sitting down. They're better now because obviously I work standing up most of the time, but it used to be really, really bad. I guess if I had a choice between being inflexible or flexible, I think I'd rather be flexible, but it does seem to cause problems later in life, right? Are Tenerife still doing bitsies? Oh, they've 100% won that. They're 11 points clear of Barcelona. That's an insane season. How many games have they lost? 3. All year they've lost 3. Shout out to Sevilla, who've drawn every game, apparently. Flammable or inflammable? No, you can't trick me. That means the same thing. Wait, does it? I forget. Don't they both mean the same thing? Or is that another one where both words that are supposed to sound like the opposite of each other both mean the same thing? Gianluca Honorato is just having a lovely time right now. Big fan. Rescue a -3. Damn, that is actually quite fair enough. Jesus Christ, babe. They say you're supposed to see a doctor about that. Nasty muscle strain instead. Wow. Why did that go twice? I've no idea why that command just triggered twice there. I'm trying to work out. I'm trying to move all of our commands over to being part of StreamerBot instead of being using Nightbot now. Nasty muscle strain is still not ideal though. I'm actually, here it comes. Do not mean the same thing. There you go. I think it's because there's like an hour and 15-minute timer on them as well. I think that was just pure coincidence that someone actually triggered it. That guy for spam, I know. How dare he? I suppose this has now been the perfect time to bring this up, really. But yes, as you can see from the thingy in the title, the exclamation point club, and the timer that comes on occasionally, I am sort of partnering a little bit with this fantasy football game called Club. It's incredibly fun. I don't really take on sponsors much for the stream for the most part, as you know, unless it's a company I actually like working with and believe in the product or the service in some way, and I really, really like it. I think it's sick, and it'd be awesome if you guys sign up and joined our league on there. That would be really cool. It's also one of the things that's going to help us potentially get the computer for FM26. So yeah, there you go. That is my pitch to you. It's very fun. A linguini problem. It could be a linguini problem, yes. Right, Montpellier. Wait, wow. Do we have any more tough games this season, or are we just going to walk it all the way in? Be in the game? Potentially. It depends on how well things go with it, basically. My current specs. It's not so much that the only thing that really lets this computer down is the graphics card, because it's a 970 from quite a long time ago. The issue is, though, while I could upgrade that, the rest of the PC would basically have to be upgraded in order to facilitate it, because the PSU is not strong enough to power anything really beyond what it's currently got, and the motherboard would also need to be switched out, and at that point you're almost replacing the entire PC anyway. A jiggly... I think I had one of those on Pokemon, Hayden. Not available in your country. Really? That's surprising. Losing my street cred. Looking to spend. I don't know exactly. I might talk to Nerdphonic about this kind of thing, because he's just a genius. My plan is basically to talk to Nerdphonic and get it specced out, and then try and see if I can get it through someone like PC Specialist, so I can get like 0% finance on it. That way I'm not having to foot the bill up front for the PC and can pay it monthly. And then hopefully look at it as an investment into hopefully what I'm going to be able to earn in 26, when in theory I might even be a functioning human being. Well, not completely. I'm not crazy. Just kidding. Stuck in my head. Don't make me say Sublime a few times more. But yeah, so the link should take you to the thing where you can download it. I believe it is on Android and iPhone. I don't believe it actually puts you straight into our league, but don't worry, if you click the link again, it should let that happen. And also there's a code in the Discord. The other thing is we have a Discord channel specifically about Club, because the devs of the game actually also want feedback from the users, because they want to try to make it better. They're working on some really cool stuff with it, but people playing the game is the best way they're going to actually get that information. So anything you put in there, I can relay that back to them and help improve the game as well, which I just think is kind of cool. Underline, it does. Like Newcastle, right? Or Ashton, for example. Yes, I think it might be... Is it like the Netherlands where they're not allowed to have things like that? Even though there's no... I'll tell you what it is. It's because the way that you get players in Club is every couple of hours, Manny gives you a player, but it's like based on chance. So you can't just like...
I can help you buy your new PC. Dibs on the R of the RGB.
I'm afraid the best I can do is G, Hanger on. Thank you so much, though. That is insanely kind of you. I really do appreciate that. I really, really do. But, like, yeah, I'm very, very thankful. So I don't have it. Hello. Camera fund? I'm going to be working with Fanatical again. I don't have it sorted yet, but they have been in touch and we're going through the process of sorting it all out. They basically asked me, like, what sort of, do you need any, like, graphics that we can make for you, like banner sizes for Twitch potentially, and I was giving them all the information about that sort of stuff, so they should be working on that soon. Apparently they're also sending me some little gifts, which would be kind of cool. Little low too far. Yes, I agree, Inferno, and that's one of the points I actually brought up to them as well. Obviously it can be increased, but I feel like it maybe increases a little too slowly for the players you get. But I suppose that's to encourage you to use the loan market a little bit, which I have done. I actually do think it's quite cool. But also, I actually packed Sandro Tonali this morning on it. Which I just got my random player when I woke up and boom, it was just Sandro Tonali. The other thing I like about it is if you do get players that you can't use, you can just cash them in and take a load of money for them, which I like, because otherwise you're just wasting it. So I actually do like that as well. Yeah, the camera's like, let me join in. Schubert wants to go on loan. Buddy, I will help you do that. Oh, right, I really want to see this. I love it when people have got their best youth intakes. Let's have a look. How does he rank? Mehdi Halaima. Good lord. Yeah, he's absolute filth. Petrovic's clean sheet. So, this is the other thing that I like about Club, that I actually prefer to FPL. Players are judged on more metrics, and therefore each one can earn you more or also negative less points than the other way. So there's bigger, wilder swings in terms of things that happen in matches, and I think it means more players are actually usable. I know they've changed some stuff in FPL to try and help with that, but the Club for me does that actually genuinely better. And so I was absolutely dominating my head-to-head matchup this week, like 100 points clear of this other guy, because there's these head-to-head games as well as being like the individual league for us and that. And then because of Palace, Henderson got a clean sheet and Ismail Assar scored, who were both in his team. He got 48 points from those two and damn near beat me in the end. He's ridiculously good. I love that as well. French international. Only 75 grand a week as well. Really good. Impressive on the wage budget too. Love to see it. November region. That might well happen, unfortunately, due to the fact that the way that you get the players is not because it's gambling. You're not actually like putting money into or anything like that. It's just the way that it hands out the cards, I suspect. So forgive me for that. Oh, dearie me. Also, if you're a Voddy and you're watching this and want to help out as well and get involved, and genuinely, because it is a good game, I will put a link in the VOD description as well. And obviously the Discord, you'll be able to find it in there as well. So yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for hearing me out and being okay with me taking on partners like this. It's because it is chance-based, yeah. So basically, the more you upgrade Manny, it shifts the window of the players that you can get each time it does it. So the first time it's like worse players, and obviously the more you upgrade him, the better you get. Hence why I was getting Tonali this morning. But that is the reason. Other metrics don't fit to an extent. Exactly, yeah. Thank you, William. That's very kind, friend. I should have a player soon, actually. Let me see if I've actually... I might actually have one right now. I had like an hour left on it earlier. Yeah, I do. As of literally 2 minutes ago. This is convenient. Let's see. And it literally is just that. I actually quite like that animation too. Ah, fuck. It's one of the worst ones, but that's fine. West Ham. Full crook. The other cool thing is as well, because they're done on contracts, if you pack the same player again, you just double up their contract, so you get to keep them for even longer. Probably just reject that one. That's actually one of the worst ones I've got for ages. I know, Hanger On, I know. That's the problem. That's the problem with me. Always exploiting my viewers. Always running ads on my streams. Always doing 10-minute sponsored slots on all of my videos. It's just, yeah. That was the exact thing, Jade, right? When I heard about this initially, I was worried that per day, so you don't have to pay for any of them at all. So there isn't, I mean, you can sort of do that, but it's not really, mechanics not really designed that way. It's every 3 hours, basically, you get one. But you can speed it up if you just watch like a 30-second ad. That's how it's supported, basically. So you can actually get as many as you like per day in theory. But yeah, so one of the things I was worried about was I didn't want it to be like NFT based or based on some like crypto backend or anything like that. I wanted it to just be a fun game that doesn't have that element of things involved in it. So this is one of the things that I was like quite keen to clear up before I got involved, was that exact factor. So yeah, it doesn't have any of that sort of stuff attached to it. It's just sort of like a fun FPL type game, basically. Which suits me fine because I'm back into FPL this season anyway, even though I'm bad. I'm actually second bottom in the Creator League, which is great. And I think I'm like 140th out of 160 in our league. Always teaching CPR, I know, bastard. How many of you actually did do the CPR course from the British Heart Foundation when we did that sponsorship? Because I realised that I don't even have to keep that in my bio anymore, but I just kind of want to. I think So Rare have some quite big influences involved in it. Oh, I'm terrible at FPL. This year I'm proper like vibing it and not like trying to like try hard it too much. And I'm having way more fun with it, even though I'm really bad. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. That's the copium, if you like. Yeah, but do be sure to get your SYC coin. I'll do the old rug pull for you. Worry not. That rug is going nowhere. It is. I will be removing it immediately. We don't need Shehi on the bench anymore, do we? I don't even use the FPL app. I use something called Fantasy Football Manager. Just because I find that the FPL app is appalling to use in general. Third, holy shit. Someone in our league, I can't remember who's top of our league right now, but they have like the last time I checked, they had like a 10-point lead, which in a league with like 170 people in is actually quite impressive. Yeah, I'm just considering getting rid of Haaland for my fantasy team because he's so expensive. And maybe trying to reinvest that elsewhere into like more points overall. Even though Holland did actually get some points from me the weekend. But like the other thing about him is everybody's got him as well. So there's almost no like advantage to having him anyway. It's more of a kind of disadvantage for not having him when he does do stuff. But you don't gain anything really when he does because everyone else has him as well. It's the same with Salah a lot of the time. Right. Do I? Oh no, I can't bring him back in yet, can I? Right, Montpellier away. Oh, they've got an American up front. And a Honduran keeper from Compton. He's literally straight out of Compton. Amazing. Not even really. Damn. Okay, fair. I think the player I've packed the most is Jed Spence, which is actually fine because I actually have him in my team, and it means he's got like 7 weeks of contracts on him. Now's also the perfect time to get involved because there's a 12-day gap now between the next match day, which means you actually have plenty of time to build squads for it. One thing they are planning on bringing in is more stuff outside of the match week as well during the week, which is good because he does need that as well. Hello, Pog. How's it going? Switch to Isaac anyway. True, yeah. How's it going? How's work life in the big city? Headache. Have you drunk enough water?
No.
Chat, tell her. She doesn't listen to me. Please immediately spam her and tell her to... Please look, no, even the camera's disappointed in you. Just fill the chat with something to do with water right now. That'll do, yep. What I need is like a hydrate command that just fills the screen with water. How are the rivers? Wet?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah. Good to know. And you join my league. So either you could click the link again, or there is a code, which is in the Discord, but I can put it in chat as well, that you can type it on the join league button. I'll get that for you as well. I need to find a better way to do that. Oh, hang on. Where is it? Pog, do you have the code for the league? Pog's been bloody loving it.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I quite like it.
And that's saying something. Jonathan Floodgate. There you go. Water-based player puns, chat. Go. It's not even a whiz quiz. I'm just here for it. If you do...
putting it in the chat?
Yeah, put it in the Twitch chat. If you do exclamation mark FPL, Hadrian, it should have the code in there as well, I think, or the auto-join link for our FPL league too. Tom Puddlestone? Yeah, the code for the league is that one, the one that actually starts with FFM, which I think is really cool. And then the FPL one, that should be the auto link, so you should be okay. Oh, no, come on. He's in water hazard. Good. Rain Rooney? Oxbow Lake, of course. Everyone loves an Oxbow. H2O. Ooh. Danny Drink. What's that man up to these days? Jibril Season. Okay.
I don't know how long a break we get.
I don't know.
I'm assuming it's
Well, you're working from home, so it's tough to even know.
I know.
Like, but as long as you're getting the training done. No, that's fine. Pog, I know that you've not really done the whole working from home thing, right? The crucial thing with working from home is to prioritize your... What is my camera doing, bro? Is to divide your day up into like things that you stick to. Because then otherwise you'll end up working all the way through it. And I'm dreadful for this, obviously.
I need something to eat and I don't need another coffee.
That's fine. Go to town or something. Not for selfish reasons, I understand. Torre and Flow. Oh, come on, camera! I can't believe this. The gall of the camera to start being a twat right now. I will not stand for it. Great header from Shazly.
Why is it doing it, though?
Why is it doing it? It's basically because I think my dummy battery... I think the connection is a little bit fucky to the dummy battery. Okay. But I'm not entirely sure which part of it is dodgy, so I might just have to get a new dummy battery. Problem is, this was the only one I've ever found that actually worked well, and as far as I know, they don't sell it on Amazon anymore. Which is frustrating. But we'll figure it out. One thing at a time, eh? What a save! Call me Tom Scott, because I'm in random places. Enjoy. Can I have a coffee as well, Pog? Thank you. Love you. Yeah, the camera was just like, you're about to see a webcam, my friend. Deadly sparkling. Oh, dear. We're doing really badly against a relatively bad team. I still think Grita Boost might be a little low on the consistency at the moment, just because he's so young. But then Nagalo's also had early season Nagalo vibes too, which is really not helping. I'd really like second. I don't want to bottle second here. The webcam probably doesn't even work. Let's have a look. No. I don't know where the webcam is on this list. Is that it? I genuinely don't know. Didier Drogba. Oh dear. Thankfully the camera itself is absolutely fine. It's just the powered setup for it that needs to be... It probably doesn't help that with the standing desk, the moving around is obviously pulling on the wires a little bit sometimes, but it would probably be the same problem if I was sat down, because the desk could be wobbling. Wait, do you remember how wobbly my desk used to be when I used to do sit down streams? Can you imagine what that was doing to all the connections? Splashly cool. Okay. We're crap in this first half, and I am annoyed about that, and I've been making my feelings known. I mean, that's just his name, but you're right. Hi, lads. This is literally just me telling them to do something, but it would be so sick if you could have, like, a shot. Okay, that's it. I've had enough of them. Stefan, this is the first time I'm disappointed in you to this level, but that's okay. We're going to get Rezic on. We're going to get Fetter on. Do you know what? I'm running all the changes. All four of you. Completely new front line. Let's go. On a slosh. Good. Literally, I think it was the first one, Hadrian. Nile Ranger. That's good. Wasn't he in Baller League this year? I say that as someone who didn't partake in any of that watching. I think I watched like one video of it and went, not for me. But that's okay. I don't think I'm the target audience. And it's now 2-0. Speaking of Grealish, that seems to be a bloody match made in heaven. Has he already got 4 assists for Everton? And it looks like every game he's just going to be doing that. Everton actually look really good again. Suarez. We've been so bad. I might genuinely whack it on attacking here, because this is embarrassing from us. Yeah, City... I just wonder if the fear has gone from everyone just to the way that they were last season. And like they even lost the Rodri record. But then like... It's been such a long time since he played. I don't know. It's weird. They still seem very beatable. Is he? I love that. You see those like random, usually just trashy Instagram posts. It's like Danny Drinkwater became a builder. It's like, well, I guess so, but not really, though, is he? Well, that's a ball. Go on, drop it into the channel. Oh, look at that. He's doing tricks. Go on, lad. John Weekly. So basically, there's a code. There's Carapici and it's well tackled. Pog did put it in the chat earlier. Let me just load Discord. I should be able to find it from there. It is in the Discord. Well, I need to put the code in the command as well. I set this up yesterday. I wasn't entirely sure. That's the one, yeah. I was just trying to find the right balance between like being a good like creator partner but not being spammy, you know. A Rodri merchant. Do you know what? We actually created some stuff towards the end of that game. Ballsed it up massively, but the lads that came off the bench, with the exception of Carapici, actually did all right. Marcus Splashford. Stuart Drowning. We would never want that. Pog will rescue you if that ever happens. That was genuinely just really bad, and there's no excuse for a performance that poor. Shane Longshore Drift. It might take a little while to come up, but I mean, I can look on my phone right now. Well, to be fair, I won't. I'll just see your team names in fairness, but... let's see, leagues. Oh, Jesus Christ. Bloody hell. Wasn't expecting that many of you to join it. Thank you, chat. That is very, very nice of you. Bloody hell. I thought we'd get like a couple of people, but that's awesome. Should be full of wins. Do you know what? Up until this exact point, Jose, yes. And I'm blaming you. I'm not blaming you, obviously. I would never blame you. How's it going, friend? How was your weekend? Hurling try. I weirdly like that. I don't know why. What a tune this is. Weirdly, I can't think of this song and not think of the movie Perks of Being a Wallflower for some reason. Speaking of films that are based on books, Matt's Book Club. I finished a book. In fact, I finished 2 books, but one of them's a rom-com, so you probably won't care about that. But I read a book by Frida McFadden, I think her name is, and it's called The Teacher. It's a thriller book. Solid, kind of twisty. Didn't mind. Would recommend. And now I'm reading a book by David Nichols, who I believe is the guy that wrote that show One Day, which was turned into that really bad film with Anne Hathaway, and then a much better Netflix show. He's the same guy that wrote that, and it's really, really good. It's called like You Are Here. Just good stuff. Just nice to be back reading again. Let's see, heading to the derby. Are they really? And of course, Fulham are in the relegation zone right now. Most of our losses have come to the referee. He's got one over on us this year. How's Morel getting on? 1 goal. I like this because he's just as shit out on loan at Vitesse as he was here. And in a way, I think that means we're justified in trying to get some money for him in the summer. We've already qualified for the... Jesus Christ. Oh, for those asking about the youth intake, this was the... Where have they gone? Here we go. So our allegedly best player from the youth intake was Diego Guillet. To be fair, we did get an official apology from Pugmole. So my question is this. This is a new one for Fulham recently. I know Wolves and Brentford had a lot of this before. What do I do with my Pugmole apology token? Like, is there a way I can cash that in for like points, or do I get like a teddy bear at the end of the season? Is it like points in an arcade where if you get enough of them, you get to win like a shitty keychain or one of those watches that's broken? Put it in the 2p machine. This is a new territory. Winning against champions. I would love it, actually. Are there any leagues where the title winner gets a giant belt? This feels like there's blatantly going to be a thing. It's an acknowledgement. That's even worse in a way. So much about that just pissed me off. Maybe just not want to watch much football for the rest. 10-1. Okay, we take that. Matt Hadrian's in. He's in. Watch out for him. I'm pretty certain that James's missus has beaten me in FPL the last 2 weeks in a row, and she only joined the second week anyway, and I think she's already caught me up. So that's going well. Shout out, Kathy. Middle finger fucker from the round. That's the one. Can I cash it in at Salisbury's, a brand new supermarket, which he'll be running because he won't be a referee anymore? When I actually like try hard it, I'm okay at FPL. Passable, that's fine. But this year I'm literally just picking players on vibes and I'm having a really nice time with it. And every decision I make is dreadful. Tenerife just knocked Real Madrid out of the Champions League. I know we joked about, wouldn't it be funny if one of our former clubs won the Champions League before we do? There is a realistic chance that might actually happen this year because Tenerife are very, very good. Who's this guy? I thought it was another youth player. We've built an absolute monster here, haven't we? Last year I did the last couple of years I've just like quick picked my team and that's it because I wanted to set the FPL league up for everybody else. But this year I promised that I would actually do FPL. And I am enjoying it again. I'm also going to be doing fantasy hockey this year. In fact, that reminds me, James told me to mention this. So what we're going to try and do, because the fantasy hockey is done through Yahoo Sports or Yahoo Fantasy or whatever. The way it works is I want to gauge some interest, basically, if anyone in chat or on the VODs as well would be interested in fantasy hockey, because the way that it works is you actually have to do a proper draft of players. So we'd need to get like a set of people that actually are wanting to do it. We'll set up a Discord channel or something for it, and then we can maybe set like a draft date to get that done. So if you are interested, that's cool. I'll make like a channel in Discord later. Let me know. Because James has already done the real yeah, field hockey. Can you imagine? There probably is fantasy field hockey. Veteran Champions League final. Imagine I knock out Fulham in the semis or something, and then they're in the final. That would sick. Actually, wouldn't be sick at all. Hockey. Which, to me, only ever played that in bowling alleys. Pog, we were watching, I can't remember Pog, actually, tell you what it was. Pog and I were watching Downey live, and Pog was just like, I really want to go bowling. Because it's just quite fun, isn't it? Are we going to watch it? Yeah. Not full script, but yeah, no, you're right. I think we should actually. Not full match, obviously. But yeah, that'd be quite fun, actually. Particularly as they've already taken out Real Madrid, who are probably, other than Liverpool, the best team in it. Barcelona, I think, just scraped through. How are you making more progress? Yeah, I just don't see there's any realistic way we could sell him. We'll never replace him. What a much longer song than you imagine it's going to be as well. Tongue hockey. That sounds disgusting. Ooh, do like those logos though. Card Devils. Is the season back again, or are we still in pre-season? Because I was supposed to go to Coventry game in March, or the day after Pog and I's birthday, but I got so apocalyptically drunk on my birthday that I could barely move the next day. So unfortunately, I missed out on that opportunity. However, such is life. Whenever I try to go to most of the sporting events I am attempting to, but so far, nothing yet has got in the way of Pog and I going to the Ely City on Saturday. We've roped our mate in. Pog's going to potentially rope her other mate in. So far, provided there's no meteors in East Cambridgeshire, your boy's finally going to get to a game. The dream. The tongue hockey e-puck. The David Ayres of French kissing. Respect. Trying to get. I think that. Was he actually? What was he? Hang on. Oh, there we go. 9.0. Damn. I mean, he's not been here long enough to likely see many increases here, but as long as I can see like where he's, it's just good arrows, right? Nothing crazy, but it's good. Yeah, there's so many things that could go wrong yet. But I got through my run today without collapsing in some manner. My legs were still really hurting from Saturday though. We got the race photos through last night. It's very much a game of two halves and a story of two photos. There's one where I actually look like reasonably composed, and then there's one of me crossing the line and it looks like my bottom jaw is about to fall off my face. Didn't help though that my shoe quite literally tore itself, and I had like a 3-inch gash down the side of my right foot, and my foot was trying to escape it every time I put my foot on the ground. So that was good. That's like, I didn't get to go as fast as I was hoping, but still, it's still a 17-minute PB. But I was hoping to go sub 2 hours. International duty. Yeah. Turns out Ely's new backline all actually play for St Kitts and Nevis. Big fans of Cole Palmer. It's not sure. Yeah. Likes ice hockey. Interesting. See, I still think that this is why, if I was to get Pog into any sport, it would be ice hockey. Got to ring a bell? I did, yes. Pog, to be fair, screwed my, I wanted to get under 2 hours. I got 2 hours and 8 minutes. It's still a 17-minute PB. I'm happy with that. I know I can go faster than that, and I will. But Pog is the one that I'm super impressed with. Her PB for a 10K, which she set like 6 years ago, was 59 minutes. She ran that in 56 minutes, and she's done so fucking well. Not only that, but it wasn't just the fact that it was at 56 minutes, which I'd have been happy with for a 10K. When we got the results through, she was 26th of the women, and not like in her age group, of the entire women that ran the race out of like 111. That's like, or was it no, it's like 121 or something. It was an insane amount, a good amount of people, and she was 26th woman in that, which is so sick. And I don't think she's giving herself enough credit for how far she's come in such a short space of time to actually be able to, one, run those times, and two, to be that high up in like the percentile of the people in the race. 2 players for Gibraltar. Really? There's nothing I find more interesting. Well, there's a few things, but one of the things I like in football quirks is non-league players getting called up for national teams. It's sick. Paula Pogcliffe. She didn't share everywhere though, which was good. But she seemed to enjoy it, which is the main thing. I was just so proud of her. It's fun. She's just done super well. She's just stuck to it. And the fact that she's been really careful means that her knee is not playing up either, which is dope. Yes, it's always somewhere like St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, or somewhere like that. Or occasionally like a Gibraltar. Or maybe... occasionally it's a really small African nation, like a Comoros or something like that, mate. Maybe. Rare, but definitely possible. And yeah, it's usually Caribbean. So Marseille win, Monaco win, Ron lose, but they're kind of out of this anyway. But it's fine, we're playing the former POG team. 4 games to go. Could we wrap up Champions League? We might be able to, actually. Like Colin Bay. Caribbean, that's so sick. Yes, Pakistan, that does make sense too. Andorram's back. Right, cool. Al Hassan's done well this season, actually. I just want to make sure we're giving a lot of opportunities to Andorram just because he is the future. The children are the future, but he is one of those children. Who am I not bringing off the bench much lately? Honestly, Bernal. I'm bringing Tucci on more than him. Which is sad. But that does mean if someone gives me huge money for Bernal, maybe I take it. Not yet, but how's Tucci looking? He's a good player, man. Somalia. I don't know, actually. Maybe? 4 more points. Okay. That should be doable. Like, if you look at our run in here, Angers, Toulouse. To be fair, we just need to make sure that we're in a good spot before the Monaco and PSG games, because Monaco is potentially winnable, but PSG is always going to be crazy tough. And then Troyes. Pog's just seen a dog friend of hers. There's this dog that hangs around the town called Blizzard. He's basically a giant white, I think he's a Swiss Shepherd. He's beautiful, but Pog hasn't seen him for a while, and she keeps going, but when we go to places that we normally see him, she's like, I haven't seen him. Yeah, doggy friends. Which can mean very different things in different contexts. You want to be careful. Right. Good to go. Credit the reach out goalkeepers. The Belarusian. Oh, the guy they got from Villa. Because there is another Belarusian knocking about as well now. The one that we sold to, I think it was Lille, actually. And he's quite good. There was a guy called Frank Coffey. It's... which one is it? Oh, is it Donald Daniel? I think it's Donald Daniel, right? Oh, Isaac. Oh, yes. Hang on. Let's have a look. Oh, Isaac Simmons. Yes. The guy that randomly came through Belarusian at Villa. I mean, to be fair, he was born in Smorgon, which just sounds like a character from D&D. What if I did know? I just love the makeup of obscure national teams. I don't think we can really say that, can we? Excuse me. Oh my days. Did I just sneeze 5 gifted subs into existence? Christ on a bike. I'm actually really glad you're here. I'm very thankful for that, of course. But I'm also just glad you're here in general, because I did get your Instagram DM the other day, and as usual, my brain forgets to respond to things, so I'm incredibly sorry. I'll add that to my list, but it was very, very nice of you to say, is all I will say. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That is immensely kind of you on top of that as well. Where are my presents? There they are. It's been so bloody nice to me today, chat. What's going on? Is there like a September thing that I didn't know about yet? Because are they still doing that? I forget what that even entails. I do have this like random like gifted sub credit thing that Twitch has given me that like I can trigger whenever I want for a certain period of time, and it just gives everybody a discount. I swear they sent me an email about it. There is a September. Okay. But usually, because it used to be, they would do like discounts on gifted subs or like subs the entire month, but I don't think that's how they do it anymore, is it? Was it last year where they did that crazy promotion where every time you gifted a sub, there was a chance that Twitch would add gifted subs onto it? And at one point, Twitch was like my highest gifter or something. It was just after I got back from the FIFA World Cup, I think, which was wild. It's crazy that was a year ago. But they are still doing that. Okay, just I noticed because we've had several gifted subs today, and there was no Twitch ones attached to it, so I didn't know if that was the thing they were doing again. But they did give us that treasure train earlier. New subs. I see. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So with the discount thingy, I basically just take a hit on that as well. But it's like it's one of the things I'm happy to. Oh, well played. Oh, God damn it. They change it every year, in fairness. But that promotion they did last year was actually pretty cool. How's he managed to do the hard part? Go around the goalie and then miss it anyway. I hope this isn't a sign of us just randomly finishing the season with poor form, because I could totally see Nagalo going on a run of like 6.3 performances just out of absolutely nowhere, and that is the last thing we need right now. Not when we're playing teams like Angers, who are desperate to stay in the top flight, and we are doing nothing here. Lads, could you, like, do something? I think we are still missing Barnetche. As much as Grita Boost has done well, I just don't know if he's quite as consistent. Since like on his day, he's the guy. Yeah, they've got 69% possession there as well. Holy shit. They've done nothing with it. They're just keeping the ball away from us. They're basically just playing keep away. Their goalkeeper's probably got more touches than any of our players. Might have to bring the changes again, actually. To be fair, as far as the front line's going, Nagalo's actually one of the better performers out of those. It's actually Binder and Griezbus that are really struggling. I think maybe a Feta situation. They haven't really done what you'd expect them to do in the last few games. I wonder if that was because of the lack of Endorum. Like, El Hassan is obviously good, but I wonder if Endorum's just like slightly better in behind. And when you need him most, Semir Binder scores his 17th goal of the season from central midfield. Derek, and you brought that into existence as well. Thank you very much for the 18 months. That is crazy nice of you. Hope you're having a fabulous day. What a lovely little pass from Great Boost. That's, I think, his 5th assist. Like, he nearly has as many assists as he has goals. What a finish from Binder. Tremendous. Yeah, Nobuster's way behind. Like, he's... To expect him to be performing on the level of Barnetche is obviously insane. The one thing he does seem to do, and arguably I'd say even better than Barnetche, is he links the play up. I think he's a guy that's going to get more assists than Tristan when he's playing. Okay, everyone's sort of got a bit better there. I might still get Tucci on here, though. And Durham's actually struggled today. Now that we're winning as well, we'll throw Habida in. I don't trust Nagalo for the rest of this game, but Carapici does just seem to have some kind of je ne sais quoi off the bench. I've just used the word je ne sais quoi. I feel all fancy today. What more can a man want? Ah, shit. Given everything, I mean, I could bring on Yurikov. He does seem to have... I'm convinced that Yurikov has crazy high big match. Wait, where's he gone? Oh. Did that just disappear? He has played well. Yeah, learning French along the way, exactly. This is season 19, I think. Christ, have we nearly done 20 seasons of this save? And we've won very little. But the vibes have been immense, and that's what we're really looking for out of this. Please don't concede now. Oh no, this is going to be a back post header, isn't it? Oh, well, okay, maybe not. This team, I think this is the only chance we've realistically got of completing the save is with this team, because the time it would take us to build a team outside of this and get to a level where they could compete, it pretty much is oh my days. How are we... It basically is Sochaux or bust, I think. The team is definitely developing to a state where I think it's chefing to... Oh my god, please no, he's got a complete tap in, hasn't he? Fuck's sake. Oh... Literally their first shot of the game in the 87th minute or 86th minute. Awesome. We are still... Sometimes it just likes to remind you that you are in fact still playing Football Manager. God damn it, man. We could have really done without that. Well, it looks like Lille have dropped points somewhere along the lines as well. Kisses bugs. So basically the way I always do it with these things is that we do the beta save and then I do a different save once the beta's elapsed. So likely most of the main bugs get patched out through the beta period or the early access or whatever they want to call it. That's such an annoying result. So yeah, that's why most people do beta saves, because it gives it a chance. But usually what I do is I let mine overhang a little bit. I do have a copy of the save from when we left Tenerife. I have a save file from after every single stream we've done, because I use them for the recap video, so I can go back in time and check things. Can't do that really. I think there's a chance that we could fluke our way to one potentially. Depends on the development of these players. But yeah, normally, so a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll do beta, and then the second the full game comes out, they'll start something new. What I tend to do is the beta, and then like a week of the... It like overhangs by like a week into the main game cycle. That way we can get a chance. I might... Oh yeah, I can do that once we finish the save, 100%. I can... If people let me know when we're done the save, I can literally give you any save file you like, really. because I have them on my separate SSD now. But yeah, I can definitely do that. I think the best points would be like right before I resigned each club, because that way you just sort of continue the legacy each one. But there's probably other points that are kind of interesting as well. The only ones I don't have are the ones like because I only started doing it from like stream 10, I think. When's the new game out? I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask. Oh shit. Did I give you a new contract? It's only a 1-year extension there, but that's the other thing. Like, obviously last year, or, you know, technically the last game cycle, we had a lot of stuff that we needed to sort out because of the Malta stuff. Whereas this time around, it's going to be relatively simple things. Like a couple of little tweaks to Poland, like the loan rules and things like that, to make it a bit more difficult. But other than that, rather than leaving Italy, yes. Oh, hello. The only... The point where I started doing it is while we were at Cardiff Draconians. So pretty much I have saves after every stream from that point onwards. So from every club from that point onwards, I'll also have a before we left one for each one of them. Yeah, the Women's League affiliate thing is another thing we want to check. Yeah, that's a little bit better, actually. I still don't think he's going to be amazing, because he does have a... I mean, he's got confrontational, at least. I'm just praying that Slavia's women's team is in the game from the beta period, because it would be sick to be able to do that plan where I manage both. British Google account, get the Google store and just get access. Access to what, Don? Oh, the shared influencing. Yeah, that'd be kind of sick. Just accidentally building a nation on the women's team, even though we won't be directly managing them. Question for you, Hadrian. How long do you reckon it'll be before you figure out a way to make the leagues co-ed? I genuinely think under a week. Console playable? Quite simply because they're not licensed, as far as I know. So obviously some leagues are in the game but are not licensed, but others are not in the game and also not licensed. But I suspect that's the reason, because I think the A League is an actual license. Oh, thank you, Don. I'm sorry that that's the case. I hadn't really considered that to be an issue, but I forgot about the German and Dutch rules around stuff like that. It's the semi-final. What's the other semi-final? Oh my days. Orléans are in the French Cup final. That's awesome. I mean, they get twatted by either of these two in the final, but the fact that Orléans have gone all the way to the cup final. I mean, how did Nice get that? Oh, CU Academy. It's rare that we find anyone good from there, but maybe today is the... Never mind. Never mind. Oh, Ethan Megic. Lebanese-Australian. As a Maltese guy, Adrian Vella. He's still shit, but still. Look at the second nationalities. Guaranteed Europe. I don't know if that works like that in France. It's okay, Don, but I appreciate the effort, and I really do appreciate, chat, you guys helping with that. I think the way it works is that if you're still playing after a week, I think, but I think honestly you will, but just because it's fun, which is I think the thing I want to really stress. One of the options we used to draw random foreign teams, I think, would ignore the gender rule. So we'll just be able to dump women teams straight in. I see. That would be fun. What if we had a port FM wave over to 26? Because if we can do, that would be probably a much more better way of launching that. Licensing on top of that. Yeah. Hopefully, I think the likelihood they'll probably have quite a large amount of women's leagues licensed, because I feel like if you're going to launch something like that, you kind of want to go in like 2 feet. You want to really jump in and get as many of them as you can, which would be dope. Like, I'm under no illusions that Fulham's women team is going to be playable from the beginning, because we're in the 4th tier. However, and annoyingly this year, we're probably going to be struggling to get out of the 4th tier. Well, I mean, there is a playoff place for 2nd place, but unfortunately the league that Fulham are in has London Bees in it, and they're ridiculously good for the level. Like, they've been smashing teams left and right this year. Their goal difference is already like plus 14 or something after 3 matches, because there's quite a lot of disparities once you reach the sort of 4th tier of women's football. There's some insane differences in quality between the teams in the same division, as there kind of is in the really lower leagues in the men's game as well, but like I think it's even more apparent. But we're definitely getting there. We're certainly investing a lot in our women's team now. London A, I don't know. Originally when I saw London B's, I actually thought it was like a Brentford team, but it's not. It's actually Barnet's women's team. I don't know if they're actually like directly affiliated, because obviously the further you go down, the more of the sort of independent women's teams you see, or the ones that have got like a different identity, different club identity to the men's team. My first immediate thought, Comrade, was that it was Brentford, but no, it's actually Barnet. Lille went over Marseille, so that kind of helps us as well. PSG beat Monaco, which helps us even further. So we're now 9 points above Monaco. We're pretty much now... That might have just given us Champions League, actually. Yep. Lovely. The Hive. It is. Yes, yes, it is, isn't it? Because they got that new one, right? Or rather, they'd like changed a few things. Right. Okay. We've qualified for the Champions League for 2 years in a row. Final is over 2 legs. That seems odd to me. What do you reckon?
Absolute tumble-dryer football!
I was about to say, what about the budget? And then Steve
to
comes
my
in.
girlfriend and you came up. And I started telling her how the house move brought you so much nice things, most recently the new job for Pog. And I wonder how you look at the last months, I don't remember how long, since the move?
So we moved in... We will get to the budgets in a second, but I want to... Firstly, thank you very much for the £15, Steve. That's insanely kind of you, but I want to give your question a proper think and a proper answer. So it was the middle of November was the official move-in date. Actually, let's just show it so we can see. That's not very good. That's not very good. 2 years in a row of Champions League football, and they're like, here's 9 million quid. I don't think it's going to be an issue, because I think we're going to be able to make a big sale, probably Kilaza this summer, that we can reinvest and build a super team. So I don't think I'm too worried, but I'm a bit surprised by that, given the fact that the board currently has £50 million in the bank. And I've set them up so perfectly financially, and they're just not really getting involved, you know? I think we are going to need a big sale, and I think that big sale is Kilaza, honestly. Because I think it's the short-term thing that will maybe just be enough. We could ask them for more. Potentially. They might actually say yes. We'll see. Koresh will be interested in joining for sure, but he's cheap. But yeah, so... Oh, that was really weirdly delayed. That is very low. So it was the middle of November, so it's been nearly 10 months since we moved here. And I think I just really, really like living here for a start. So that just helps too. But also just having space to have my own office where it's not just my bedroom has been good from the mental health side of things as well. Obviously Pog has been able to finally, as of literally yesterday, find a job that's local. So she can now work. She's working from home downstairs, which is crazy. So her commute is gone. She's earning a little bit more money at the new job as well. And she's not having to deal with horrendous customers in retail like she has been for the past 9 years too. So I think there's going to be a mental weight off her shoulders that perhaps she hasn't even really come to terms with just yet. Which is awesome in it. Incredible. Also, she does get a van. We didn't even mention this earlier. She does get a van. It's an electric Nissan van. Which Pog is terrified of because she's never driven an automatic car before, and obviously electric is like the ultimate automatic car. No clutch, none of this nonsense. Hello, Pog. Oh, and she just brought coffee for me as I say that. That's really hot still. Yeah. White van Pog, yeah. So she's got that.
Bye.
And bye, Pog. And the people she's working with, the ones that she's met so far, seem really good, really nice, very relaxed and flexible. Basically, the attitude of as long as the work is done, it doesn't really matter like how and where and why and all that kind of stuff. Basically, that's why I've got the sweater on, Steve. Exactly. Now it makes sense. It's all come full circle. Just less fun. Agreed. We'll be saving for. I hope they're not building a new stadium, because our stadium's actually not that small, is it? It's like 20,000? Actually, that isn't the biggest. 20,002. Service, I know, just can't get the service these days. But I think it's going to be really good for her. I'm just incredibly excited. I was like a school kid when she came back from work. It's like I wanted to hear everything. Just like, tell me everything about your day. Tell me all about the rivers. It's just, I don't know, it's just exciting for her. I'm really, really pleased for her. No, but at least she will be able to potentially even keep it here. But we don't have charging facilities, so she can charge it at work. So either way, it's going to be fine, which is cool. And like, obviously, that's also with what Pog's came from living here. But I think it's given me introspection, I guess, but I think partly that's just because I come from this weird game cycle. I think that's just may well have happened regardless, but I think it also, moving here and having access to a whole new set of doctors, weirdly was what pushed me harder to get the assessments and stuff. Like, as much as that's still taken me 5 months, we're nearly there. Thank you, Steve. That is very, very nice of you to say. I wouldn't say that I am, but I appreciate the sentiment. Sorry, I'm still terrible at this. Just like a reckless amount of joy. Careless joy. Brig for Rivercan. You're damn right it does. Where else are you going to put the fish, eh? Question my detours even because... Yeah. I don't know. She's going to be out in the sticks a lot with it anyway, because the reason that... And she's got her boating course too. She's also got like what she referred to as an away day when she mentioned it. And I immediately thought, right, get the flares out, get the bevs out. Turns out that she's got this like team building thing that wasn't even like specific to do with her. It was just that they happened to have that scheduled with like the boss's boss and stuff next week. So that's going to be fun. Her boss is super chill. And chat, I already mentioned this to you, but some of you may miss this. He loves FM. The guy took salary sacrifice to get himself a new laptop just to play the last FM. Obviously, it didn't come out. But the guy's a massive FM player. You're right, Harv, and I'm weirdly uncomfortable. I'm more uncomfortable when people are being mean. Actually, weirdly, I also owe you guys an apology a little bit, because Thursday stream, I didn't feel myself, and I don't know why, and I don't feel like I was at my best TM, what you might call it, and I just wanted to apologise for that, because I think it's important to be accountable. I don't think I was particularly good that day, for whatever reason. I just didn't feel right. Feel a lot better today. I think maybe it was just because I hadn't run that morning. I don't know, but I always try to provide above average entertainment. Criticise recent form. Is he following? I don't know though, Chris. That's the thing. For all I know, Cheering Ginger. Forgive me if I said that incorrectly. Thank you for the follow as well. That could be him. We just don't know. Maybe, Christian. Maybe. Couldn't agree more. Can't always remember about this. Very true, yeah. Nah, fair jinx. It needed to be said. It needed to be said, man. Nah, but I think it's important to have standards that you set for yourself. Admittedly, mine most of the time are massively unachievable, and that's part of the problem. But hey, maybe that'll go away soon as well. Started editing the recap video yesterday as well, so that will probably be out later this week. I know it's taken ages. Can't wait to not be making videos like that next year. Let's put it that way. Happy few more sad that happened. Love it. It's like a choose your own adventure. Game recognizes delayed game in it. Pumping content. No, but I hate the content grind set kind of stuff because I think it creates bad quality content. And my rule that I've never broken was I don't ever want to put a video out that I wouldn't personally watch. Good young Belgians in this save. Oh, you're in for a treat. You are in for a treat, my friend. If you're wearing a hat, hold on to it. If you're not wearing a hat, grab one, put it on, hold on to it. So, the player I'm about to show you may not be the greatest Belgian regen you've ever seen. Right? Exactly, Hayden. But, the crucial thing is, this guy here... Oh, shit. Can't see his full attributes. He came through our academy in... Oh, my fucking Christ. Came through our academy in the 3rd tier of Belgian football when we were managing in Belgium with Sochaux. And he's got 2 Belgian caps. Holy Christ. Anonymous, you don't... Fuck's sake. Imagine being that kind and anonymous. I won't stand for it. The true Belgian go, oh, you mean Sven Smates? Oh, my days. Stampy, thank you very much for the follow as well. That is incredibly kind of you, Anonymous. I hate the fact in a way that you're anonymous because I can thank you, but I hate that I can't personally thank you. I can't drive to your house and provide you with roses. Don't know why roses specifically. We have loads of roses in the front garden, so Pog loves them. Yuji as well, or Huge. Thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, if you have enjoyed today's stream so far and you are new to the content, perhaps you're getting back into the content hype for FM26 and you've happened to have stumbled upon me today. Firstly, I'm sorry. Secondly, if you have enjoyed, drop a follow. Thank you though. That's very, 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 very kind of you. He'd time himself out. I think if Harv had any honor, he would. It's like Twitch mod Seppuku. Is it Seppuku? Or is that the one with the numbers and you sit on the toilet? Never mind. I'm getting off topic. What the hell happened there? That was the most low-res player walkout I think I've ever seen. Twitch mod Sudoku. Now you know it. Also, because it's anonymous, the subs all come through individually. Why does the lighting engine look really weird? Oh, go on. Dennis. I've got a crush on you. In it. Because Yasare, I like the fact that that's we just needed more bodies through. Oh, thank you, Trickums. That's so kind of you. I feel like this is actually something I've had quite a lot recently, actually. People telling me, both in DMs and other various places, sometimes in person as well, actually, that they're sort of getting the hype again for FM and getting back into just playing it again, even though it's 24, just to sort of, they've got the taste back for it again, which I think is dope. So shout out to Chris, who I met in town the other day, which was dope. Lovely, lovely fella. Right, what am I saying here? Oh, Nikolic, we have a player with your surname. Thank you very much for the follow. And am I saying this correctly? Chowdertree. I'm probably just say Goudatree. I'm not one of those idiots, am I? Thank you so much for the prime, though. That is insanely nice of you as well, my friend. As if you've requested Blondie. Do you want to defend there, bud? Any chance? Any chance? It's going to be a penalty, isn't it? Ooh,
you deserve all the love, Matt. Chatters treat him more. I dropped off FM long ago and you reignited my passion. Ready for FM 26. Love to you and Pog.
There he is. It's John Littlejohn. My favourite character from the animated Robin Hood film. Oh dear. I love how delayed that was because of when an anonymous gifter happens, they all come through individually because it can't group them together. We've all learned our lesson there. Watch stance. No way. Oh, do you know what? Actually, just in general, my favourite thing to come out of... so honestly... Tom Ben, thank you very much for the follow. Lanian, I don't know why it looks so good on this particular occasion. Because the second the game loaded, I noticed the same thing. And I suspect what it is the exact combination of the lighting engine right now just looks perfect, and I don't know why. It might be the time of day combined with the weather conditions in the background, but I promise you, I have not touched anything. But it weirdly looks really good to me as well, and I don't know why. Not be the last, really? 7:30 to Europe. Nice. Which team was that? One of my favourite saves ever was with Red Star. This is where it turns out you're a massive Partizan fan. Maybe it's a morning game. Maybe. Do we know what time it is? So 16 degrees, sunny. I assume it's just the 3 o'clock kickoff. Dick was, oh mate. I'm going to record a load of weird FM stuff because I found some crazy shit yesterday when looking through some leagues.
You came in summer.
Not yesterday. Whenever it was. Last time I looked through stuff, I found some crazy stuff, which will be featured in video soon as well. Lanian, thank you very much for the follow. That's my plan tomorrow, along with editing some more of the recap video. Slug. Oh, I've signed some players from them before. Or do they have a team that's further up the league with a very similar name? In an advanced forward. It depends on the rest of your tactic, but let's just assume that you're just playing an advanced forward the same way I do, right? Does that get disallowed? What? He's just not offside, is he? That Diallo guy's clearly ahead. Anyway. Calm down. You're an adult. It's fine. Generally speaking, it's tough to show you, because if I was to show you the tactic we're playing right now, you can understand why I wouldn't have the best knowing what's good on an advanced forward. But generally speaking, pretty much just this. So, pace, acceleration, obviously important. I personally think agility is more important than people think it is, and a lot of the best players at the AI teams generally have quite high agility, usually because there's a load of spare CA. So it's rather than chicken or the egg or whatever. But outside of that, composure is immensely important, and these sort of trifecta of positions here. But if you have a choice between high finishing and high composure, I'd probably take the composure, generally speaking. Lots of sloggers. Yeah, I think I've signed players from them before. Also, what was this Hadrian thing? So we signed someone else? Or we might sign someone else. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why did that... Oh my days. Jesus Christ, man. I thought I was done with that. I genuinely thought that we maybe had, because there were some deal sheets that were floating around. Fuck's sake. I should have known, really. That's on me. Afrotruck, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs as well. That is insanely kind of you. I'm ashamed of me as well, Hayden, in this one. I walked right into that. That was like Sideshow Bob on a rake. Look at him backpedaling. Yeah. That petard is hanging high right now. Oh, you're right, actually, Cobra. I'm so glad you mentioned that. You're right, he really should, because he's learned it completely now. Well, it's an obvious one, isn't it? Whatever boosts that and that, which I think is probably final third. Can I change his training inside of a match and it actually lets me do it? Yeah, that's the one, right? His off the ball's better anyway, so it has to be that for sure. Dazzle with a gifted sub to Tony Khan. No, he deserves nothing. But thank you. You deserve the world. Other than Brentford. Great, it wasn't sad. Oh, what a result it was, Harv. I wasn't at all fuming. Well, I mentioned this in the chat earlier. I was driving back from my half marathon on Saturday, and the goal came up on my watch, and I went, brilliant, it's amazing. And then I got home, and the score was 0-0. And I was like, how's that happened? What has happened? Got to half-time. I had an angry shower. Like, I took myself upstairs at half-time and just scrubbed furiously. It was bad times. We're changing your training. Imagine that. I call him over, beckon him like this. Oi, Stefan, come over. He thinks I'm going to have some crazy tactical advice. I'm like, get more composed, Vivaldi. Dr. Selby. Ben's got a rival. Thank you so much for the prime as well. That is crazy kind of you. A lot of you being very nice to me today, and I'm suspicious. Also, 1.5 time. I actually think that for Marco Cyril, from Silver's perspective, he was actually remarkably composed. I thought he might have punched someone because he's quite a fiery man to begin with. So I'm actually surprised at how composed he was in the interviews and how Josh King was, and came across very, very well in that. Because frankly, I don't know if you this is not the sort of thing you would have seen unless you exist inside sort of like the Fulham content sphere, but almost the entire squad were just posting sarcastic Instagram stories about the Pugmol acknowledgement nonsense. Anthony Robinson is 100% getting a fine and respect for it. Yeah, the referee was surrounded by security. Like, it's like they've asked everybody what's going on except for the fucking ref. I think at that point he just lost his shit. And I understand why, because like it's one of these ones where like it is handball. You can argue about the whole Schwab Hodger thing right before that, but for me, that isn't even the bit that I'm hung up on. It's the fact that in the build up to that, Caicedo basically does the exact same kind of thing to Iwobi that Muniz did. It's like, at least have consistency in the same game, maybe. Like, I don't think that should be a foul. It shouldn't. But if you're going to give one for one, then you kind of got to do both. Question 5 in the second leg. Was that away or at home? Marcus Silva. Oh, is this? Literally. Yeah, that's the thing. The referee just had an absolute stinker, basically. But the one thing I will say is I'm actually still impressed with how well we're playing this season, because we've had a really tough start to the season in terms of the opponents we've faced. Like, I know United are United or whatever, but they still do have good players, and occasionally those players do actually find, you know, a blind squirrel and all that. Or the old scrape past Burnley job. But they got to win. Now we have slash thighs. I think that deal's gone through. The Kusiasari deal has in fact gone through now, apparently. Do we get Matt Swogren for a little bit? A bit of the Tooch monster, perhaps? Cheeky Tooch. Love to see it. I think this would essentially... Well, we've already wrapped up 4th. But this... Sorry, yeah. This might be enough for us to wrap up 3rd. Which is really crucial. Yeah, so it looked like it had fallen through. I'm actually kind of glad that the Tariq George deal fell through. I wasn't convinced that it was a lot of money. That's the thing, that's for me. It was like, I personally think that it is handball, but it's one of those things where it should never get to the point where they're even debating that, right? But also, it's like, how far do you want to go back? But yeah, it's... I personally don't think it should be rolled out. It should be a completely legit penalty, but it's one of those things where if you want any consistency in the game, you can't be awarding that based on what you've already done earlier in that exact same game. So if we can't have consistency within the middle of a match, then we've got no hope. Serving one kid's good enough. Oh, yes. They are very good. Do you know, it's actually surprising how few I found in this save. Usually, Serbian wonder kids are like my favorite. I rarely get through a save without a giant Serbian centre-back. It's basically just my standard thing, because usually there's one of them at least about. But for some reason in this save, they haven't been chefing quite as much. Please don't concede. Oh, no. Oh, that's fine. Right, don't do something stupid, Frederick. Just keep the ball, play it out slowly. Ooh. I haven't had much interaction as far as tracking players from Red Star for a very long time. Oh, go on. Oh, what a goal! Martin Al-Hassan! You cheeky boy! That is some goal. 3-1 win for us. What a finish! I love when you just see random highlights. They are really abysmal. They genuinely are. Look at that for a little... The actual pass from Calapici is delightful. As far as Red Star goes, though, I do have some kind of affiliation for my boys. I've had that scarf 10 years. See you later, Adrian. That was a good result. And I think that wraps up third, which is crucial, because like fourth is great, but you've still got that playoff because France are useless. Third gives us guaranteed group stage. About standing. Yes, Sam, but it's good for me back. And like I said to you at dinner, it's all about the free calories. Also, I successfully gaslit my friend into thinking that my friend Sam here was a dangerous driver. He was going to give her a lift home, but in the end she chose to come with me and Pog. I still feel bad about that, but I also don't at the same time because it was incredibly funny. Oh, the welcome back. Maybe, yeah. So basically, Nikolic, I got that scarf in 2014. No, 2015. So basically, back in the day on YouTube, I did a Red Star save where I won the Champions League with Red Star. But that was in like I said, 2015, and I bought that at the time. So it's like an old school scarf because it's got all that. I had to drive past their play. Do you know what the best thing, Sam? I nearly got my petard hoisted by this because I forgot how low on petrol I was and dropped her off, got in the car and went, oh shit, there's a lot of garages that are closed around here. I'll be fine. I'll be able to get to Tesco's in Ely. We got there with 2 miles left on the odometer. And my car does this thing when it drops below a certain point where it starts dropping really fast. So I damn near ran out of petrol because of that good deed. Okay, that's fine. Nice got another defeat, which is always nice. Perfectly measured. In a way, yes, as all things should be. There was just me doing a good deed. I personally think our husband should have given her a lift home. On the back of his bike. Well, there's your problem, buddy. Also, this is your daily reminder that you're still coming to the football on Saturday, right? Also, shouldn't you be revising? Blasco says, oh, shit. You got an cube? Oh, that's so much better. Admiral and cube. I realise I should be standing to attention to him, really, shouldn't I? Or something. Lovely. How many games have we got left? Then again, we may get an extra game in today just because of the potential option of Tenerife winning the Champions League. Oh, they're playing PSG in the semis. I want to just make sure I keep an eye on... Oh, we'll get they'll literally come up on the screen, won't they? I would love it if they got there. I have to weigh my options. But it's fine. I'll take you into town and you can enjoy the wonderful sights of Silver Oak Coffee. Really? Oh, great. So they're not going to give us more budget. Just you wait until then. What do you mean reevaluate the club's budgets? You just gave me the budget. That is some Enron accounting going on there. At least they're doing some facilities. But I think the board are lying to us, chat. I wouldn't want to call anybody out, but it do be appearing like that. So my favourite moment in that entire Red Star save, Nick, which is possibly still one of my favourite YouTube videos to this day, was we had a game against, I think it was PSV. We came back from, I think, 5-0 down to get a 5-5 draw. I think it was 5-5. And it is It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen in FM. More for this season than Outcasts. Oh, you're right. I guess, yeah, you're right. I actually did do that. What if I can ask them for next season now anyway? I can. That might work then. Good point. I hadn't realised that. Basically, console, yeah. Legs are still a bit sore from Saturday, but not too bad. Release the cooks. To be fair, Fulham could definitely do that since they've just signed 5 of the bastards. How close are they to winning the league now? Oh, they are very, very close. Even if Barca win their game in hand, they're still 8 points behind. Tenerife have won 27 league games. That's mental. Oh, 100%. If they get to the Champions League final, we're 1,000 billion% watching it. It would be so goddamn good. The Wills. Hadrian somehow managed to get me with a Willian, remarkably, in current month. Right one. Maybe. That was what my thought process was, is that I mean, this season I meant the current budget, but maybe that will work and we'll find out, right? There's Mr. Salmon there. Right, get rid of... God, there's probably going to be a lot of Patreon regens retiring this summer, I suspect. And there's not going to be a lot I can really do about it. Oh, yeah. The highest Tenerife, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, have finished in La Liga was 5th place when they were managed by Jupp Heynckes. Favorite player from the save? Like, it's probably Sven Smates because he just did so many cool things. But in terms of, like, a player that I've... God Lord. I forgot how much stuff we had on this screen. A player that I've really enjoyed just having in the squad. It probably is Nagalo, honestly. There's just like so cool about the fact that we took this guy off of Tenerife's hands when they didn't value him, even though having managed him at Tenerife, I'd seen a few glimpses of him in a few games that I'd played him in and thought, actually, this guy's kind of got it. Sven in goal was really something special. Oh, Malta doing that was so goddamn sick. I'm so happy for Hamren, even if it is Hamren. The fact that they've done that is amazing. And did you see the draw that Hamren got in the Conference League? It's the kind of the Red Star one. So by the time I'd got to the point of winning the Champions League with Red Star, most of the team was regens, but I did have this Romanian guy that was insanely good, and I had a central midfielder whose name was Africa. He was Brazilian, but his name was Africa. And he was very, very good. I think I sold him to PSG in that save as it happens. Right, Harold Bishop. Ooh, we haven't had one of these in ages. Chat, you know what to do. Get your bishops out. But only move them diagonally. It's a chess joke, and it's probably wrong. Anyway, a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1, and take it away.
You did.
And I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am Drew Harrell and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Bad news. It was a 3-3 draw between Tenerife and PSG. What's the betting that PSG massively got lucky in this game? Do you know what? I retract that statement. That is not good. If anything, Tenerife got lucky in that game. It's nuts. Wait, is Kelowna starting for them now? Powerful centre-back. That's an interesting descriptor. Sorry, this is that guy I signed off of Tirana that the game rated really highly, and I could never truly understand why. But he is still... I'm still not entirely sure. He seems to have filled out physically, but his technicals are still not particularly amazing for 21. He is extremely hench, yeah. He's just like an Akin Fenwa centre-back. But he's he's got 14 jumping reach in fairness, so he's a little bit like Velasquez. I also love that they have Ethan Neri in their team. And then basically the rest of this team at the back line, at least, is players I signed, except for Bifulco, who's new to me. Fair. We've got a Turkish dude in there as well. And Jose Carvalho. Didn't think he'd break through. But even their bench is still full of guys that we signed. Steinmetz is still there. I'd love the idea of maybe trying to sign Steinmetz next season, even if it's just on loan or something. I'd love for him to... We're just not quite there financially, are we? I was kind of hoping this summer we might be, and in fairness, if we were to sell someone for big cash, I'm just hoping that at the very least there is actually interest in some of our players this summer, so we can try to scrum up a bit of money, because it was so difficult last year in the window. Set on second. I think so. The issue we've got is the next 2 games are against Monaco and PSG. If we beat PSG, really? Yeah, I don't like that PPM either, actually. That might be why he's not been great. Yeah, you see Hammond's draw. They've got basically the kind of draw that I would love. If I'm doing Building a Nation or whatever, did they reject that as well? All right, fair enough. A bunch of wasters. It's the kind of draw I would love in Building a Nation, if one of the teams in my league got that kind of draw. Can I argue about... Oh, okay, let's see if it's still there. I don't think they'll say yes, but worth a go, right? At least we're at home. I think if we beat Monaco, we're basically locked in, because we've got Troyes on the final day. But if we lose to Monaco at home, Lille could still catch us for second place, because they're only 5 points behind us. I think we're... So yeah, they are slightly better than us, but I'd say we're well deserving of where we are. I reckon Barnecchia would have been top scorer in this league if he hadn't got that injury as well, which is just kind of sad. But it's at least given us, like, particularly if we end up coming second anyway, there's essentially no harm done, and it gives us, like, a few months of development out of Grief Boost. So, in a way, it could actually work out for us. Plenty of group phase. That's a pretty good season, actually. Escorpiones. Let's have a bit of them. I haven't checked any team reports today, actually, have I? Probably should do that, considering we're in May. And I may have missed someone absolutely goated. Oh. I mean, it's one dude, but still. This guy here, Ivo Blanca. He's only 18. Got all he's missing is, like, Spanish second nationality, because he's very tasty. Oh, yeah, discuss it with the board. It should... Oh, no, fuck. Sorry, I went too far. That's my bad. Conference League heritage. I know. Malta versus Gibraltar, the altar of Europe, is tremendous. I'm just happy to see Malta actually get that kind of... speaking of Malta, actually, here's a fun one for you, chat. On the podcast this week, we've actually got a coach from one of the Maltese Premier League teams, which is just... Sire's outdone himself with this particular hookup, which I just think is dope. So naturally, I'm going to be on that episode. What's with the funny letter? So basically, Maltese fans will be able to tell us more about this. It is a letter that, weirdly, in the word Hamron is pronounced normally, but in... If the letter, if I remember correctly from my Maltese like language stuff I did before we did the save, if the letter appears in the middle of a word, it's pronounced like a ch sound. But at the start with the word Hamron, it's just pronounced normally. So the podcast is the FM show pod. So yeah, it's technically a second letter. It's the same way that the Q's in Maltese teams are pronounced like a glottal stop. So, for example, the Maltese national team stadium, provided it is still the Maltese national team stadium. Yeah, so this here is pronounced Ta'ali, if I remember correctly. It says city, but there isn't really a city there. It's just that stadium and then another stadium across the road, which is the one I went to. Maltese language is super fun. And there's just certain words that are just pronounced differently than what you'd expect. Like sirens, for example. Oh. Yeah, in case you are wondering about the podcast, it is the FM show pod. I'm just a hanger-oner, really. I'm joined an already very established FM podcast, and I'm just like, you know, a little extra thing on the side. Lawson Agar, thank you very much for the follow. Arabic letter, I believe so. That's why the Maltese language is so interesting, because it has this lovely mix of like Arabic sort of words, and and like European. It's just a fascinating place. Print this out and put it in front of you to remind you never to be tricked. Alex, nothing like me. It's an amazing like version of Willian, but who's this fella? Yes, the FM show is Tony Jameson, Aaron RDF, Cy Maggio, and now this mug, me. Basically, I am now a sort of a permanent fixture on the show. In fact, I actually hosted this week's episode, which hasn't out yet, which was terrifying, frankly, because, you know, it's someone else's baby and I didn't want to screw it up, but I actually did. I gave a go at hosting this week's episode, which was basically me and Sai going through user suggestions for things for FM26, and there was some crazy stuff in there. Utter waffle. I know. I think that's probably why why they were happy to have me on there as well. We're like, oh, I know, it's great. No, I really enjoy it. I like hanging out with those guys as well, which just makes it really nice. Plus, I'm trying to put myself out there a little bit more and be more collaborative, and I've always wanted to do podcast stuff, and I just think, you know, when they said, hey, do you want to come and do some stuff more permanently with us? I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. It's not like this is, oh god. Oh, it's a work of art. Right, so basically, we're right there. With Lille dropping points. Oh, if we beat Monaco, they're cooked. Oh yeah, no, totally. DPT, that's, I think, partly why I'm there, I suppose. You don't bring me on to something if you're expecting me to stay on topic. It's just not what I do. Like, anyone who's ever interacted with me knows that this is the case. I think Sai and I got through maybe like 4 of the suggestions in like an hour. So much so that we put another like 45 minutes worth of them on the Patreon episode just so that we had some more of them. How was it? It wasn't great, but one of the players from it has since been upgraded to 4.5-star PA, which is actually more passable, to be fair. I still don't think he's going to make it, but it's better, at least. Right. Can I bring my boy back in? Yes. Shaz Monster will begin. Anyone dropped off a little bit lately? Nah, they're okay. Although, actually, in fairness, Bashir's been dreadful. Who normally plays? Where's Velasquez? He's suspended, isn't he? Shit, no idea. Oh well. Thing is, today's not the sort of game I really want to test that out in, just because we do need something. I know it's... What if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it kind of is a little bit broke. Shit. He's got 7 goals this season. Goes to the first team. No, unfortunately not, which I'm very disappointed about, considering France, Sochaux have good facilities. I'm genuinely surprised that we haven't had anyone who's realistically going to make it in, like we did with Tenerife, for example, right? How old is Mates? I think he's 33 now. He's no spring chicken. I know, you wouldn't think that would work, but it actually does. And it really shouldn't. Like, that's like FM sacrilege, right? But it just seems to do the trick. Where is Matesy Boy? I think he's 33, maybe? 32. Turning 33 this summer. Still got another 2 years left on his contract, though, so no issues of him going anywhere anytime soon. I can't believe they're claiming that he doesn't have big matches. It's like, have you watched this man play? The way I look at it, Nikolic, is that it's a single-player game, right? So as long as people are having a nice time of it, then it doesn't matter. But it's always usually very obvious when people are doing stuff like that. Like, sometimes we get this weirdly more frequently lately where someone will come in and be like, I've achieved X, Y, and Z. And it's like, obviously, great, right? But sometimes you can just very quickly tell when it's not done organically, right? There's just certain things that it's just so very obvious that that is not the case. And that's fine, right? And obviously, as a creator, I can't do things like that, nor would I, honestly, because I wouldn't find it personally as fun.
I open my own.
Because for me, losing is not more fun than winning. Obviously, that's stupid. But for me, if you don't lose, then winning doesn't feel anywhere near as good, right? That's my logic to it anyway. Adam United, thank you very much for the follow. What's going on with Gustavo Vieira's hair here? It looks like his hair looks like bread that's been folding out of the packet. Like slices. To do it for the narrative. Hashtag narrative. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, when you're learning as... To be fair, when you're learning as a teen, I think the best thing you can do is, instead of save scumming, just have the editor instead. And, like, dick about with things like that. Because that way you're still kind of learning while you're doing it. Oh, what do you reckon? Another broken ankle? Oh, my God, it could be, you know. That's kind of bad. Winning won't feel good. Exactly. That's why I'm really kind of glad that we've had the bad spells in this save too. Because we've been able to either change things or show faith in the system and maybe tweak things with players. And you find stuff out about it, right? Could print a statue. Sorry, what? I'm going to need more information there, console. Oh, Greetbus is through. Can he do it again? Yes, he can. 7 goals. It's not bad for a guy that's supposed to be a backup. Sign in January. If he gets us... Well, honestly, 7 goals. I'd take that. Why am I drinking? This coffee's empty. I've been sipping on an empty cup for like 5 minutes now. Draw a match? So one of the first things I did actually was I loaded in... When I got FM13, which was the first FM I played, I just loaded in... used a local database to get like my localish club, and then it just gave them like really good attributes for a little bit. It just helped me understand things a bit better, I suppose. He really does. In fact, let me just think about this. How many assists has he actually got? So yeah, he's got 4 assists, and that's now his 7th goal. 11 goal contributions is pretty good. I'm terrible for like sipping on an empty cup. I feel really much more comfortable when I have some kind of drink or beverage in my hand. It's actually weirdly the reason I start streams with a coffee that I could have just drunk before stream or made it slightly earlier, but I deliberately start stream with a coffee in my hand because it makes me feel more comfortable. It doesn't have to be a coffee, I just, want a coffee. I think the note on Greetbus was about his birthday so we could sign him, but then I have a habit of just keeping notes on players for the memes. Oh. So Bonache, no chance. Greetboost... Plus, the whole point of having Greetboost is to be the backup and rotation option as we get more matches. So by selling him, we then basically lose all of our depth. And for me, Barnetche, when he's fully fresh, is much better than Greetboost. But as an option in the rotation right now, it's crazy. A 3D statue. So in fact, I don't even really use the face gen stuff anymore. I went back to just using the in-game regens because I found that while they were gopping to look at, they had more personality to them, I suppose, right? Pissy drink in hand, indeed, yeah. Oh, go on. Bind up. It's 3. We are demolishing one of the best teams in this league. Can get better, though. He absolutely can. But so can Tristan. So there's no point in... It's a bit like selling a Ferrari to buy a worse Ferrari that might become the same level of Ferrari as the one you've already got. Like... A statue of me. Real likings. Yeah, I think it's one of those... I'm hoping next year I won't have to worry about it because I'm hoping that Unity faces look so much better and we're just going to be... I'm curious to see what the women's ones look like because the women regen in FM do look really strange. Like the staff member ones you get. A statue of Willian. The Coupe d'Or. Now we're talking. Also, Shazly is absolutely crushing it here. He's just going to pull this across for Greetbus, isn't he? Like, the lads have really stepped up when it mattered most. Like, this is the crucial one to win. Oh, come on. Yurikov. It should have been 4. We are destroying them. I mean, at least the only downside here is if Nagalo's got, like, a broken leg and he's going to be out for, like, the first half of next season. That could cost us dearly. That's personality. I'm a very fragile man. What can I say? Oh, nice Catapici. Oh, that's a lovely little pick out. I think he's going to be really, really useful. Just as a backup player, he's been sensational, especially in Europe this year. I'll go and get a touch in. This is where the comeback begins. Oh, God, we're going to... Oh, no. Oh, okay. Wait, is he going to win that header? Oh, I thought we were actually going to get a breakaway out of that. It's weird seeing Shazly actually win something at the back post, considering he is literally 6 inches tall. Oh, that's nice. I think that's offside. It doesn't matter because he's actually saved it anyway. At the save, so the save itself, this is the end of season 19, but this is the end of our 5th season at Sochaux. So we've not been at Sochaux the entire save. I think they're our 7th club, 6 if you don't count Italy, which we don't. We don't acknowledge Italy as a real country. Oh Christ, that's a really good strike. Well, I won't be sweating that. That's a bloody lovely goal. We kind of let our foot off the gas a little bit, unfortunately. Kind of like we did in that other game earlier today, where we threw out into a huge lead and then just threw it all away. 2 assists for Binder again. Wow, he's getting bloody close to the double digits in both categories. Do you know what? The most me thing I could probably do in this save would be to, with the final stream that we designated as the final stream of the save no matter what, because of like time constraints, get Sochaux to a Champions League final and then lose to Tenerife. That would be the most Matt thing that's ever happened since the Cape Town Spurs stream back in 2021. Yeah, we'll do that. There are loads of name in the game players. So basically, they get spread out throughout the entire save. So there's probably still about 700 in there, even if you count out the the Patreon ones, of which I suspect we'll lose at least half of them this summer anyway, because a lot of the non-league ones seem to be retiring. Oh yes. So the recap will be at the end of next season for the Patreon ones, but I suspect most of them will have retired. But what I'm going to do is, once that's happened, I'll do a big video where I'll actually go and search for them individually and find out what they've been up to and do like a proper one where we go through everybody's career, even the ones that retired slightly earlier. Oh my god, are we actually going to throw this away? Cape Town Spurs. So basically, we were doing an African Journeyman save, and the last club we ended up at was Cape Town Spurs in South Africa. We had the best expected points of any team in the league, so we should have been top. And on the final action of the last stream of FM21, I got sacked because we were 12th in the league. A staff shortlist. You can, but you have to, like, they don't always become staff automatically, and it doesn't tell you, so they don't get ported over. There's all sorts of things that you can't just do as easily as that. Right, what are we doing? African Adventure. Do you know, Daz, you've never once mentioned that you liked that save. You should mention it more. I'd appreciate it if you could just in future do that. Like, let it be known. I appreciate that. It was one of my favourite saves in terms of genuine fun, and some of the memes that came out of that save alone were crazy. Like the whole what was it? The ding, not the dingley thing. The binner. So in theory, Carl, the plan is at the moment for the beta save, I want to do Slavia Prague men's and women's teams, if the women's team is actually playable in the beta. If not, then it would just be the men's team, but I want to try and do that, potentially. Oh, it's Gerbil! And it's 4! Lovely done, lads. Well played. Those were such strange times. That was when I didn't even have a suit jacket covering the window as a blind. Such was the low-rent nature of my stream setup. Such a long day. But no longer the longest stream I've ever done. Importantly, as we beat that this year with the final stream of the first season at the Showinge. That was the Let's All Go to Tesco stream. And if you're asking why Slavia Prague, it's out of spite. But like low-key jesting spite, like playful spite. Yeah, Gerbil was so good. But at the very least, we know, oh my life, we at least now know the archetype that we're looking for, and it's about to be 4-3. How are we doing this? I'm not sure we've finished losing this yet. This is supposed to be our second 4-3 of the day. Players are dropping like flies in this team. I mean, if this result holds, to be fair, even if we drew, which I really would like not to, that would wrap up second place for, oh my god. We were 3-0 up in this game. And now it's a penalty. Because of course it is. Lovely. Yep, definitely wanted to throw away a 3-goal lead. Not a lot we can really do about that, unfortunately. That's just one of those FM things, sadly. All we have now is Kilaza. Hey, this is a chance for Kilaza to maybe save himself here. MD Games, thank you for the 34 months. Will this be enough for us? Yes, it is! Kilaza with the penalty save. Oh my god, he's just wrapped up Champions. He's just given us second place there. Thank you so much for the resub as well. That's insanely kind of you. Please don't concede straight from the corner. Unbelievable. Oh no, 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 no. Fucking up. That was our former player as well, Volovic. That's the Belarusian guy I gave to them. Big sale candidates. Kilaza is the one. Stuin's not worth enough money to even count as a big sale anymore, unfortunately. Everybody else that's in this team right now basically is untouchable, really. Kilaza is the one player that I feel like we could cash in on and get some big money that we could use to try and strengthen. Everybody else would just make us worse. And then no matter how much money we've got, it wouldn't matter because we'd just be worse. Because as always with this thing, it's a case of we could sell a player for big money, but if the player isn't immediately replaceable, then there's no point. Because yes, you could buy a few other players that are younger, but they're not at that level yet, which means you just set yourself back. Because players that are going to be willing to join you aren't going to be as good as that guy. So that's why we can't really sell someone like Nagalo, because we'll not be able to replace him. He's just simply way too good for us. Even if it means we end up having to lose him on a free at some point, I think it'd be worth it to us in the meantime. That wraps up second spot, though. Love it in particular. Oh, 100%. I expect we'll end up... Oh, doing a pod all about that once we got some more information. Garnier is looking very good. He's had a... Champions value is still the same, but unless someone's interested in him, he has been out on loan this season. So if nothing else, at the very least, he's played games, which is going to help, but I really doubt anybody's given us that kind of money for him. I mean, I'd take 30 million, but I don't think we're going to get that either. Kilarza's had a really good game there, actually. I don't know if you haven't played the second leg yet. No, they had it midweek. True, but remember, with the amount of years we've got left in the save, most likely, we can't afford to set ourselves back. We can't afford to say, hey, you know what, we'll take this money now, rebuild this team and get, like, better for the future, but we have to take a season and a half back seat in the meantime. There's no time for that anymore. Oh, Paris FC might have just saved themselves with that. Imagine if they stayed up after... Oh, Auxerre getting relegated would be incredibly good. That's what they get for stealing all of our youth players. We just need to be really smart about our sales this summer. But I think Kilarza is the one player. Like, he's not... He does have a habit of saving penalties. For whatever reason. But it's that consistency of his that just doesn't seem to be really improving. And I feel like Garnier might be able to step in. It's a risk, of course. And it really comes down to, will anybody actually come in for him? Because he's been rumoured with moves, like, every summer, basically. But no one actually ever bids on him. Like, is he wanted right now? No. Like, nobody is currently interested in Kilarza. He seems to come and go. But it's just that, I think, is what costs him at times. It was only 5 hours and 14 minutes. Christ. That wasn't even close to being the longest stream in the end then, because we had... It was 7 hours we did on that Le Showing stream, where it was dark by the time we finished. I still had to go to Tesco's 4 years ago. My God. I bet I was much fatter in that. Let's see. Oh. Look at him. Got a big lump of a man.
It's Man United.
It's Man United, apparently.
As that. You know.
Crazy. We move. But exactly. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you say that. But yeah, no, it's... At my heaviest, I got up to 15 stone. Basically. And now I'm 11 and a bit. It wasn't even the camera angle. It was the fat. It was the being overweight what did it. No camera angle was going to save me there. Like, I know they say the camera adds £10. It weren't doing that. So yeah, basically, if you do exclamation mark training, Guffy, we now have a direct link to the folder where the training schedules are hosted. We updated it basically because, or I think we did. I hope we did. Either that or someone just kept putting it in chat. It's just 15 cameras, exactly. I was holding all the GoPros. Okay. But yeah, if you do exclamation mark training, I think it will work. Yes, it does. There you go. So it goes directly to the folder now rather than to the website. Sparrow. Yeah, just wait until I turn sideways. I just completely disappear. Right, come on, Tenerife. Champions League final, lads. Come on. Yes! Tenerife are in the Champions League final. We're not managing them, but they are there. A red card for Paris Saint-Germain, and it's Renato Martins. They've won it on penalties. Sochaux the hero. 4-4 on Ag. Martins, Mbala, Pueo, they all scored. So who missed? Rui and Taboul. So Sochaux either saved... He saved two penalties. Insanity. Right, well, we know what's happening later then. We're 100% watching the Champions League final with Tenerife in it, who are probably going to wrap up a league title in a moment as well. Here we go. Loans. Where's Garnier? We've got some good talent. We've actually got 2 5-star goalkeepers out on loan, because let's not forget, we've got Mbaja as well. If I can get someone to buy him, that could be really good business. Because he's smashed it this season. Well, he's worth a lot of money. That's the crucial thing. And Chavera, he's another potential sale. If I could get someone to actually buy them. I know we do the final today, because that way I can jump further ahead and we can start the transfer window in a more sensible spot next time. So Garnier this season has played 11 games because he only went on loan in January. Not great rating, honestly, but he's been playing games, which is crucial. Big money transfer for the summer. No, we don't. One of the great things about building the teams the way that we do is that every year you basically get the boost of just everyone's a year better because if you sign the young players. But the one position that we absolutely do need strength in is that left wing back spot because we're not going to be able to get Gerbil back next year most likely. And I think we also are going to need a central midfield backup to sit behind Binder. Like Fetter's done that for us this season, and maybe I can convince him to join us permanently. Oh, well, remember, Mbaja's also older than Garnier. In addition, the whole reason we got Garnier was because we didn't want to have a goalkeeper that was going to disappear to AFCON every single season or every other season. £120 million option. Not sure we can quite stretch to £120 million. I think it was 108 actually. But if we could sell Mbaja, there's a few players out on loan that I would really like to get some. We've got some sellable assets. It's just a question of how much we can get for them. Even if we take a cut price on some of them that I'm not super bothered about, that could probably help us. What I'd really like to do, honestly, is try to convince Alexander Fetter to join us permanently. Which isn't going to happen because he's joining Atletico. We wouldn't realistically have been able to sign him. If he's joining Atletico, the wages they're going to be offering him are obscene. So who's the final? Is it Napoli? It's Napoli. Napoli versus Tenerife. The Nice guy, I don't know actually. I assume he's been playing for the B team. By the way, this was, if you missed it earlier, this was the youth intake guy from this year who does seem to have improved a little bit. I guess he's second team now, right? The McTominay derby. He might still be in an under-19 squad, actually. Most of them, actually. They seem to have most of the ex-players. Where the hell is he? Or is he in the first team? Am I just an idiot? Is he in the backup? Yes, but I don't know if he's going to be good. Like, he's not going to be any near as good as Alexander Fetter. That's the thing. Yeah, we're going to watch the final. Not obviously on full match or anything like that, but we'll watch it on like key highlights the same way we would do if we were in there. Well, not obviously if we were in there, we'd be watching it on full. Where is the guy? Where's he bloody gone? I'll just go from our transfers. Be easy to find him that way. I think it's just because he's in a random squad or something. Oscar's just simply not it. He doesn't seem to have the ceiling. He's more of a sale than anything else. Here he is. Murcioli. He's played for the B team. Napoli have Raul. They also have loads of our former players too. They've still got Cube. They don't have that ridiculous Arsenal guy anymore because they sold him to PSG. Jose Garcia as well. The crucial role that has to be filled this summer is left wing back. Everywhere else, it's like we've got guys, but I would like another CM. But the left wing back spot, like the answer is not going to be Dennis Unver, although I do like him. Maybe I just haven't given him enough of a chance, to be honest with you. But I think we need a more developed player. Like, I'd be willing to drop 30, 40 million if we can get the money together on the right player, should we find him. Kind of like I did with Trubovic when we were at, was it Treaty United when I spent all that money on Trubovic? Because I just thought he was too good to not sign. Oh, the fact that, right, now that the final's been confirmed as well, let me just lock that in so we don't forget about it. 31st of May. Okay, cool. That's so sick. I love the fact they've got... Do you know what? They might have a chance to win. Napoli are not like a world... Napoli have never been in a European final in the save, as far as I know. Despite that tycoon, they never actually got to a single European final. It took him... It actually took him leaving the club for them to get somewhere. Lille versus Paris FC. Oh, this is big for Paris. Who's their manager? Napoli's manager. I can't remember. Is it Arteta? Yes, Napoli's manager is Arteta. Yeah, they're actually... Are they in debt now? It's only 85 million pounds. It's not amazing amounts of debt. How did Tenerife get... Oh, yeah, they've won it, haven't they? Oh, not technically, but they are 11 points clear. They've, for all intents and purposes, Tenerife have won La Liga as well, which is crazy. So in the Europa Conference League, we've got Forest versus Basel on for Bagpus. That is a really fun final. And then in the Europa League, Ajax versus Girona. To be fair, Girona have been to quite a few of these recently, so that's not hugely surprising. Jamal Lowe, Adam Alfonso, Johnny Jack is the Mount Rushmore of Serie A is those four. move over Luis Enrique and Pep Guardiola. That was the Basel team that are in a huge amount of debt, yes. So much so that St. Gallen are now the dominant side in Switzerland because they now have a tycoon as well, which is why we were able to sell a player to them for £16 million. Once again, a player that they could have signed for free, they gave us $16.5 million for because they are apparently out of their damn mind. That money actually was kind of important because we might not have been able to sign Griezmann without it. So cheers, lads. Hello, Benny. How's your day going? As a moral victory. Do you know what? At the very least, most of the players in their team that potentially could win them the Champions League, we did sign for them. So we'd get, what's it called, a Pyrrhic victory. I'd take that. So I'm clutching at straws here, but I'd take it. Right, so Nagalo's now injured, which means Karapici is now in. We have definitely been hemorrhaging starting 11 players as this season's worn on. Our injury list is starting to look... Do you know what? Let's get Sven on the bench. He deserves it. So I don't know if France does point deductions. As far as I know, I almost never see points deductions outside of England for the most part. Like, for example, in the Championship in England, every single year in this save, there's at least one points deduction. This year, I believe it was Birmingham City. No. Who was it? There was at least two. Also, Tottenham have just won the Premier League again. Liverpool absolutely shat the bed. They were like 2 points clear, and now they're 7 points off the top. But Spurs win their fourth consecutive Premier League. However, Middlesbrough have the top scorer, Radenko Matulovic, who they got for free from Arsenal. Oh. Brentford are getting relegated too. Can't argue with that. So yeah, in the Championship... Oh, wait. What were the promote? Yeah, so Swansea and Birmingham both got dubbed. Also, Mansfield are in the Championship. Sick for them. Pompey back to the Prem. Salford might be coming back again as well. Liverpool haven't gone into administration, which is mental considering they are £1.2 billion in debt. In debt. Was it their fifth? Jesus, that's even better. Spurs are quite good. Domestically now, anyway. They've sort of stopped bothering on the international scene, but hey, who cares, right? Oh, is Felix... No, he's not back yet either. We are missing quite a few first-teamers. At least Bashir had a slightly better game last time out. Yurikov, surely I can bring back in Matsuoka now. Yeah, he's definitely been better. And Durham has struggled ever so slightly. But he's very, very young. Wait, do PSG have Zep Plumper now? But we've got Dick Monster. So frankly, we're the real winners. Tenerife bottom, yeah. I mean, let's be honest, that Tenerife side is not as good as that Napoli team. We know who's in that Napoli team because half of them were signed from that Tenerife side. And also we know that they've got people like Cabello and Cube. Is it Cabello and Cube? It is Cabello and Cube, isn't it? And several other crazy good players. Stoyan has, honestly, he's not kicked off at all. He's, to be honest, I might potentially entertain bids for him in the summer, even if they're not particularly large. Because... the issue is, he is a team leader, and that's useful to have if he's not going to kick off, you know? Always up and down. So the next save that we're going to be doing, like, the beta is definitely going to be... we could potentially... Oh, no, the final is definitely going to be Slavia, I think. Barring some crazy turn of events, I think that's the beta save now. I'm pretty locked in on that, and it's tough to move me. Once I've been, like, contrarian into picking something like that, I very rarely change my mind on it. But I did warn you that coming up with the beta save was going to be for very strange reasons. After all that, I just chose Sparta. I couldn't do that to you. An unstoppable force. I would, yeah. When's the beta out? No idea. About roughly 2 weeks before the full release, and obviously we don't know the date for that yet. I'm hoping we do kind of know within the next couple of weeks, though, maybe. Yeah, once I'm plopped, I am unploppable. Like Zep Plumper, for example. I think we're going to get binned off here, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Random check banter. Oh, okay, just pass it straight to him, don't you? That's fine. Oh, here we go. There we go. Anderson, right. Is he going to shoot, or is he going to drop it back inside? Ah, he has gone for goal. I don't blame him, but it would have been nice if he'd maybe looked inside for... I think it was Katapichi that made that inside run. you can see just how large of a gap we'd have to close to have any realistic chance of battling for an actual Liga title. PSG are 17 points ahead of us. Let's break their rate. I don't think they'd go for it, but it would be very funny. Just put everybody on tackle harder for one game. To be fair, there's a big enough gap at the end of the season. I could give it a go. Just try and do a massive solid for the Tenerife boys. I'm very impressed, though, that Tenerife side beat PSG. When you think... Oh, what a block. When you think of how good this PSG team actually is. If Tenerife are capable of beating them, albeit they got a red card, but the red card was quite late in that game, wasn't it? Maybe they are better than I think. Kieran McKenna. I think Kieran McKenna actually managed Fulham in this save as well. He's managed some very odd teams. He was managing Lille for a bit. I think he's at Arsenal in this save now. All the dirty B teams. To be fair, most of our players do just have randomly high competitive streaks. It seems to be that, like, we find all these great players and they all seem to have that, like, dirty streak in them. I guess they need that to be at the top level of the game. They've got Palmer and Plomper. Amazing. Oh, go on. Bashir back post. Give it to me. Oh, man. What an easy friendly to boost it. I think Tenerife might just get the benefit of... Oh! What a strike! Stefan Grieterboost gives us the lead at the Parc de France. That's out of nowhere. France is fun, but there are the rules are a bit tough for the non-EU players. That's the one thing we have struggled with, whereas Germany is more flexible for that. Look at that. Just gets it. He uses the defender as a shield. What a strike. 8 goals. Did he just shush them as well? I mean, this would be some way about it. Cut the gap a little bit. Yeah, PSG were like, we'll have him. They won't be having him, of course, because we very much need him on account of the fact that I think Barnetche will be available again by the start of next season, but I can't guarantee it. There's still a chance that he may well not be fit again because that broken ankle is definitely going to set him back quite a lot. But I think if he was going to get a broken ankle, which I'd rather he didn't, obviously, he probably got it at the perfect time where we could cope with his absence. We were already out of Europe. And 6 months onwards would be late August. So in theory, it's kind of just given us an opportunity to... Oh, surely not. Binder's ball this time. Bashir is 2. Peter Bashir. And we're 2-0 up at the Parc de France. Do you know what? Maybe next season we can have a go at it. Like, if these are the kind of performances we're capable of putting down, we have had some absolutely twattingly good performances this season. The amount of goals we're scoring is actually not that far behind PSG. We're just not quite as good defensively. As our defenders that are quite young improve into next season, maybe we close that gap a little bit. On the plus side, it does look like next year we shouldn't have any issues like getting back into the Champions League again, given how far we are clear of that now. It's just going to be a question of how we do in it. To be fair, our consistency's been pretty good. We've had the odd little dodgy defeat, but I think, frankly, we're kind of bang on. We're allegedly the 3rd best side in the league, and we're looking like we're going to come 2nd. I think we just need the players to slowly but surely improve and start getting some better results, which we've kind of been getting anyway. Oh, this is nice. Oh, sliding back in. Oh. Tenerife, sorry, yeah. PSG are probably playing a slightly weakened side as well. Good at the gone midweek. Binder is... I think it doesn't matter if we concede here. It'd be kind of shit if we did, just because... Oh, lovely. I want to look at Binder's stats after this game. They're probably just pissed because they didn't get into the didn't win it. He got 2 more assists in this game. And it's not just from corners, because I know he did get one from a corner there with the Bashir one, but Anderson takes corners off one side and he's off the other. So Marseille, Monaco's fall from grace here needs to be studied. They were like the guys that were chasing us, and now Troyes, of all people, are in front of them. I think Paris might actually stay up. Tucci's doing bits, which is nice. Fitness concern on Gerbil. Come on, you can get through one more game, bud. Right. I want me to show me the goal scoring from Binder. My goodness. He's played 41 games this season, and he has 37 goal contributions from central midfield. I mean, if that isn't a world-class season from him, I don't know what is. He's been absolutely sensational this year. He's probably not going to quite get to 20 and 20, but I thought maybe in my wildest dreams he could get to 15 and 15, and he's done that. Is he the top assister as well? Yeah, Anderson has 15 assists, though, which is really good. 8 goals, too. Carapici, that's really worth noting. Carapici has 8 assists and 5 goals, and he's mostly played off the bench. Yeah, the rep rolling is a tough one. You just almost have to get so much better that the rep rolling doesn't matter. Because they're not going to be able to do it based on other things. Tell you what, group boost as well. 8 goals. Barnetche has 18 as well, I think. Although, no, I think he's got some in the cup too, actually. Let me just check. I think he does have slightly more than that. Yeah, Barnetche had 22. And 5 assists. Group boost already has 4 assists. His assist per 90 is like 50% better. He dribbles a bit less, but his key passes are so much higher. He creates way more chances. His crossing is better as well. That's really intriguing, actually. His XA per 90 is just higher. What's his passing like? He's just better on the ball for whatever reason when it comes to looking for teammates. Maybe he's just a little bit less selfish. Which might end up coming at the result of him actually scoring less goals, in fairness. Wait, players for international duty? Who? I don't think they are, though. As far as I know, he's basically worse than Barnetche in every single way, except for a couple of physicals. Why is Barnetche not there? So he's got 2 better on long throws. He's slightly more aggressive. His leadership is a tiny bit higher. And he's got some slight physical improvement. You could see just how much better than him Barnetche actually is. It's actually kind of surprising. Maybe it's just because of the way that his physicals work. That balance maybe is allowing him to like turn in certain areas to look for passes more. I don't know. It might just be pure luck as well, that he may just have been getting into positions by pure coincidence, and that actually over the course of a full season, maybe that would have been different, but it is weird. It also just shows you how good Barnetche is if a player like this could be that much worse than him. But it's nice to see all these lovely little upward arrows. That's very encouraging. And 8 goals in 9 starts in the league is extremely good. I couldn't really have asked for much more from him since he started playing, like, full-time for us in the absence of Tristan. I don't know what his actual record is since he's been starting all those games, but I feel like it's probably slightly above, like, 1 in 2, which is all I could really want. In fact, let me just have a little look. He's training well as well, which is really nice. 9.6. Let me just check his form. It would only be the league, wouldn't it? So, since he started... So, yeah, he was a substitute up until Lens. Then he got 2 goals there, 1. Then a couple of games without scoring, but then an assist. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's played 8 games, and he's got 5 goals and 1 assist. Like, 5 goals in 8 games when he's starting is pretty decent. It's not Barnetche numbers, but it's not far off it. And that's about all I could really expect from a player who's not at that level yet. But the best way to reach that level is to do exactly what he's doing. Nice get a win. What a time for that. And Monaco beat Troyes to go back above them. They finally realised they need to catch themselves a little bit there. That's very good, yeah. Better than Season 1 Barney, true. But what I would say is I think he was more suited to us than Season 1 Barney was. Like, we had a lot of work to do with Barney in Season 1 to make him into the player that he is now, whereas Greet Boost came a bit more... It's the difference between Barney was a flat pack with some instructions and we knew how to build him, whereas Greet Boost came fully assembled, I suppose. Like, we hired a guy to build him. Malson can be moved to Liga and Montpellier. I mean, you're more than welcome to, bud. If they actually want to buy him. Can I just... Nah, I was just hoping to see what would happen there. And that's like a 14-day gap. Shall I try and schedule that friendly? The issue is that Napoli might well have... a game. Oh, when's the final? It's so the latest I can schedule. Oh, wow. I actually can't schedule friendlies outside of the Troyes game because technically our season finishes after Troyes. So I can't actually do the whole friendly thing for Napoli. That's the thing. He's 18 years old. Next year when Barney's back, he'll just go back to being a substitute again and a guy that we can rotate around. But I'll now feel way more comfortable putting him into the team. Do it now. I can't. Like I said, our last league game is on the 16th or whatever. And I can't schedule a friendly after that match. So there's no point. There's no point in putting one before that game because that's nowhere near the actual Champions League final. And also it would affect our players. As a beginner, either the team he supports or one of the massive side. Well, also, they're not going to agree to a friendly in the middle of the season either because it's the middle of their season too. I was kind of hoping we might be able to slot one in after our season. And maybe when they finish their league season. But obviously, your season ends the moment you play the last game. Because normally what I used to do is I'd stick a few friendlies in after the league finished, before the Europa League finals and stuff, when you're getting to them. That way you get the extra morale boosts. Although you do run the risk of getting the random injury. Usually it comes in training, though. That happens way too often. You get like... there's always a training injury before... Whenever you get to a Champions League final, one of your players is guaranteed to get like a major training injury no matter what you do. Even if you like cancelled all the training, they'll find a way. Golf cart accident, something, you know? That's why these guys were only promoted last season. That's quite a good result for them, really. Razic just hurt himself. God. So, Barnecci, what does it say about his... I'm curious to see what... I mean, obviously this kind of just lies. But it reckons that his expected return is actually the 14th of June. Now, that will obviously be when he returns to rehab and all that kind of nonsense. But that means that... I think he's very likely to be back for the start of the season. And he'll have, like, hopefully a full pre-season, or at least a reasonable pre-season, which is good. Postseason tour option. Well, you'd think he would do, just considering how the league never stops. Yeah, he should be. Now, obviously, that date seems to shift like crazy, so he probably won't realistically actually be back in training till most likely like early July, maybe even the middle of July, but that's still plenty of time. Our first league games aren't until August anyway, so I'm not concerned. Now that we've wrapped up second place, always good to know. A good player for most league on side, do you think? Do you think the guy with 11 goals and 12 assists in the league is probably right for this level? World Cup year. It is 2042, which I think is a World Cup year, no? In fact, it definitely is, isn't it? Because we looked at this. Here's hoping Switzerland didn't qualify. Oh, come on. Okay, cool. It's fine. It is a World Cup year, but Switzerland aren't in it. Suriname, however, are, which is dope. As are Honduras. Qatar in there as well. New Zealand, obviously. Up the lads. Angola. Thailand. No Uzbekistan, which is actually quite surprising. They almost always get into these World Cups now that it's bigger. Love to see that. Okay, good. That means that we're not going to have any issues with Switzerland buggering up his summer by bringing him in and getting his other ankle broken. But I guess it was about time that he had a severe injury, given that he does have that high injury proneness. We knew we were going to accept. We knew that we need to keep a player like Gripus around, just because Tristan's injury proneness means he's never really going to play 40 games a season. Yeah, Wales getting to the 2040, to be fair, they do have some ridiculous players. There's a couple of guys they've got, if I recall. The same reason Northern Ireland are there, because they've got players like Glenn Coates. Or no, they don't, because Coatesy retired. I think he retired from international football for Northern Ireland at like 27. The absolute turncoat. Greatest player of the generation. He's like, nah, I just don't feel like it. You'll get a call up, but we don't care about you. Fehva as well. Wales have a good youth rating. Not particularly. I mean, their youth. I don't know what Wales' youth rating is, but with Wales, you don't really have to so much worry about it, because when you get good Welsh players, they're almost never from Welsh sides. Most of the good players that come through that play for Wales come through at like Liverpool or Man United or City or Arsenal or anything like that. So I don't actually know what their youth rating is, but generally speaking, you just get them from the English. It's the same with Scottish players. Although Scotland's a bit different, because you do get Celtic, Rangers, Hibs, Hearts, all those teams. They will produce decent players. But you still get a lot of really good Scottish players that come through at the English side, so they use England's youth rating instead. Northern Ireland's perhaps a better example. Like almost all the crazy good Northern Irish players are from English sides. Liechtenstein in the save. Well, Liechtenstein exists, and therefore it is in the save, but they don't have a league. So, yeah. All their clubs play in the Swiss league. Felix is back, though. Is it really just above Gibraltar as far as youth rating? Wow, that's really low. I did not realise it was as low as that. Like, I knew it was quite tragic, but I didn't think it was that bad. How was it, Doc? Having a success? No. I mean, like I said, they don't have a league, so there's nothing to succeed with, basically. Vaduz, I think, was second tier Switzerland the entire season, the entire save. Briefly, I think you were driving through it to get to somewhere else. Right. Oh, you're right, they are. Sorry, it's because I'm so used to having Bashir in the team, but his performances have really dropped off this year. Meanwhile, Velázquez has massively stepped up. He's been much more of a threat from corners than I was expecting. I hate the fact he shoots from distance, but such is life. Okay. Final day of the season. Fuck it. With Sven in it. Might be one of the last chances he gets to play for us. Sven is going to start against Troyes. We'll bring Kadapici off the bench if need be. 71. Still fairly low, though. That's what stamped on route to St. Gallen. Oh, nice! I've never been to... Actually, I have been to Switzerland, but I was there for like 6 hours and saw nothing except the inside of a cab and the building I was in. So I wouldn't really say I've ever properly been to Switzerland. Aerial training. It seems to be working for him, honestly. I'll have a look after the game. Spent most of it sitting on a toilet. Yeah, very warm toilet as well. Same as Vela. Is it really as low as that? It's just, it was so expensive. The cab fare alone, Velcro, was insane. I think it was like 150 euros. Thankfully, we expensed that, but my God. It was crazy. Oh, that's a nice little pickup. Oh, here we go. Dennis. Driving towards the goal. He's going to go himself. Oh, over the bar. I don't know where we're going to go next. I was talking to my friend on Friday night about maybe going to Porto. That seems like a nice place to go. He's also trying to convince me to do a fucking river cruise. So there's that. Oh, Binder off the bar. He's going to get one of these one day. Good eat boost. Go on, have a shot. Oh, it's another good save. Troyes. If this is the kind of performance we're going to get next season, where we just go into every game looking like we could smash someone, I'm actually quite excited. And I think next year we might surprise a few people by being really, really good in the league. Think exactly. Pog would be perfectly at home. I don't know. I've heard really good things about Porto specifically. I feel like it gets maybe undervalued a little bit. Plus, I'd really like to go out to Matosinhos. Plus, my friend is massively into things like, you know, port. So, that would help. Oh, what off the line from Eric. What a lad. That's a nice little pass, actually. Bit slow, but Eric getting one off the line there. I wonder if he'll get a bonus for that. That's nice. Come on, Dennis. Svenny back post, perhaps? Right, make the run. Somebody make the run. Anybody. Ah. Port Vale, that's the one. That's his favourite flavour of port, is Port Vale. Just puts a little cloth over the top of it. Just trying to, that's my plan. Yeah, I was like, oh, I could get there. It's not too far away. Oh, off the line again. Like, I think we're sort of running out of like day trip destinations, and now we're starting to go, right, fuck it, we may have to be an overnight job on some of these. But that's actually preferable in a way, because it means you get to see a little bit more. Just obviously have to pay for like hotels and things, or Airbnbs or whatever. December surfing holiday. Oh, that sounds fun. I used to do bodyboarding back in the day on the beaches of Devon. Autumn or Wicked. Yeah, it does look really, really nice. Pog and I watched this YouTuber called Downey Live, and he was in Porto for a video a little while ago, and it looked really, really cool. Just, I don't know, it just looks like a place I'd like to visit, you know? Great boost. Oh, that's a lovely ball around the side again. Anderson. Stefan. Oh, that's actually... I was going to say that looked like a really good tackle, but apparently not.
So I tell
VDMF, thank you very much for the follow.
Before I give her a tonk in a trays,
what are your plans in Toronto, Daz?
and have a lick me yarbles.
Too early for a Leafs game. No penalty. Ooh, okay. That's surprising, actually. Did not think that wasn't going to get going. Once it was given, I just assumed that was going to be... Oh, fail. Perfection. There it is. The Serie A Hall of Fame. Tremendous work. Jim, thank you for the follow as well.
Do not hate me. I am
Massive beach. Really? That means my jokes in the Le Showen's recap about the stadium collapsing into the sea might actually have some... Visited Ghent. No, I really do want to go to... Actually, I think it was Ghent in Belgium. We were thinking about maybe just like driving across to Belgium. Oh, sorry, my bad. Bloody buttons. Those stupid sticky buttons. Okay, come on. We've had so many chances in this first half. Here we go. Sven's on the ball. Sven's actually doing okay ratings-wise today, which is crazy. Here he is on the ball again. Svenny boy. Svenny boy? Surely not. Ah. You can't write this shit. Sochaux 1, Troyes 0. Sven Smates bends one top bins from the edge of the area at 32 years old. He just cannot be stopped. What a goal from Sven. The recaps write themselves. How does he keep doing this? That is sensational. He's not even fully match fit, but he just has some kind of thing about him. Also, Paris FC are winning, but it might not be enough. He does, and it always matters the most, because we were actually struggling to get anything going in this game, and yet Sven's like, lads, I've got this. The streets of every single nation in Europe will not forget. Yeah, what I was going to say, actually, couldn't Prague, he is the best Belgian. Steinmetz may have come through the academy, but Sven has come through in our hearts. Strange sentence, but go with me. 75 points would be very, very good. I don't know how many we got last year, but it sure as shit wasn't 75. We'll get Al Hassan on for a bit, maybe. Play them as a pair. Could maybe bring Born Again. Is he? I don't know, actually. Sven is born in Kapellen. That's actually who we signed him from, as it happens. He's basically got one highlight a season in him, and it's always good. Oh, good. Is he going to go? Quasiwar surely got to go here, right? Yep. Quasiwar is sent off. It's like being back in the Cyrene save. Right, with an extra man against the remaining of this team, we should be able to... I'm going to put Karapici through the middle. I kind of want to throw these guys onto this game now, just to let them chef. I'm going to leave Binder on, because this is his last chance to get a goal. Yeah, we'll leave that as it is and just go for that. Who was that got absolutely taken out there? It looked like Anderson. Right. Got one more goal. Fuck it, I'm just going to throw on attacking. Be more aggressive at the final few minutes of this game. By the way, Paris Saint-Germain are 8-1 up against Nice. That's just kind of slipped under the radar a little bit there. It's the final day of the season. Nice have returned back to being the worst team in the history of Ligue 1 and are now 8-1 down against Paris Saint-Germain. Didn't Paris Saint-Germain put a similar amount of goals past them earlier this season? That's a great pass. It's the gerbil. And it's 2. Wally Gerbil. And that is another assist for Binder. I think that's his 19th assist of the season. Or is that number 20? I can't remember if we had 19 goals or 19 assists. But either way, I think that might have been his 20th assist of the season. Also, Smakes with a lovely little pick out there. Binder just bides his time perfectly. Pops it on a plate for the gerbil, and he's gobbled it up into the sides of his mouth, where he's keeping it for later. Tremendous. So basically, Nice... the only players they could afford were on literally minimum wage. So all the players, for the most part, that Nice signed this summer were on £550 a week. That's how bad it got. Like, I've never seen a team actually do that in the top flight, basically, but their entire squad, most of their signings were just like minimum wage players. The fact they've got 21 points this year is actually shocking. To have as many as that, considering how bad their team is. Auxerre should be ashamed of themselves for only finishing 7 points above them. The one player they did get, amazingly, was Manny Whitby, of all people. Our former goalkeeper from... I can't remember which club it was. It might have even been Le Chouage. No, they've done incredibly well considering they sold all of their best players in the summer and couldn't really sign anybody, and they've just lost 8-1. Oh. We go 75 points. Was Manny Tenerife? That, yeah. Because he was on, was he a freebie from Man City? I think he was one of those like random summer freebies, wasn't it? £15.6 million. Surely there is no way they're not going to give us more money in the summer if we ask for it. Because in the end, we come second with 75 points. Didn't quite manage to overtake Lille. Like, we did overperform by 15, but we still are roughly where we needed to be. Did Paris... Oh, Paris didn't survive, but they haven't not survived yet. They will have to play off against... So Lyon are back up, Nancy are back up, and then it's a question of Red Star Strasbourg or Rodez as fuck. Good to see. God, holy shit. Châteauroux came 9th in the league, but they had both of the top scorers in the league. 19 and 18 goals, and the top assister. So they just score a lot of goals and just concede a lot as well. 55... Were they the top scorers in the... Second highest scorers in the entire league, but they also conceded 66. Speaking of Orléans... Yeah, Lyon have been down a couple of times. In fact, I think Lyon have been relegated... No, that was their second season in this league. They didn't get promoted last season. They were relegated, I think, 2 seasons ago. The training focus, yes. I'm not sure if I actually do want to take him off of that, to be honest, but we'll have a look. Because his marking and positioning are actually quite good. And the one area of his game that I didn't think he was fantastic at is that jump. Then again, it's not really working on jumping reach, is it? Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't need to be on that anymore. We might as well get his defensive positioning up. Since he's a defender. Get that marking to like 17 would probably be quite a good idea right about now. Kolovovs. Who? Oh, he's Greek. Wasn't sure. First touch, it's not worth it as far as the training focus goes. It's not going to be beneficial to him long term. Particularly with how ineffective most of them are. Like, if he was a forward player, I'd think about it, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I'd rather have him have better positioning and marking ability. So they're going to win the league by the looks of things. And, oh my days, the 8th place is going to get promoted. Is SAS Epinal, who are looking like the ones to get promoted, despite being, what's that, 29 points off the top of the league. Incredible. It could have been many people today, Arte. There was a huge raft of gifted subs earlier, which I'm incredibly grateful for. This time of the year is always tough in content creation because it's so far to the end of the cycle, and obviously in a double cycle it's even worse. Good question. I think he definitely did improve his heading. I don't think it's anywhere near as effective as the other ones, but that was an area that he really did need work. So let's have a little look. So I'll tell you what. So yeah, his heading definitely improved. Bravery didn't really. I mean, marginally, 1 point. But his heading has definitely got. That would explain why he's been so much better from corners. Because his heading has just been getting better and better and better. That's really good, actually. Relegation. I don't know. I'm not sure if it puts. There might be some rule about the number of B teams it can put in one league, so that might never happen. The most I've seen is 10. There was that team, Fleury, got promoted when there was 10 B teams in the same league as them. Which is wild. We'll just accept that vision. And this is me. So we are going today to the Champions League final because we're going to watch that as well because Tenerife are in it. We have to, right? Be rude not to watch the game, even if we go over a little bit today. But I'm feeling good. You've gained access to... Don, that is unbelievably kind of you and entirely unnecessary, but thank you so much. And thank you to everyone else that signed up today. That's very, very kind. There was, like I said, way more of you than I was expecting, honestly. Oh my god, it's even more now. Fuck's sake. That's insane. Chat, thank you so much. I'm very humbled by that. And also, but like I said, if you do have any actual feedback about it too when you played it for a little bit, let me know in the Discord and I can send that over to the devs as well. Because they do genuinely... Like, I think I spoke to the... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I had like a 30-minute phone call with one of the senior people at the company to just discuss everything, which is why I felt so confident taking this on as a project. Fuck me. What are you doing? Luckily, nothing's been announced. So this might not happen until after this, but fuck's sake. Well, there goes any chance we had of signing anyone in the future. Yeah, can we like protest against a stadium being built? What we need to do is we need to find some kind of endangered species bird that we can't build on that land. Why can I not spell Switzerland? Also, there's a guy called Yannick Spittler. What about Spittler's mum? Time to resign. Off we go. Right, so they're qualifying campaign. That's the wrong one, Matt. Might never happen. Hopefully it might never happen. Oh my god. Oh, that's even funnier. They got off to a really good start. Literally won their first 3 games, albeit 2 of them were against Andorra, and then didn't win again. Lost to Bulgaria twice. I mean, you deserve nothing if you lose to Bulgaria twice. They came 3rd and nearly didn't come 3rd either. They've got some good players too. Christ. Not sure exactly, Sharpie. Started editing it yesterday. Going to be continuing editing it for the rest of the week. It's going to be close to an hour, this one, which is weird because there's less stuff, but I think there's just more things to talk about because of Europe. So it actually ended up stretching a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be. It'll 100% be out before I go on my little mini break. That is for sure. There's like 4.5 like full working days that aren't stream days between now and then. So there's no way I won't get it done in that time, basically. Just mates ground. Yeah, exactly. It's wow, Andorra actually scored 3 goals. All of which were against Bulgaria, who managed to come 2nd, incredibly. Right, let's see. Suriname. A Willian special video, or an entire just Willian career recap. They have a guy called Gliophilo Slagvir. Best name I've ever seen. Just perfect, no notes. Virgil Fur. Okay, we've got to look through some of these notes while we're here. Just to see if there is any. There's 2 different Andys. Love to see it. Orlando Convalius. Navajo Dacria is amazing. I thought his name was Sharaldo End then. Any more? Yonga Pin and Chuka Lam. Ryan Class. And then just Sean McAndrew. 2 different guys called Misijiang. Damn, this is a long-ass team. How big is their national team? Christ. They do have Diego Penis. They've actually got Sorencio Penis as well. Sporksleder. Chagamaya van der Kust. Denino Waterberg. It's a big national team. As national teams goes, that's a big one. Do you need... Oh, it's probably their provisional World Cup squad. Because of... How did they get there in the end then? So yeah, they finished above Nicaragua, and by quite some margin too. That's impressive. They also reached the quarterfinals of the Gold Cup. They're doing bits. It's the Gambia. Oh, they beat Costa Rica in the playoff. That's a huge win. So they actually relied on the mini league and finished ahead of Dr. Congo and South Africa. That's actually very impressive. Ooh, suspicious spam caller. Definitely going to answer that then. Not. Annoyingly, it's one of those ones if you swipe off where it just rings again immediately, so I'm just going to have to leave that and let my watch vibrate my left arm off of its existence. Spam. That was you. You calling me out again. Why have I written it like that? I wish wrote Copen handgun then. Wait, what are you doing, Matt? FC Cope. Don't know why I was spelling it like that. There we go. So, they are currently top of the league, in fact. Midtjylland have been on a great run, considering they were in the second tier not that long ago. But it looks like FCK are back on top. They have had a few mishaps, if I recall, in this save. Okay, it's been a while. It seems like they're pretty dominant, but every now and then, someone like Ranas or Norgeland or Brumby will get in there as well. So you're just entirely ubiquitous. That's a lot of movement. I respect it. Brazil national team, I suspect probably quite well. Have they won any World Cups though? I'm not sure they have. Midtjylland were actually relegated at one point. They spent some time in the second division in this save. The vice captain of the Brazilian national team is this guy, Rondinelli Modim, an Italian Brazilian of Roma fame. That's fun. But yeah, I mean, Brazil have just been... I don't think they've won anything, though. Although they did. They won the 2026 World Cup. Obviously a few Copa America. Actually, just the one. Wow. That's actually crazy. That's a lack of... I'm surprised at how bad Brazil have actually done in this save. Anyone other than NZ? No chance. How do I even... Oh, I know what you do. We can look at it via Oceania... wait, where is it? The Nations Cup doubles up as Oceania World Cup qualifying, doesn't it? If I recall correctly. Yeah. So I think... It's really confusing enough on how hidden that is. But no, it does be looking like it's been mostly New Zealand the entire time. New Caledonia got to a final. It's mostly New Zealand versus Fiji. Any ballers? Forest team, they had... Oh no, they didn't have Vandalay. We signed Vandalay from them. Nottingham Forest. They're 9th in the Premier League under Odin Tulloch. The key player is actually this guy. A German called Dmitry Nestorenko, who's a Kazakh German joining Bayern Munich. That could be for... Wow, he's very good. Kazakh German goalkeeper. I love that. Model professional, world-class goalie. 65 million Forest spent on him. And honestly, he doesn't even look like he's been that good. He is good, but maybe they just haven't been. I guess it's because he's out of contract. It looks like he might be joining Bayern for free. That's horrifying. World-class goalkeepers leaving Forest for free when they spent 65 million on him. That's got to sting a bit. As for their hot prospect, is this guy, Jamie Woodward. We know nothing about. Wow, he's 15. So to be a hot prospect at a Premier League club at 15 probably means this guy's worth a scout. Or Forest have just had an absolute dirge of any kind of talent lately. Right, now it's just a case of getting to the Champions League final to watch Tenerife do bits. Oh, I would love it if they actually did it. Because then we could claim it. That's allowed, right? We get to claim that. I reckon I'll claim it, provided 6 of the 11 players that start were signed by us. Or came through when we were there. Because then we'd have a 50% ratio. Tenerife are playing Napoli. Of course they are. Napoli's first final of the save. Save is over. No. If they lose, you have to resign again. Imagine if that was a rule for another Outcast or Icon save, where if any club you previously managed gets to a final and loses, you also have to resign. That'd be quite a fun little silly thing in the background. Prediction. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's do it. Let that kind of play by itself for a minute. Start prediction. Who wins the... Oh, mostly just result of next match ones. Okay, let's try this one. Who wins the UCL? We'll have Napoli, which I've spelt wrong there. Well done, Matt. And Tenerife. Not Tenerife. I'll give you... Actually, I'll give you 2 minutes on that, because it's going to take us a couple of minutes to get to the game. You're currently on. That'd be funny, yeah. I always knew that Cardiff Draconians had it in them, to be fair. They seem like the type. Because there's almost no point in me not doing this bit on stream, because at the end of the day, I'm going to have to play this bit off stream anyway. Because I'm probably going to get us like nicely into the new window. Oh, it's the big one. PSG versus second tier Orléans. Imagine if they won and we ended up with Orléans in the Europa League next year for France. Say goodbye to any chance of getting coefficient points. We're struggling enough as it is. Yeah, I think that might happen. Simon Tipple and the boys. And I thought it was going to be Ashley Young. Ooh! Grenadian Englishman there, formerly of Spurs, actually came through. Oh, no, it was actually at Spurs initially. Okay, our season's literally ending. Will I get to the game before the prediction ends? That is the question. I mean, how are they only rating that as a B? We came second in the league. 75 points for crying out loud. A sponsorship somehow went down. Hopefully we'll get some new sponsors. Probably need a new owner for that, really. Finish that. Okay, let me try... I do just want to quickly check how many more points we got this season than last year. So we got 75 this year. We actually only got 6 more points this year. 76 goals scored, 46 conceded. So we conceded less goals this year and scored more. PSG did get 95 and 84 for Nice. So we're definitely better. Very soon, you any day now. Any day now, don't you worry. But just think, besides, like they always say, most gamblers quit right before they win big. And Barla's just won Footballer of the Year, which means... The thing is, Tenerife will be riding off of a title win as well, whereas Napoli were in no show... Clear debts. Wait, what? Wait, how much? Oh, shit. Okay, so that means they just cleared, like, loads of... Oh, damn. They just paid off all the bank loans as well. That's awesome. And now we just got hit with a tax bill of 14 million... Great. New sponsor... Wow, an extra $500,000 a year. Oh, there is actually a couple more sponsorships in there, but... Wait, is that even changed? I don't think it has, you know. The competition prize money is crucial. New scouting budget of the same as always. What do we sit on the sponsorship table now? 12 million a year. Yeah. Wow, not like getting 85 million a year. Have they got a tycoon that I just didn't know about? Maybe next year. Yeah, I mean, I think we're still going to have to make most of our own money. It seems that way. We're starting to have to work for it. because we had, I think, around £10 million of outstanding bank debt from when we first took over. So loads of players called up for the World Cup, including... That's sick, actually. There's quite a lot of them. Double Cameroonian as well, neither of which actually play for us. I will actually get those confirmations. Floridsdorf as well. Beautiful. Change his wage demands? I very much doubt it. I can't see any reason why he would have done. Incoming transfer. If you mean like the amount of money we get to keep, it's 90%, and that's now locked in. It's not like got a... there's no cap on it anymore, so we can just keep it. We'll be able to see the new stadium once they actually like announce it properly. No, in fact, he wants more money now. He now wants 150 grand a week. Nagalo is a problem there, and I don't know what we're going to do about that, but that's a story for another day. That is an issue, man. The problem is we almost can't afford to not have him because of how good he is. And that's the problem. Like, as if we sell him, we're just worse. And then we don't progress. But if we don't sell him, we end up losing him for free. It's like, it's tough. Because we can't replace him. He is irreplaceable. Even with £150 million, he's completely irreplaceable. That is the problem. Sochaux wins goal of the year. Does that mean Tenerife have won the league then? They must have done, right? They did. They won the league. 94 points. And they've won the league by 12 points this year. Did they deserve it? Oh my days. I mean, they overperformed, but they did. That's crazy. Tenerife win the league. Yeah, they do. So basically, most of the good players that Napoli have got, they signed off of our previous clubs. And most of the good players that Tenerife have got were players I signed for them. Which is crazy. Yeah, Tenerife, most of their squad is still players I signed. Obviously, they've got a couple of strikers that they picked up because they had to have strikers. But outside of that, they've got maybe like 2 other guys in their first team. Their wage bill, it's probably still quite large because they did give a lot of new contracts to people like Sochaux and the boys. But I still suspect it's probably... I reckon they're about 7th on the wage spending. 61% possession as well. Oh, wow. Okay, they're actually 3rd. 150 million a year. So only Real Madrid and Barca are actually spending more on wages than Tenerife. I retract that statement. They are actually lauding it above the world. They are worth £1 billion though and are very rich. So while they are spending a lot on wages, they can actually afford it. And I will do the Harrogate Vultures in a second. I'm going to wait until right before the game as a build-up. Wait, they only... I saw that they drew a lot, but didn't realise they hadn't lost many. Didn't Tenerife only lose 3 games? That is quite a step up this season, though, for Tenerife, given that like, they've been Champions League for the last couple of years, but they've always been like a 3rd, 4th place side that are never that close to the title, and that this year, they've utterly exploded to go from like... They were actually 2nd last season, in fairness. To suddenly get 94 points is crazy. Other European finals, so we've had Nottingham Forest, oh, we'll put that in there as well, actually, and then the Europa League was probably already happened. Ajax beat Girona. Boring. Almeria have sacked their coach, not that we care about that. We just want to get to our final now. I can't believe they've actually reached a final. Usually, SecondYellowCard League. On Club there is, yes. There's a code. Basically, if you go into like the friends bit, and then on the bottom right, if you go to leagues, you can go join a league, and there is a code basically for it. Or I think you can click the link in chat again, and it should just transport you straight into it, but I don't know for sure about that. I'm going to update the command so it has the link, the code in it as well. That was an oversight from my part, but I'll have that sorted by Thursday stream. But once again, thank you, everyone that joined. That's crazy. I've got to make sure I remember to put it in the VOD recap, not the recap, the VOD description as well. I'll put the link. I'll put the code in the VOD recap, the VOD description as well. Right. Okay. Forest versus Basel for a place in the Europa League. Yeah, Spurs won 4. They won it again. They actually finished way clear of Liverpool in the end. Liverpool just sort of bottled it. Forest win it. Renato, Nerendorp, and Hegarty with the dubs over a relatively impoverished Basel team. Oh yeah, I forgot you can't do that. I actually did that like almost every single stream with Sirens. We did that. Don't think you can get the code, really? It's definitely in the Discord because I put it in the club chat section. That is the code. Oh, I see what you mean. So the link wouldn't take you in directly, would it? Of course, yeah, that makes sense. But you should be able to input the code in the app. I like that it actually has FM in it. Right, nearly there. Which app? Oh, I mean, exclamation mark club and all will be explained. Unless you're actually like legit asking, in which case I can't explain. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about it, is all I mean. Right, what we'll do with this for the time being, that's 49, and I'll just send those all around for next stream. Oh, Steve was in there. You weren't? Okay, sorry. It's basically a company I'm working with that have this new, it's like FPL, but it's got like more to it than that, basically, and it's kind of different dynamics. It's a cool company. I'm promoting their app. I think it's cool, basically. So we've got a league on there as well. It's like a different game entirely, but it still works similar to FPL. One of the ways I'm trying to get the new PC, basically. Right, sick. Okay, right. Well, I'll do the... I'll wait till match day and then I'll do the Harrow Bishop Ultras. Forgive my reticence to do the entire spiel. I'm very cognizant of, like, whenever it comes to promoting things, it's like, you want a balance, right? Have Matt Klarner a PC? It will be that and England paying me. Those are the two things that might actually get us the PC sorted. Okay. Right, next day. And then we're there. Do you reckon it'll be as glitchy as it normally is when you watch other teams play? Although, I must admit, we haven't had as many like stutterings in matches since I cleaned up loads of disk space. Ooh. I love the way the font just doesn't agree with the game there. That just looks really strange. And so you should. Not yet, Ridian, no. Like, when I contacted them, I was like, you know, it has been 6 months. Person give you a reach round. It's true. With both hands. What are we listening to and why do I like it so much? Just a version of Mulligan Tyre, fair. But for Saturday, I'm actually busy. You're going to have to come to the Ely City game. It really doesn't like that character, does it? No. Right, he signed a new deal. I might give those guys new contracts potentially because one of them's actually kind of smacking it for the second one. Oh, I'm going to get right in there. Uncultured swine. What, am I Scottish? Yes. Right. Harrow Bishop Ultra time to get ready for Tenerife's... Oh, actually, I'm attending the game, aren't I? Idiot. I'm so used to turning it off. Right, we're back. Okay. Harrow Bishop Ultras to prepare for Tenerife's Champions League win. And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. And a 2. And a 1. Take it away, Harold.
You did.
I have through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I have through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
The man speaks only truths. I didn't want to accidentally hit into the game while that was running, just in case the game absolutely lost its mind. Now we do it. And it'll lose its mind anyway. That is the Margot Robbie. The very same. Oh, so Napoli gets to wear the home kit. It looks like it anyway. No, it's true. I was in the 35 to 39 category at the weekend. In Neighbours, yes. So Arteta versus the boys. So 1-2. These guys I didn't sign. He I did. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of the starting 11 are players that I either signed at Tenerife or came through our youth academy. And on the bench they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more of them. So there's... No, Henrique's on the bench. There's 14 players in their squad that I either brought through or signed myself. Hello, Pog. How's it going? How's the work day? Are you done? No, that's fine. You do what you can do. That's what your boss said, right? Let's go. Yeah, I mean, it's like the, Pog and I call it the bill to hustle pipeline, where almost every single character in the BBC show Hustle was in the bill at some point. The bill is just like the ultimate starter for everyone, apparently. Right. Watch there be no highlights in this game now. Yeah, Napoli haven't even... Who did they start? They started any of the former guys. So it looks like none of the former... Oh, Raul's on the bench, which means Jose Garcia must also be on the bench, right? So they didn't even have the balls to start any of the guys they signed up for Tenerife. So a grand total of 0.12 XG in 30 minutes. Good God. And Cube never played for Tenerife. And Cube was Le Challenge. Oh, here we go. Ball across. That's fine. Pueyo's got it. It's a good clearance as well. Oh, no. Oh, my God. You're right. I think they did sell him. Isn't he at Inter now? Maybe with Iose. They really are trying to give this game away, aren't they? As long as one of the players that gives it away isn't going to be one of our former lads, I'm fine with that. Here we go. Now's the build-up. Carapchea down the right. Carapchea back inside for Pueyo. Edge of the box. Oh, off the post from Ethan Wanyeri. Right, get a touch in here. That was a big moment. Socorro's bailed them out there. He just looks bigger. It's like he's filled out a little bit now that he's like 23. Normally those types of chances are just goals. Oh, they definitely were bought with the money that... to be fair, they did sign Renato Martins the very season we left. He was like their big striker signing, and he's absolutely killed it, in fairness. I like that they've just gone, hey, we're doing 4-4 fucking 2. Oh, here we go. Jose Carvalho on the right-hand side. No, the left-hand side. I mean, Tenerife have been the better side so far. Just. I love that they've got like a 36-year-old Ethan Wanyeri playing for them. Right, so the fact that they made a half-time change does make sense, because... their Korean player, whose name escapes me. Here it is. Oh my God, over the bar. What a chance that was for Tenerife. They really should have scored that. I don't even know who that was. I think it was the other striker guy whose name escapes me. Wanyeri. Mbala. Go on, back post it. They've got to have someone tall. Or just run all the way back. Blocked again. Kilona. Carvalho. Takes it past his man. Oh, that's a big tackle. Kwon Min Ho. Yes. Yeah, I never really rated that guy, honestly. Like, he was an okay player, but when we signed him, I think we loaned him back to Korea. And I guess we made the right choice in signing him, but just didn't realise the talent he had. They lead. Ian Almada. It's 1-0 to Tenerife in the Champions League final. The boys are leading. No way. What a cross from Albert Mbala. The keeper's in no man's land, and it's Mr. Ian Almada. The two guys we signed link up, and then the first goal of the season. Incredible. Half an hour away from a Champions League win for Tenerife. Oh, no. This is where it all gets turned on for Napoli, and they're immediately level. Alan Cisse. It's like we're still managing them. The same sort of shit that would have happened to us if we were managing them is happening again. Napoli have done nothing all game, and instantly are now level. Oh, that's such a shame. They've done nothing in this game. They'll win on penalties now, or get like a cheeky one. I feel prouder if they actually get the dub. I'm now worried that they won't do. I have a horrible feeling that they're going to lose this in like gut-wrenching fashion. The exact same way that we would have lost this if we were still managing them, basically. Because they've been dominant in this game. They've had all the chances. Yeah, now Raul is on, which means he's inevitably going to score the winner. Or set it up in some manner. I think Napoli might have a stronger bench. That might be what gets them. So they are going to extra time. Also, this is being played in Stadion Rajko Mitic, which is that or is that not the Maracanã, the Red Star Stadium, or is that the Dino Zagreb one? Well, that's happened. Oh, first half stoppage time, basically, in extra time. It's not been a game of big chances for either side, really. Nobody's offered a great deal. Carvalho. Okay, this is better. Mbala, slip it in. It's Carapchea. Drop it across. Oh, no. Oh. That's a penalty. That's 100% a penalty. It has to be. It's the dumbest decision in the world to push him there, but Cabrera has definitely had two hands in the back there from Toniolo. He's shoved him off the pitch. Why is he pushing him over there? Even if he wins that header, it's not going anywhere near the goal. Who takes these pens? Is it Carapchea? Right. It's not. It's Renato Martins from the spot. Oh, for God's sake. Tenerife are going to get so screwed. It's got Napoli penalty win all over it, hasn't it? I can't believe they've missed a penalty in extra time in the Champions League final. Carapchea. Oh, my goodness. Imagine if they'd given another penalty straight away. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Not in FM, anyway. Well, that's a great pass. Hang on a minute. Opry. It's going to be Raul is going to break their hearts. Plus, Napoli have loads of subs left still. The fact that Napoli... Oh, they have been a couple more, I think. In fact, they've all got loads of subs left. Oh, there we go. Tenerife have run the changes. Bilal's on. Prats is on. All the boys are on. I think there's even more of our former lads on the pitch than there was at the start of the game now. Carapchea, God, he's so good, isn't he? Look at him go. Oh, 2 more changes now for Napoli. But Carapchea, what a player. I wish we had him, actually. But Shazli's pretty good. But I feel like Carapchea's like Shazli, but he looks like he actually does like a big match. Cabrera's ball in now. Cleared again. They've done everything except get that stupid second goal. Carvalho now. Bilal. Go on, Carapchea. Just take him on. You're better than them. They're going to lose some pens, aren't they? They've been so much better than Napoli. It's actually scary. It also makes you think that perhaps, yeah, there we go, goes to penalties. Even if they don't win it this year, this team looks good enough that they could go and get to the final again next year, honestly. But it's all down to this. Penalties. Champions League final. Napoli versus Tenerife. And Sochaux, he went the right way as well. It's Renato Martins, a man who's already missed a penalty in extra time. Surely he won't miss twice in the same one. No. Composed. Very composed, actually. Honestly, Socorro probably should have saved the first one. Like, he went the right way and everything. It's Amiri versus Socorro. Oh, he's gonna... He was so close to saving both penalties so far. It's Alte, another of the players. See, they're the players that we didn't sign take them. That way, if they miss these... Imagine the embarrassment of Panenkering it into a goalkeeper's static arms in a Champions League final. And it's... That's going to cost Tenerife a Champions League win. That man right there, who's decided to fucking Panenka it into the keeper's hands. It's Carapchea from the spot. I don't think it's going to matter now. Carapchea and it's saved, and I think that's it. Adamola Lookman, eat your heart out. Oh. How unlucky can you get? Miss a penalty in extra time. Napoli's goal out of nothing. They've had no chances in the entire game, basically. Mulder's to win it for Napoli. Oh, he does. And so he should. And it's another penalty. Napoli win the Champions League. Tenerife, the most heartbreaking... Oh, my God. I'm honestly kind of glad we weren't managing them. Because I don't think I would have been able to play the game again had we lost it like that ourselves. They deserved it. They should have won the game. Damn it, man. That sucks. They did win the league title. If nothing else, they did win a league title. But bugger me, man. Does it actually think that we're, like, there for a reason as well? Who are we interested in signing? Oh, yeah, their entire first team, apparently. Oh, dearie me. That sucks. I don't think they're done, frankly. If you look at the fact that they won La Liga by such a large margin... I think this isn't the first... This won't be the last time we see them, considering this squad is still quite young. Because I have the shortlist. Oh, I see. I love that it is basically just their entire squad. Shit, man. That would have been the perfect way to end today. Because at least someone would have won a Champions League. And with that, I will find a lovely person to send you lovely folks over to. Who are we thinking this afternoon? Let's do Gaffer. Got them in there nearly. I am so desperate for a piss, you have no idea. I might just wet myself before I've even done the raid. Oh, so, Thursday. We will be back, obviously. It's Champions League. Well, it's transfer window. We've got shit to do, basically. We need to sort ourselves out. Because that's going to be a big summer if we want to progress. We've got to hang on to guys, get some more guys, and get things going. Pay out the promise, of course, yes. How do I do that? Forgive me, I forgot we even did the prediction. Choose prediction outcome. Oh, well, to be fair, more of you went for Napoli, and you were, in fact, right on that. There we go. Predictions. I'm sorry, I totally forgot about that. God, that sucks. But we're back again next year. Maybe next time we'll be playing against Tenerife in a Champions League final of our own. So yes, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for that insane generosity and just generally being lovely, lovely, lovely people today. Not that you're not always, but you're especially lovely today. So yeah, we're going to go say hello to Mr. Gaffer. And yeah, I'll see you lovely folks in the next day. Day? What am I even saying? Well, I can't even see it. There I can't even press the raid button. Hold your gun, capybara, and bye-bye. And thank you for joining up for club. And if you haven't, do it. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.